The following story was written by another talented fanfiction reader, and she provided the voice of Ekko in this presentation. Enjoy, and then go check out her YouTube channel. Ekko Wants Your Mangoes by Lotus Moon. A few weeks have passed since Anon encountered his strawberry thief. He told other ponies of his encounter with the bat pony mare, to which many sighed and shrugged, simply saying, "Yeah, that's Strawberry. She usually comes out around this season. She's more vicious than the occasional fruit bats we get." With the new knowledge, he now made doubly sure that his remaining strawberry reserves were well hidden and locked away until they were ready. He also made sure to have his windows locked to prevent any other unwanted intruders. And with summer coming on the horizon, it was getting time for the next crop of fruits to be ready. Things like bananas, blueberries, watermelon, peaches, blackberries, and mangoes. Mangoes weren't Anon's least favourite fruit. He liked them, just not as much as strawberries. He also didn't make much with them, but was interested in trying some new recipes, especially since Mrs. Cake had offered to help make a mango cheesecake. So a change of pace would be nice. Grabbing a basket, Anon made his way out to the marketplace. It was bustling as usual and vibrant with some early crops of vegetables and fruits. He looked around the market and chatted with most of the ponies. When coming across the mango stand, he picked up a few, weighing them against each other. Most of the mangoes were still green, meaning they weren't quite ready. But that was okay, because once they were ready, which would be in a few days from lighter spots appearing on some, they would be refrigerated or frozen at the peak of ripeness for later consumption. So he filled his basket, paid for the fruit, and made his way home. But this time he stayed vigilant so as not to be ambushed by any other fruit-obsessed ponies. Practically smuggling his unripe treasure home, Anon quickly went inside and locked his door. He put the mango in a woven hanging fruit basket. Hopefully I'll have better luck with the mangoes. I'll tell Mrs. Cake that these mangoes will take a few days to be ready, and in the meantime I'll get cracking on my homemade cream cheese. I'm a little shocked ponies haven't had cheesecake before, let alone cream cheese on bread. Anon softly chuckled. He went to dig around through his recipe books and found what he was looking for. Here we are, but I'm almost out of vegetable rennet, so I'll have to make that before anything. I'll also be stopping by Manhattan. Oh wait, Mainhattan. The local milk mare shop should be open. I hear her milk is pretty high quality. Three days have passed since Anon began his preparations. Some of the mangoes have become decently ripe to be snacked on, and since only a few mangoes are needed for the recipe, eating just one or two wouldn't hurt. Think I'll have one sliced up thin with some tea. He opened the door to his home and felt off. Everything seemed in place, but something felt disturbed. Checking his living room first, he saw nothing. Entering his kitchen, he let out a startled shriek. Standing in front of his counter was yet another bat pony mare. She had a grey coat with light and dark blue hair and dark wings like her mane. Not this again. Anon mumbled and walked over. The pony didn't give much response to his presence. She was just standing there. When he got to a spot where he could see her face, he saw she was drooling and staring. Following her gaze, he saw she was staring at the mangoes. He had put a glass cover over them as an extra precaution while she was out. He saw she was staring at the mangoes. He had put a glass cover over them as an extra precaution while he was out. And judging by the slight scuff of imprints, it seems the mare's hooves couldn't get a good grip to take the cover off. So, she could only stare at an unattainable prize. "Can I help you?" Anon asked. The mare kept her eyes fixed on the glass.
"Mangoes,"
she mumbled. Anon looked from the mare to the mangoes, a few of which were ripe enough then back to the mare. "Do you want one?" This made the mare snap to attention. Her mango-coloured eyes were dilated so widely, and she looked like she was on a special trip. Shrugging, Anon picked 2 mangoes and covered the rest. He proceeded to peel and slice one when he heard a sharp hiss and munching. Anon looked down to see the grey mare munching on the unpeeled mango like it was her first meal in days, and awe as the mare devoured the mango and spit out a clean seed. She then let out a loud burp and stared at him. Anon stared back at her and let out an awkward chuckle. "You were pretty hungry, huh?"
I like mangoes.
the mare said, eyes returning to normal. "I can tell."
Can I have more mango? Please?
She stared like she was looking into his soul. It wasn't uncomfortable but was a bit unnerving. Anon, not one to deny a polite guest, requested his own mango to her. This time she ate in a calmer manner. "What's your name?"
Ekko.
"Well, Ekko, while I'm a bit perturbed as to how you got into my home, if you come back in a few days, I'll have a more delicious way to eat mangoes." Ekko's eyes glistened with piqued curiosity and her tail wagged happily.
I won't have to come through your window again for this. Will I?
The Anon gave pause. "The window?" He locked all his windows before he goes out. "What window?"
No one upstairs.
Anon quickly went upstairs and found his bedroom window had scuffed hoof prints on it and was slightly cracked open. Not enough to be noticeable, but also not enough to cover up the break-in. Anon sighed heavily and pinched the spot between his eyes. So that explains how she got in. But at least she's more polite. He chuckled softly. Twilight Tries to Have a Good Time by Local Medic Main. It's a beautiful day out. Birds sing in the distance, waves gently crash against the shore. A wonderful day to be out in the ocean. It's nice to relax with all her friends after all the friendship quests they've been through and the ludicrous work of managing a whole school. Twilight opens her eyes, spotting Pinkie, Applejack and Rainbow Dash playing goofball in the water. Applejack and Rainbow start glaring intensely at Pinkie because she won almost at least 50 times while they hadn't even won once. They tackled her, but Pinkie slipped away easily and started running away as her 2 furious friends gave chase. Twilight let out a light-hearted snicker at her friend's shenanigans. Twilight's eyes move from the water and goes up at the shore and sees Rarity and Fluttershy chatting their day away while sunbathing under the sun, occasionally letting loose small bursts of laughter. She looks to their left, spotting the 3 little fillies that plead to them until their sisters brought them along. Twilight rolls her eyes as the thought passes through their head. She sees that they are building a large sandcastle. Sweetie Belle was shaping the castle with her magic. Scootaloo was bringing buckets of water from the sea to harden the sand, while Apple Bloom was doing her best decorating it. Twilight smiled at the 3 fillies working together. Twilight looks up at Celestia's sun up in the sky, letting loose a sigh, and then she closes her eyes, focusing on the relaxing feeling of her floatable ring bobbing up and down as waves roll by. Twilight wakes from her almost trance-like state after hearing something odd, a ukulele being played. While that in itself is not weird, especially at the beach, what is weird, however, is the fact that it seems to be coming from under the water. "What the hey?" Twilight muttered to herself after hearing the strange ukulele. Twilight opens her eyes, looking into the water, trying to determine where the sound is coming from. Twilight then notices a large, dark mass rapidly moving up from under the water. Twilight is frozen, both confusion and curiosity at what it could be. The large, dark mass submerges beside her, covering her in water, blinding her temporarily. While she is blinded, she hears a male voice singing beside her.
I conquered the pesky shark, the one haunting all my dreams. I watched the light leave his eyes, all while his parents scream.
After Twilight recovers from her temporary blindness and looks up to see what's beside her, her eyes go wide as she takes in the strange view of Anon on top of a dead shark playing a ukulele while wearing a necklace of shark teeth. Anon? Why are you on top of a shark playing a ukulele while singing? Twilight looked at Anon, surprised at the fact he managed to kill a shark and was singing a song about it. Anon completely ignored Twilight and continued singing on top of his dead mount.
Now look at the world around me, the water is safe at last. Now I'm the one who's in charge, the fish about to be taxed.
Anon says the last part with a crazed look, staring right into Twilight's soul, boring right into it. She can feel her fight or flight reflexes kick in under the pressure. Anon, don't look at me like that, you're creeping me out. Twilight backs away from Anon slowly. Anon's face visibly relaxes before continuing with his, as much as Twilight hates to admit it, nice song.
Under the sea, hey, under the sea, under the sea, at the beautiful sunny shore in the light sea, baby I'm free.
As Anon sang, Twilight could swear on Celestia's large bubble butt that she could hear ethereal voices singing alongside Anon. Anon, what did you do? Twilight asks him in fear as the ethereal voices sound more and more like him blending together as he sings. Anon disregards Twilight's comments and continued to sing without pause with his ever cheerful voice.
Spending the entire day on my prey, staring at this stupid shark's face. Now I'm just vibing, full time for chillin'.
Anon looked right at Shark's still dead face before folding his leg up, closing his eyes and resting his back against the shark's fin. Twilight honestly didn't know what to say or do as Anon continued to strum his ukulele, taking a small break from singing. Twilight looks at the shark's dead expressions and sees that all his teeth have been ripped out and is now hung around Anon's neck. Twilight takes a deep breath in and out, trying not to panic as the shark's blood pools on top of the water. Anon, how did you... Twilight is interrupted as Anon starts singing again.
I brought peace, freedom, justice, and security to my new empire.
Anon finally stops strumming his ukulele, putting it at his side, finally finishing his song. Once he's done putting the ukulele, he looks at Twilight. You were asking? Anon smiled at Twilight smugly. One of Twilight's eyes twitches as strands from her hair start going into random directions, while Twilight's ears also start turning red as smoke bellowed from them. She takes a long, deep breath in and out, repeating the process 5 times until her ears are no longer steaming like a kettle. She looks at Anon. How did you kill that shark, Anon? And don't make up anything or I'll show you what my horn can be used for aside from magic, Twilight says in a warning tone. Anon lets loose a low whistle. Kinky, aren't you? But sure, I'll tell you how. Anon grabs a small knife from his pocket, throwing it hilt first at Twilight. I stabbed that shark to death, Anon said, as he leaned back, putting one hand behind his head and inspecting the other hand's nails. Twilight deadpanned at him for a few minutes before picking him up with her magic, then teleporting him and his ukulele to the castle. Twilight then vaporized the dead shark's body. She sank into her floatable ring and fell into a deep sleep, already tired from having to deal with Anon. Anon is teleported to the castle, falling bum first on the floor. Oh! I think I fell on my balls! Anon said before his ukulele fell on his head, breaking and knocking him out for the foreseeable few hours. A tired Starlight sits by a nearby table, watching Anon's now unconscious body, occasionally taking a sip from her coffee. I don't get paid enough to babysit an entire school, let alone a man-child, Starlight said to no one in particular before slamming her head on the table. How to Beat Your Cheating Unicorn by The Pinked Wonder. It was do or die. I had to summon all my gentleness. The Jenga tower was poised to collapse and blow raspberries at me again. However, history wasn't going to repeat itself this time. No way was I losing to Starlight 4 times in a row. 2 losses in a row I can stomach, and 3 were embarrassing enough. But me, Eric, Buggy, Reed, suffering 4 straight losses? Nope, nay, negative, not a chance. Insert any other synonym for no. It was even worse how Starry wore such a smug smile on her face, lying on her stomach, and on the other side of the stack, one more reason for that mare to go down. It would smack that smirk off her face. Finally, I started to push a block out of the tower, bit by bit, willing my hand to stay firm and steady. With how several floors only had 1 block left, even the slightest goof up would end in a 4th, painful defeat. Got it halfway out. So far, so good. Come on, tower. Stand strong for daddy. Just an inch left to go. And there, slid my block fully out without causing an avalanche. Blew a big old sigh of defeat-defying relief. Still, it wasn't over yet. I had to place it on top of the tower with that destruction kneeling over. If I choked, there would be 1 gleeful pony and 1 sore human here in Twilight's library. Half inch by half inch, I lowered my hand and laid my block as lightly as possible on the highest block available. Stay! Stay! Yes! Set it without a collapse! Actually, there was a collapse. A glorious one of my favourite unicorn's smirk. Ha! Who's the man? As soon as the words flew from my mouth, Starlight's eyelashes reminded me that she isn't even male, and I'm Equestria's only man anyway. Before you become Snarklight, don't answer that. Point is, I didn't lose. Or, I was sure it was going to fall. I straightened my hat. I must have dove deep in the zone for me not to notice it had shifted on my head. Well, you were wrong, but I have good news. What? I pointed to the stack. It felt like it was battling its non-existent teeth and nails to remain standing. That thing has to be at its limit. At this point, just blowing over it might knock it over. How is that good news for me? It's my turn. I never said it was good news for you. Okay, that was clever. She leaned closer and stared at the snack. There's gotta be something I can do. I can feel it. Stare all day if you want. It'll just delay my W and your L. The imminent loser continued her examinations from one angle after another, even walking around the tower in circles in the process. She stopped walking and a sly smile curled on her face. What was going on in that head of hers this time? Hold on to your victory speech, because there is a move I can make. Doubt it, just accept your L so we can play again and I shoot for a 2-game winning streak. Oh really? Her smile grew wider and slyer. Would you like to bet 20 bits that I can't? Of all the bets Starlight had ever proposed for us, this would be the easiest to win yet. Props to the mare putting her bits where her mouth is. But she might as well have just given them to me on a literal silver platter. Why not? I can use more bits, so I'll take that bet. Good. Starlight's horn glowed. All the blocks lit in turquoise magic, A block, the last one on its floor, slid out and floated onto the top. The stack was now in two halves, yet it didn't fall due to being held up by magic. That big cheater! It looks like the start of your winning streak will have to wait, Buggy. Sorry/not sorry. Hey, that's cheating! What? Cheating? Whatever do you mean? The cheater asked, trying to sound and smile innocently, and failed miserably at looking innocent. You know whatever I mean. Star cheat. Even if ponies other than unicorns rarely try to play this game for obvious reasons, there has to be a rule against this. Well, I don't know about human rules, said Jenga, but it doesn't break any equestrian rules. She floated one of the many books off a bookshelf in Twilight's library. Knowing Twi, the princess of books, she'd prefer to have more, and laid it out in front of me. I skimmed through the book, yet found jack about unicorns and alicorns being forbidden from supporting Jenga towers with magic. Then again, it was fishy that Starlight already knew that rulebook's exact location. Could this have been set up before Hoop? See? Okay, no rule says unicorns can't do that, but how do I know you didn't cast some spell to rewrite this book earlier? Would I be devious enough to do that? Starlight's fake, innocent smiles might suck, but they at least look cute. Yes, you're Starlight Glimmer. Touché. But I won our bet. Starlight levitated herself over to me and petted me on my head with a hoop. She loves doing that any time she owns me. Then expectantly hung the same head-petting hoop outstretched in front of me. My bits, please. Yeah, I'll fork over your stinking bits late. Wait, I have an idea. What is it? I bet you 40 bits that I can win. Her eyes widened. A little surprised my bet offer didn't shock her into falling. But nope, Starry managed to keep herself airborne. What? How? You know I would let go as soon as you try to move a block and make you lose, right? Then I guess you missed a move open to me. I pulled out my own sly smirk. Or are you scared I might pull off the W despite you bending rules? No, if you really want to lose more bits, I won't talk you out of it. Then it's a bet? She nodded. It's a bet. Perfect. Now that she took the bait, I tapped her horn. It stopped glowing and both Starlight and the Jenga tower hit the floor. The former grunted on impact and blocks from the latter shattered every which way. Never loved it more that a unicorn's magic can be cancelled by tapping their horn, including a certain cheating unicorn I'm castle mates with. Since I technically didn't say it was my turn, I believe the L belongs to you, Starry. Hold it high. But that's not fair. I would joke about how you can't talk, but there's something more important for me to do and say. I leaned down to the outwitted cheater and petted her head, then stretched out my hand in front of her. My bits, please. I might have gotten the sweet last laugh on her that time, but our shenanigans brought back warm memories of my two big sisters and my shenanigans from my old world, especially Erica's. Erica and I in particular always tried to one-up each other any chance we got, whether during competitions, playing baseball, or whatever. It was fun recreating that in Equestria, sometimes with an equestrian big sister. Besides, it's not like I can go back to that world, so this was the best I had. George Bush Invades Equestria by Crass McWriter. I don't think I can get in trouble for bashing an ex-president. The world was watching as President George Bush declared that America would be invading Equestria on suspicions of harbouring and developing large quantities of WCs, or weaponized cuteness. The declaration was in response to when earlier this year, when a pony named Fluttershy cried on national television and shared pictures of her as a filly. Thousands of hearts gave out as the door factor A measurement of cuteness surpassed the lethality level and soared well into the 9,000s.
My fellow Americans, 2 months ago our neighboring nation of
Equestria
demonstrated that they have and are willing to deploy weaponized
cuteness,
resulting in the largest loss of American life in recorded history. We have tried contacting their heads of state on this matter to no avail. We will have justice. Those who lost their lives will not be in vain.
Princess Celestia, what are your thoughts on the America's invasion to find and eliminate any and all cuteness weapon systems? Weaponized cuteness, surely you jest. What about the thousands of heart attacks when Fluttershy, a pony you are familiar with, shared pictures from her fillyhood? No comment. Get on the 50 cal, Sluder. Johnsons, you two hold that line. Where's Gerber? He's dead, Sergeant. Dead? The fuck happened? A cult asked him if he wanted a lollipop. Sweet fucking Jesus. He was dressed as a pirate and a British accent and everything. Mother of God. Where's my damn machine gun? Sluder, what in the fuck? I can't pull the trigger. It's too damn cute. Fuck! We lost Sluder. They're wearing socks. Avert your eyes. The initial force took heavy casualties today as they dropped into a school for young fillies and colts. The few survivors have been diagnosed with diabetes and sent home. Sir, what was it like on the initial push? There were socks everywhere, fillies preening, playing tag. It was too adorable. Tragic. In related news, the Armed Forces is changing the criteria taught in training to help boost tolerance to high DOOR levels. Alright Joes, today you're going to look at pictures of little fillies wearing socks preening each other. We have medics on standby with insulin and a defibrillator just in case. You lot are going to watch videos of progressively cute things, staring at a mother cat taking care of her newborn kittens, and moving up to a picture of Princess Luna as a foal with a sock on her head. As you can see, the training is grueling, but nonetheless necessary if there is to be any hope of removing the cute weapons from Equestria.
Thank you. Thank you all so very much. Admiral Caith, Captain Pickard, officers and sailors of the U.S. Abraham Lincoln Vampire Slayer, my fellow Americans, major combat operations in Iraq have ended the Battle of
Equestria.
The United States and our allies have prevailed, and now our coalition is engaged in securing that country. In this battle, we have fought for the cause of hemorrhagers and for the diabetics of the world. Our nation and our coalition are proud of this accomplishment. Yet it is you, the members of the United States military, who achieved it. Your courage, your willingness to face diabetes-inducing endurableness for your country and for each other made this day possible. Operation Princess
Luna
was carried out with a combination of precision and speed and boldness the enemy did not expect and the world had not seen before. Marines and soldiers charged to
Equestria
across 200 meters of hostile ground into a land where the dollar factor soars well above the healthy rate. You have shown the world the skill and the might of the American Armed Forces. No one may go get a
cheeseburger.
You're all dismissed or whatever.
This just in. Our president is an idiot. The conflict in Equestria came to an end today when President Bush and Princess Celestia signed a treaty to avoid the release of a collection of photo albums portraying the youths of Equestria. Sources say it contains pictures of preening, nomming, playing with beach balls, and hugging clouds amongst other things. The negotiation originally just called for a ceasefire, but President Bush offered Hawaii to them in exchange for a pony-back ride on Rainbow Dash. Celestia declined the offer. However, Rainbow Dash drew up a personal agreement with the president and is now Queen Awesome of super cool and totally radical islands, formerly Hawaii. The despondent refugees are now stinking up Mexico and Southern California. The agreement reached limits any individual pony's door factor may not exceed that of a fluffy kitten attacking a laser pointer. In return, America would make a vegetarian bacon that tastes like actual bacon and that Daniel Tosh is no longer classified as a comedian. There is much celebration in the streets because people love having a reason to drink. It makes them feel like they aren't alcoholics. Let's ask a passerby what he thinks. Sir, what are your opinions on the end of the war? Holy shit, I'm on TV, yo! Man, I think it's like cool and shit that the war ended, dog. Well, there you have it. The war lasted 3 weeks, claiming 693 US soldiers and Marines. There will be a memorial erected next month in memory of those lost. We will remember their sacrifice for freedom, justice, liberty, and vegetarian bacon. Author's notes. This is without doubt the single most ridiculous idea I have ever had in my entire life, yet acted upon it. Fun fact, George Bush's second speech is a modified version of the actual mission accomplished speech. Funner fact, the Iraq War ended 9 years after and pertains most of the casualties. I am an infantryman in the US Army. No one refuses me a more Cadenza. By Zamariak. No one refuses me a more Cadenza. It was a little after sunrise, and in a conveniently abandoned room, a room that used to be mine and Shining's before I divorced his anti-snuggling behind, there was a very stubborn, yet undeniably attractive human tied up on a bed. An undeniably attractive, naked human tied up on a bed. He was so stubborn, but now his time is up. He's mine. It had been a little over a year since we first met, and a little under 4 months since I'd divorced Shining Armor. Turns out that my dream of a perfect prince had been just that, a dream. It was fantastic when we had married a few years ago, but as time went on, I had quickly realised that Shining was not the perfect stallion I'd fallen in love with. For not a mere 2 years after we married, he actually stopped accepting my snuggles. And when he stopped accepting them, my love for him quickly began to wane. I am the princess of love. Snuggles are as necessary to me as breathing. But then I met Adam, a brave man that had survived outside of the Crystal Kingdom for a fortnight, in the cold without any warmth and barely any sustenance. Shining had left me long before the time I met him, so after meeting and taking him into my castle, it was with no shame that I began to nurse him back to health. We became good friends quickly, as did he and both my aunts, though Twilight has yet to show any emotion towards him but disdain. Then again, she's yet to look at me with anything but disdain too, so maybe it's just what her face looks like nowadays. Adam said it looked like a smacked ass, which, while funny, deserves some punishment. So I smacked his ass like he was a naughty colt. He enjoyed it, whether he wanted to admit it or not. Celestia's teats. Even I enjoy a bit of spanking every now and then. Perhaps going so long without any snuggles wasn't the best of ideas. Sure, I didn't want to snuggle a stranger, but times can get pretty desperate when I go into withdrawal. So after a few failed attempts, I asked Adam if we could snuggle. But he refused, firmly. Shining had refused. That cross-dresser in bar 69 had refused. And even Dusty, my close and personal servant, had refused. But oh no, there was no way in Tartarus I was going to let my best friend refuse. He had not accepted a single snuggle from any pony, not a one. So after a few hours of intense thought, I came to a very clear conclusion. Adam needed to be snuggled, whether he liked it or not. Thus why my dear friend was currently tied up stark naked to a bed, and by the looks of things he was just about to awaken. It was time. I watched with savage glee as Adam opened his eyes, blearily blinking in an attempt to rid them of sleep. Where am I? He croaked, looking around the room. I let out a very light cough to draw his attention, and draw it I did, as his eyes, filled with fear, quickly snapped onto me. Hello, my sweet Adam, I crooned lovingly. How was your nap? Cadence? He stammered. What's going on? Why am I tied up to this bed? Naked. I ignored his cute little questions and instead began to make my way over, running my hooves along his left leg as I did so. Do you want to know something, Adam? I asked sultrily. He looked at me warily, but nodded, and thus I cleared my throat and began to explain away. I've recently come to a very startling conclusion. My scrumptious-looking friend, you have been without any personal contact since the moment you arrived, and I have been without any personal contact since well before that. And upon realizing this, I came to a very cuddly solution. Without any warning, I fluttered off the ground and on top of my delightfully smooth friend. Friend. Not for much longer. I continued, am going to snuggle you like you have never been snuggled before. And you, my beautiful friend, are going to lie back, relax, and enjoy every snuggly moment of it. What? He sputtered. Cadence, no! I don't want to be snuggled. And if you were my friend, then you'd accept my decision. I grinned. I giggled. But that's where your argument falters, for I am not your friend. Not anymore. Now, I am more than that. And by more than that, I mean your snuggling buddy. And by your snuggling buddy, I mean the one and only mare you are ever going to give every ounce of your love and tenderness to for the rest of our lives, understand? He blinked, slowly. I need an adult, he whimpered. I am one, I countered. Now, let the snuggling begin. I wrapped my hooves around the back of his neck, pressed our lips together, and began to snuggle him senseless. No! Actually, this feels quite pleasant. 5 hours of snuggly goodness later. Adam, now untied, was breathing heavily as he looked up at the ceiling, his body tied, bruised, and thoroughly snuggled. As for myself, I too was completely satisfied. My wanton craving for snuggles was finally quenched, thus saving the very spirit of what could have been an innocent soul. Of course, Adam was innocent too, but the snuggles cried out for him, and so snuggle him I did. I am both really aroused and utterly confused, he spoke up suddenly, turning to face me. I thought we were going to have sex, not snuggle the breath out of each other for 5 odd hours. Sex? I asked curiously, putting a hoof to my muzzle in contemplation. Oh, so that's why you were so stubborn. Well, yeah, he chuckled, brushing his forehead lightly as he breathed a sigh of relief. Guess I had nothing to be worried about after all. The snuggling was quite nice, and I'm glad you stripped me for it. Fur on skin is a nice sensation. Though the kissing was unexpected. I guess you like me, huh? Quite so, I giggled. Perhaps we could go out and watch a movie later. Are you asking me on a date? Me and more Cadenza? Maybe, I drawled slyly. Then sure thing, I'd like that. The next few minutes were spent in comfortable silence, broken only by the occasional nuzzle and kiss I gave him. Adam? Yeah? Have you ever heard of a struggle snuggle?
Holding your breath still, you jump the fire. We'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. You see me fly, the way I put my finger on it. You see me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. You see me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. You see me fly, the way I put my finger on it. You see me fly.
I am human, and that's all I want to be. By Lord Octavian Stark, who is not a brony. There you stand, chains and all. You walk down one of the many corridors of the Canterlot Castle. You are worried. In the 5 years you have been in Equestria, you've only been in chains twice. Now today marks the third. You are trying to think of any reason to why you were arrested, but your mind draws blank after blank. You are so deep in concentration that you don't see the wall you walked into. It bloodens your nose, but other than that you are fine. The guards then push you in the right direction, rather forcefully you note. Whenever you try to make eye contact with the guards, they turn away. What can I expect? I've been here years and never once has any pony treated me with respect other than the princesses. You soon find your bearings. The corridor in which you walk within is the one that leads to the throne room. Maybe this is just an audience. No, I've been here plenty of times, and the last time I was here in chains was... What? 4 years ago? You think to yourself as the door begins to open. Inside stands Celestia, Luna, Cadence, Twilight, Rarity, Applejack, Fluttershy, Rainbow Dash, and Pinkie Pie. They are your only friends in this world. You smile at them, but then you remember your current situation. You glance over all of them. Most stare back, but Luna, your greatest friend and companion, turns away to break eye contact. Just like the guards. This worries you deeply. You then turn to Celestia as she rises from her throne, her white fur glistening from the sun's rays, and her ethereal mane still flowing in the non-existent breeze. Hello, Anon. I am deeply sorry about the restraints, but they are just a precaution, she spoke. A precaution? What would warrant such a thing? You spoke. Your voice sounded of both anger and concern. You deepen your gaze at the rest of the group. Celestia, you've known me years. Have I ever once proven to be a danger in situations that were not self-defense? No, Anon. You cut her sentence short. Then why the chains? I am not an animal. I am a human being! You shouted. Almost everyone in the room retracted due to the outburst, all but Celestia, who remained her stoic look. Since you have lived here, Anon, you have been subject to ridicule and disdain. I would like to think that pony kind is above that, But sadly, we are not. I want to protect you, Anon. I don't want you to spend the remainder of your life cooped up in here. But if I were to let you out, the world would know of your existence. Countries would do their best to capture you for the information you possess. Then, when that is done, you will most likely be experimented on until death. I refused to let that happen, so I had Princess Twilight develop a spell. Her voice calms your anger. You begin to feel at ease. What is this spell? You ask, your voice clear of all anger and distraught. Twilight steps forward. She prepares to speak, but was prevented to by Celestia. In order to protect you from the world, Twilight has developed a spell that will allow you to become a member of pony kind, she says. You are concerned by her hesitation in wording. She acts as if the spell will kill me. What? I'll be able to turn into a pony whenever I want? You ask. Concern lurks in your voice. No, Anon, the spell is permanent. It will wipe all humanity from you, Celestia says. The guards that step closer to you, as if they assumed you were going to retaliate at the words. But you didn't retaliate. Instead, you stood there, unable to process the words Celestia had just spoken moments ago. She was going to rid you of all and any humanity, the species you were so proud of, the species that since the day you were born you were told was the greatest to ever exist. You dropped to your knees, unable to talk or think. The guards on your side began to grab your chains to hold you in place. You glanced to Luna with eyes that had just lost all will to live. When you make eye contact with Luna, you can see in her eyes the sadness that this has caused her. The rest of the group looks away in shame. Celestia began to walk down the stairs that led to the thrones of the royal sisters. Luna never moved from her spot. Instead, she just stared at her hooves. When Celestia was almost upon you, you panicked. You flailed and thrashed your body around, hoping that Celestia would change your mind. She stopped when she was no more than 2 feet away. She began to tilt her horn down. That's when you reacted. You did a violent jerk of your body, freeing you from the grip of the guard on your left. You flung yourself behind the guard that still had your chain in his mouth. You grabbed the dagger the guard possessed and pointed it to his throat. Unlock the chains, you said in monotoned voice. Celestia stood unfaltering. I said, unlock the chains. You pressed the blade harder against the neck of the guard, causing a small trail of blood to leak. Celestia complied with a small nod as one of the many guards in the room began to unlock your cuffs. Once free, you stood up, still keeping an arm around the guard's throat and the dagger to his neck. When I leave this room, I want you to close the door and lock it, understood? Celestia once again only nodded in response. When you left the throne room, you waited until the doors began to close. When they shut fully, you shook the pommel of the dagger and struck it over the guard's head, successfully knocking him unconscious. You then turned in some random direction and ran. Your head start didn't do much as Rainbow Dash was hot on your tail. Every turn you made only brought you a small amount of time before the Cyan Pegasus was upon you again. As you continued to run, you began hearing the sound of beating hooves against the marble surface. Your mind began to fear the worst after your last turn led you to the dead end. You turned to face your followers. It was the elements, Celestia and her contingent of guards. You noted that Luna was absent from the party. You continued to back up until you reached the balcony. You glanced behind you to see the 14-story drop. You turned back to the growing group of ponies. Then you repeated, each time taking the fall as a better end than being a horse. You climb over the rails, but making sure you are well balanced and grounded. Stay back! I'll jump! I swear I will! Your body begging your mind to reconsider the idea as your legs become shaky. Celestia began to speak once more. Why? Is it truly worth it? She sounded hurt, as if you had broke her heart. Why? You asked, contemplating the meaning to the question yourself. because this is my life and I only get one. Let me have my life. Celestia, for the first time in a very long time, was taken aback. This is for your own good. I cannot. You cut her short once more. Then allow this to be the last choice I make. You then let go of the railing. The fall scene prolongs. Maybe you had misjudged the height. You turn to see Rainbow Dash on your side. She tries to grab you, but you push her away. She stared at you and said something. You couldn't hear her due to the wind. But you can only assume it was along the line of, why? Because I am human, and that's all I want to be. She followed you down until veering off at the last second. Earth Ponies Smell Like Rotten Sardines by Melody Stormrunner. I can't believe I let you girls talk me into this, Anon said with a frown. Come on, Anon, Sunny pleaded. You have to do it. The 3 pony races are nearly at war over this. Friendship and harmony in all of Equestria is falling apart because of this. You are the only one who can put an end to this question once and for all. It just seems weird, and more than a little creepy. Zip snorted. You let my sister sit on your face and you think this is weird and creepy? Zip! Sunny and Pip said at the same time. Both cast a glare at the Pegasus. Anon could only guess his own glare at Zip was just as intense. Sunny sighed and turned her attention back to Anon. Look, all you have to do is smell me and let me know if I really do smell like rotten sardines or not. I thought Izzy already settled that question and said you didn't. But they all think Izzy is biased because she's my friend. You're the only unbiased human in all of Equestria. We need your unbiased opinion. I'm your friend too, but I'm not going to sniff your ass if that's what you want. You don't have to sniff my ass, Sunny said, rolling her eyes. All you have to do is smell my neck or something. Fine. I'm still not sure how I let you talk me into this, but I'll do it to save Equestria from total war. With a deep breath, he put his nose close to Sunny's neck and inhaled, then pulled back. You do not smell like rotten sardines. Are you happy now? Unfair, Zip shouted. I mean, I know Sunny used to be an earth pony, but she's an alicorn now. Of course she wouldn't smell like rotten sardines anymore. Go smell Hitch. Oh, no, Hitch said, taking a couple of steps backwards. Like Anon said, it's weird and more than a little bit creepy. Come on, Hitch, it's for the good of Equestria, Sunny said. Hitch looked around. All of the mares were staring at him now. Ugh, fine, just make it quick. With a heavy sigh, Anon walked over to Hitch. The stallion winced as if the hero were holding a whip or something. Hitch closed his eyes as Anon leaned in towards his neck and once again inhaled deeply. Pulling away, he looked at the mares. Hitch doesn't smell like rotten sardines either. Are you all happy now? Can I please go back to doing just about anything other than this? Sunny suddenly produced a notebook that seemed to come from nowhere. Not quite yet. I have questions. If we don't smell like rotten sardines, what do we smell like? Strawberries? Or maybe blueberries? Or maybe roses? What does an earth pony smell like to a human? Anon's heart sped up as he got more and more nervous. Again, he could have almost believed Sunny Star Scout was Twilight Sparkle, except he knew she was not. He scratched his head and looked at the ground.
You know, I can't really think of anything to compare it to, but you definitely don't smell like rotten sardines.
Izzy jumped up and down in place. Oh, do me next! I bet I smell like crystals! For a moment, he could have sworn maybe this was Pinkie Pie, if not for the horn and the fact that Pinkie Pie would expect to smell like cupcakes or at least sugar. His original observation must be correct. This unicorn was just perpetually stoned. With his anger near a boiling point, he balled his fists and yelled, "No! I was called here to determine whether earth ponies smell like rotten sardines or not, and I did! I did my duty for Equestria. The kingdom is safe and this question will never come up again." Izzy lowered her head and ears. Immediately, he regretted the outburst. He hadn't known these ponies for long, but he had the impression that Izzy was an emotional roller coaster. He sighed as her sad puppy look made his resolve crumble. "Fine, but only for you, Izzy." The statement perked her right back up, and he leaned into her neck and sniffed. "Well, do I smell like crystals?" she said, her eyes going wide as she stared at him.
I can't really say, since I don't know what a crystal smells like."
He scratched his head nervously again.
"Well, now that you've done an alicorn, an earth pony, and a unicorn, you need to do me."
"I'm sure I smell like rainbows," Zip said. Anon sighed again, but as long as he'd gone this far, he might as well finish. There was only one more pony to smell, after all, and so he leaned towards Zip's neck and sniffed.
"Again, I can't really say, since I don't know what a rainbow smells like. Can I go now?
I mean, Equestria is saved thanks to me declaring that earth ponies don't smell like rotten sardines.
So seriously, can I go now?"
"Not yet," Pip said. "You didn't do me."
"You sat on my face, remember? I already know what you smell like."
"Well, that part of me, sure, but what about the rest of me?" Again, Anon leaned into another pony neck and took a sniff, pulling back and coughing a bit. "Again, I can't say if Pegasi smell like rainbows or not, because I don't know what a rainbow smells like. Are you happy now? I smelled all of you. I saved Equestria by declaring that earth ponies do not smell like rotten sardines. Can I go now?" "One more question." Sunny's Star Scout's horn glowed and her pen moved frantically over to her notepad. "You've told us what we don't smell like. We don't smell like rotten sardines. We don't smell like strawberries or blueberries or flowers or honey. We don't smell like crystals or rainbows. But you haven't told us what we do smell like. So what do we smell like to a human?" Anon fidgeted with his fingers, trying to come up with the perfect lie. But then he remembered the elements of harmony, the reason he tried to come to Equestria to begin with. It had always been best to tell the truth.
"Well, you all basically smell the same. You smell like horses."
"What?" All of the mares narrowed their eyes at him now. Only Hitch seemed unfazed.
All of you except for Pip, that is," Anon stammered.
"I knew it! Biased! He had sex with her!" Zip shouted. "Of course he's gonna say she smells better than us."
"Pip smells like that Papa La Pip perfume I see advertised all the time.
Whatever chemicals they use to make that stuff are nauseating and give me a headache." "What?" Pip said, narrowing her eyes. All four mares started advancing on him now, and he took a step backwards.
Remember your history, girls. I was just being honest, as Applejack said we should always do."
But the mares were unmoved and took a few more menacing steps towards him.
You all smell basically the same. That should help bring you all together, right?"
More steps towards him, more backpedaling.
"Applejack, element of honesty, you know."
He continued to backpedal. The mares continued to advance. their gazes narrowing even further. "Oh, look at the time." Anon glanced at his wrist even though he wasn't wearing a watch. "I really gotta go." And with that, he turned and ran faster than he'd ever run before. John Marston and the Unicorn. Story written by Slippin' Sweetie. Dark clouds hang over the Mexican frontier as a lone horse and rider trek across the lonely dirt roads that lay empty, barren of any living travellers or animals. What was once a quiet and comforting sight had become an uneasy and dangerous setting for a potential attack. It had only been a few days since the outbreak. It seemed to happen overnight. The disease and illness slipping under the cover of the night before overtaking his beloved son and wife. The man, scarred and grizzled, his slim and narrow face devoid of expression as he scanned the horizon, noting the large orange rocky cliffs and large storm clouds tucking the sun away from view. The cowboy sighed as he took off his leather hat and fanned himself with it. The humidity was starting to soak his shirt, the smell of sweat and dirt permeating through the air before the sickening scent of decay and blood filled the man's nostrils. Suddenly a sharp whinny escaped his stallion as a strained groan broke the uneasy silence as a pair of decaying hands suddenly grasped John's hip and threw him off his horse. The man shouted as he was thrown to the ground, looking up to see a half-rotted corpse standing over John, with his back hunched over the left side of his rib cage exposed, his hair and nails overgrown and unkempt, blood, mucus and pus oozing from his mouth and yellow eyes. The beast grunted and screeched as the hell spawn swayed wildly up and down before attempting to pounce on John. The cowboy quickly drew his revolver and placed a bullet right between the creature's eyes. The heavy, dull sound of the monster's body hitting the ground as John slowly climbed to his feet, seeing that his stallion had run off without him after being spooked. Slipping his fingers in his mouth, he whistled before calling out to the empty badlands around him. "Horse! Come here, boy!" called John. A minute passed as John examined the landscape, combing through the cacti and shrubbery for his horse. A dull anger and frustration bloomed as he sighed. "God damn it," grumbled John. A crack of thunder boomed as lightning crackled across the empty sky before thick, heavy droplets of water began falling on the earth below. John grunted as he began walking the road ahead of him. A sour expression pinned his face as the rain came pouring down. Hours passed, and the rain had finally let up as the orangish hue of the setting sun slipped through the storm clouds. John was soaked. His jean jacket, shirt, jeans and hair were doused in the rain, covering John in a pound of water and the sticky humidity that came with it. John quietly pondered when he'd get to the nearest functioning town. He was fortunate to not encounter any hordes of the undead or opportunistic bandits stalking the countryside. Thankful for any ammunition not spent on a man already past tense. John wondered if there was any irony in killing a man twice, but reasoned that irony was beneath him in a state like this. There was only so much humour in a situation, and chewing the bit about it only seemed to tempt fate, and the last thing Mr. Marston needed was to tempt his future and fate any more than he already had. His train of thought was interrupted by a shrill scream coming from the left, off the side of the road, quickly snapping his attention to the small group of undead monsters chasing something. John couldn't quite make out what it was from the mass of bodies surrounding it and chasing it around, but he quickly grabbed his repeater from his back, racking the lever before shouldering the weapon as he narrowed his good eye down the barrel and iron sights. "Wonder if I had killed any of you before," muttered John as he squeezed the trigger of the weapon, a loud crackling through the air as the gunslinger racked the repeater's lever and fired again. The bullet struck the skull of one of the demons before firing again 3 more times. John exhaled as he relaxed, slowly lowering his repeater as he looked across the road to see the carnage, looking for any human remains or someone left standing. John cocked a brow at the sight of a purple mare cowering over the mass of corpses that surrounded her. Stepping off the main road before trekking across the wilderness to meet the creature he spared from being eaten, curious to see the pony's purple coat and branded mark on its flank, John mused as he slipped the repeater over his back and placed his hands on his gun belt and hips as he approached the creature. "Well, it ain't every day you see a purple horse. I'm a unicorn and a pony," replied the purple pony as she panted heavily, looking up at the human with fear and confusion. "You're not going to try and eat me, are you?" "Not until you're properly prepared and seasoned," replied John. What? cried the pony. "I'm joking. So, unicorns are real? I suppose I owe Jack an apology," replied John as he rubbed his chin and stubble before spitting a wad of mucus beside him. Pony winced at the man spitting in front of her and she gave a bewildered expression. "What do you mean, real? Who's Jack? Who are you? And what's going on?" cried the pony. John looked around to see if any living soul was near, feeling unsure of his own sanity as he started talking to the horse. My name's John Marsden, and I've been trying to figure this out myself. Do you have any idea where the nearest town is?" "I don't rightly know where I am or where anything is. I just remember trying to enter the magic mirror and cast a spell and..." John cleared his throat. "Let's start with your name and where you came from," he said as he prevented himself from being any more confused than he already was. The pony trotted awkwardly in place as she glanced around the bodies around her. "Can we, walk and talk?" "Sure," replied John. "Not like I have anything better to do as of now." The mare quickly joined the man as they walked back to the road and then began travelling down it together. "You asked for my name? It's, Twilight Sparkle," said Twilight. John glanced down at Twilight, his expression muted and reserved, but his eyes revealing a curiosity and uneasiness towards the pony. "That's certainly a name. And I'm from Equestria. Have you heard of it?" "No." Twilight bit her lip as she winced, slowly looking up at the human. "Is there magic here?" "Probably. Maybe. I'm not too sure, but given how strange everything up until now has been, I wouldn't take magic out of the question," answered John. "What about the magic of friendship?" inquired Twilight. "I wouldn't know too much about that. I'm not the best person to talk about when it comes to making friends," chuckled John. "What happens now?" asked Twilight. John shrugged.
I reckon we'll go into town and part ways then. That is, if the next town isn't overrun with those blood-sucking monsters. You're free to do as you please. I've got my own list of problems to deal with. How are you so calm and accepting about all of this? You're not my first talking animal, surprisingly enough. You're only a fraction of the peculiarities and horrors I've seen, answered John. And, well, I'm not accepting of any of this. Just calm, because I have to be.
Anon Conquers Equestria by Local Medic Main.
Anon.
Anon is bored, that much is clear. He definitely tried to satisfy his boredom. He tried reading books with Twilight. He tried playing sports with AJ and RD. He tried taking care and living with a pet. He tried relaxing at the spa. But the boredom persists. Anon dumps his bored self into his bed and sighs. He is so bored, and Equestria doesn't exactly have any social media nor electronics to pass the time. Anon drags his sketchbook out, one of the few belongings that had come with him into Equestria. Anon flipped through the worn sketchbook, looking at the various sketches he had been drawing since he was a teen. Anon chuckled a little when he saw his attempt to draw a person for the first time. Eventually, after looking through the sketches, he found something that caught his attention. A drawing of 3 scouts T-posing around a cowering medic. Anon bursts out in laughter as he remembers the event going down while he was playing Team Fortress 2. Anon smiles sadly at the drawing, knowing that he will never experience anything like it again. Anon closes the sketchbook, now both sad and bored at the same time. Anon puts away the book and leans into his pillow some more. An idea pops into Anon's head. His lips curve into a sinister smirk. If Anon can't have fun in Equestria, he will make it fun. Anon knows that ponies have absolutely no idea what T-posing is. It will scare the living hell out of them, especially since the scariest story that Anon heard in Equestria was a story where a ghost ruins your main style. Anon rubs his palm together, all evil-like as he plots his villainous plan. Evil laughter echoed throughout his home. Soon ponies will see evil like no other.
Twilight.
Twilight hums her favourite little tune while she trots to her castle. Twilight is excited for a day of reading that she cleared her schedule for. She opens the door and finds that the castle is oddly quiet. Usually Spike or Starlight was always at the castle. Twilight shrugged to herself before trotting away and towards the library section of her crystal home. When Twilight arrived at the library, she finds that all the windows in the library were closed and the lights off. She raises an eyebrow at the pitch black room. She cautiously turned on the light and opened the windows with her magic. What she sees is, well, she doesn't exactly know what she is seeing. Twilight looked at her friend Anon with a cautious yet curious look. Anon appeared to be just standing in the middle of the library. His arms were spread out from his body and straightened out, level with his shoulders. Twilight is just confused. Is Anon hypnotized? Was he doing a dare? Or was he doing one of his traditions? Either way, his strange pose and emotionless expression is sent a chill up Twilight's spine. Twilight looked into Anon's emotionless eyes, her curiosity slowly diffusing into fear as her eyes kept looking into his eyes. Anon's pupils were completely fixed, just looking into Twilight's eyes. Eventually, the fear gets the better of Twilight, and she slowly backed away, keeping eye contact with the T-posing Anon. Twilight blinked, and Anon was right in front of her. She jumped backwards in surprise, landing near the wall with her back placed firmly against it. A million questions went through her mind at once. How did Anon move so fast? Is he even Anon? Is it a monster taking his form? All these questions plagued Twilight's mind, causing her to hyperventilate and her eyes to widen in fear as she kept her gaze on Anon. Twilight's fearful eyes stared at the T-posing Anon, fearful to close them again lest she allow Anon to get even closer. Twilight was quivering, but after some effort she was able to speak. Anon? Is that you? Twilight's voice was shaky and fearful, her hooves tensed and ready to flee at any time. Twilight's eyes grow even wider, and she gasps when Anon begins floating in the air, his emotionless eyes tracking Twilight effortlessly. Twilight's fear culminated into a tipping point. All common sense has left her. All her mind wants is to get away from this thing that she thought was Anon as fast as she can. Twilight looks around rapidly for an exit. She sees that the exit is behind the thing that is T-posing in the air. Twilight can feel goosebumps on her skin at the realization she will have to pass the creature before her. She takes one deep breath and books for the door. Twilight runs past the creature, but before she could make it to the exit, the door locked shut. Twilight's heart skips a beat. Twilight can feel her heart pounding as she feels a presence draw closer to her. She turns her head to her impending doom. The last thing she sees is the emotionless face of the creature staring into her eyes. Twilight's screams can be heard echoing the halls of the castle before it was cut suddenly. The castle was quiet again, as if Twilight was never there to begin with.
Celestia.
Celestia sipped her tea as she enjoyed how quiet the castle was today. It was too quiet. The occasional footsteps of maids and guards that moved past her was completely missing. Celestia looks around inquisitively, curious as to the newfound quietness of the castle. How odd. Where are all my subjects? Celestia muttered under her breath, rubbing her chin with a hoof as she pondered. It's not a holiday, and I certainly did not dismiss all the guards and maids from the castle. Celestia stood up from her chair, teleported to the guard barracks. There was no pony, just empty rows of beds and lockers. All the guards are gone. This is concerning. Celestia had a face of caution and concern as to what could have happened to all the guards, especially to have them all disappear without her noticing until they were all gone. I should alert the elements of harmony. Celestia frowned as she came to her final conclusion. She concentrated her magic once more and teleported to her chambers. The familiar scene of her room appeared before her, but something was very, very wrong. Inside the room, just before the door to the balcony, she could see Twilight's friend Anon, staring straight into her very soul. His arms were outstretched in a strange yet equally terrifying fashion. Celestia's face morphed into one of surprise as she looked on at the being that has appeared in her room. You! How did you get in here? Celestia's face, which usually adorned a warm smile, turned into a snarl as she looked at the being that has appeared in her room. Anon was silent, his eyes boring hole into Celestia with their empty, unmoving eyes. Celestia could feel shivers crawling up her back, but she holds her ground firmly and intensified her gaze upon the being before her. They both stood at a standstill. What is your purpose, friend? Celestia quipped. Celestia kept a furious and confident exterior, but in the inside, Celestia is absolutely terrified, her heart pounding faster as she kept looking into the being's empty eyes. Then she blinked. A simple snap echoed through the halls of the castle, followed by the sound of a body slumping on the floor. Then the castle was quiet, meeting the same fate as Twilight's crystalline castle.
Anon?
Anon stands menacingly upon his throne made of bones, his eyes looking down upon the peasants of his newly conquered Equestria. Anon's body slowly transfiguring itself to look more stone-like and sinister as the years pass. Many rebellions started and were crushed under his mighty gaze. Anon looks at his glorious empire and thinks, damn, Trixie has the best spells. All for a Starlight body pillow too. A bargain, I say. The end. A Terrible Crime by Bendy. Bound in chains with a black leather strap covering your mouth, you were dragged by two buff Royal Guard ponies into the throne room of Canterlot Castle. The strap was the only piece of clothing that you wore. The ponies wanted to humiliate you by putting you on trial while naked. The two guards trotted through the gathered crowd of ponies. Many a pony within the crowd openly mocked you for how small your reproductive organ was. Once they reached the outer end of the room where Princess Celestia was sitting on her massive golden throne, they unceremoniously threw you upon the floor before her. You uttered a cry in pain as you hit the hard marble floor. The ponies from behind you laughed and jeered at you, mocking you as you lay in pain before Celestia. You lay there on the floor of the throne room, groaning and moaning and pain from the hard impact. In your mind, your thought was this wasn't really a trial, but a show trial to mock you. It seemed ponies wanted to have fun with you before they sentenced you to your fate. You lay there on the floor, crying in pain. With your hands, you held onto your chest in the fetal position as you lay there in agony. You would have stayed there if you did not hear the heavy sound of clopping hooves approaching. Get onto your feet, pathetic human, or I will kill you on the spot, right here and now in front of every pony. Celestia spoke, her voice laced with malice. You uttered a muffled whimper of fear. With a painful groan, you forced yourself up onto your 2 feet. Tears were streaming down your face. A flurry of emotions ran through you as you beheld the grace of Princess Celestia standing over you, a few feet over your puny human form. You could not believe that you once found yourself attracted to her. Any and all feelings you had for her were banished. Yet in the back of your mind, the small candle of hope burned in a dark and gloomy cave. You hoped the ponies were corrupted somehow by some great evil, and that Twilight and her friends would come in here any minute now and blast everyone with the elements of harmony, and then everything will be okay again. And if you saw Rainbow Dash again, you would see her crying her eyes out over what she had done to you. If that were to happen, you would gladly kiss her and come inside her, for she would be the real Rainbow Dash, not this twisted abomination that shares her fate. You looked to the entrance of the golden door to the throne room from behind you. You prayed that Twilight and her friends would come. Please, help me, someone, you pleaded quietly to the universe, hoping someone would hear you in your time of need. You nearly jumped out of your skeleton when Celestia shouted at you, "Look at me, puny human!" You could only mumble in fear as you stood before the cruel tyrant of the sun. "Now then, let us begin," she said softly in an angelic voice. "Last month you were visited by Princess Rainbow Dash. She came into your humble home. Once inside, she showed you her magnificent backside and asked you to come inside her. And you, in your infinite wisdom, had the audacity to reject royalty. This was followed by Rainbow Dash storming out of your home in a rage.
You were then soon arrested by her guards and held in jail for the last month. Celestia flashed her horn and removed the strap covering your mouth. Speak now, human! What do you want me to say? Why? Was I supposed to just let myself get raped by her? She stormed into my home and shoved her ass in my face and demanded sex. Literally demanded it. Everyone in the room gasped in horror and jeered at you, and Celestia growled angrily as she raised her 2 front legs high into the air, before she slammed her heavy, powerful hooves down upon the marble floor with a loud bang, leaving behind a deep crack in the floor. Speak like that to me again, human, and I'll crush your skull like a pancake! In response, you could only mumble in fear, your whole body shaking erratically. Fresh tears came to fall down your cheeks. You felt truly insignificant before the mighty Alicorn goddess of the sun. You are a human being. Your place is to serve ponies, your masters. In the grand scheme of things, your species is insignificant before the glory of ponies. You are mortal. You wither and die. We are eternal, the pinnacle of evolution and existence. You stand before me as nothing but a clump of cells destined to become dust in the wind beneath the might of immortal pony hooves. You're a speciesist? You don't value my well-being, my feelings, or anything. I'm just a tool for you to use. As you said, I'm nothing but a clump of cells destined to become dust in the wind. Why should I continue to exchange words with a vile, xenophobic asshole like you? She simply laughed at you, waving her right front hoof nonchalantly. Choose your next words carefully, human, for I can wipe out your entire species in a blink of an eye. She hummed thoughtfully. Perhaps I will, but not in the conventional sense. No, I want to see the light leave your eyes as me and my little ponies convert you into your betters. I want to see the new pony versions of you smile at me and thank me for ridding you of your vile human nature. You trembled in fear at her words. You can't be serious. You can't just commit genocide on my entire species for the crime of not coming inside Rainbow Dash? Don't you think that's a bit excessive? Do I have to remind you again that you are simply mortal, while ponies are immortal? What does that have to do with anything I said? You shouted, protesting, raising your arms in exasperation. Do you even care what I have to say? No, I don't care. You just need to know your place, puny human. And no, I don't see any other alternatives for your species. Your species are cheeky and rebellious. You do not conform to pony society. There is a sickness inside you that needs to be purified. You are, after all, nothing but warlike, polluting, savage apes that are slowly destroying themselves and their world. You are doomed regardless, even if we don't set hoof upon your world. So in a way, we will be doing you a favor. Someone will stop you. You can't do this. You can't destroy my entire species over what I've done. This isn't the real question. Ponies don't just go around murdering entire species for refusing to have sex with them. Again, human, your place is to serve ponies. Submit now. And I am willing to forgive you if you come inside Rainbow Dash. You hesitated for a moment, tears streaming down your face, before you dropped to your knees and kissed her right, golden horseshoe-covered hoof. I will. I'll do it. Just spare my species, please. Don't murder them all over me. Celestia leaned over you and nuzzled you affectionately. Good. That wasn't so bad, human, was it? Run along now. Rainbow Dash is waiting for you. Yes, thank you, Princess Celestia, you said in a low voice, trembling. You stumbled onto your feet. You looked upon Celestia with a glare of hatred. She in turn gave you an angry glare. Before she pointed her hoof to the far side of the throne room, you turned to where her hoof had pointed, and your heart sank at the sight, for you saw Rainbow Dash looking at you with sultry eyes. She was a tall and mighty princess like that of Celestia, and was only a couple of inches shorter. Just like Celestia, she too possessed a substantially large backside. You gulped and reluctantly obeyed. You slowly made your way over to Rainbow Dash. You tried to hide the burning hatred you had for her. You forced yourself a smile upon your face when you came to stand before her. Hey there, dude. I'm glad we were able to reform you. Do you want to head upstairs with me and then come inside me? She said softly. Why, yes, Rainbow. I would be honoured, you said in a low, shaky voice. Rainbow Dash made a sound like a dog's chew toy before she leaned over you and began to affectionately nuzzle your neck. You could only stand there trembling as you reluctantly allowed her to have her way with you. You imagined yourself pulling out a knife and stabbing her throat in front of everyone in an orgy of blood. But that was ultimately futile. Ponies could not be destroyed by conventional means. They were made of something grander than you. For you once saw Twilight take an anvil falling onto her head, and she shrugged it off as if it was nothing. Your fate was sealed. You could only hope a true Equestria you knew and loved would actually come and rescue you from your fate. But as of right now, you had to do your duty, to save your species from extinction, for the crime of not coming inside Rainbow Dash.
My Little Pony Figure by Buck Swisher. 2-0. Hold this, L-man. Come on, dude. Nope, you gotta close up. See you tomorrow. Jay sighed as he watched his co-worker leave. It was 10 PM and wasn't supposed to be his day to close up, but it was now, given he had just smoked 2 games of rock, paper, scissors. It had really been a stupid decision. Deciding to put the most taxing work first, he grabbed a broom from the supply closet and went around the store, sweeping up the crap of the day that had been left on the floor. After sweeping up a large and rather thick dust bunny, he put away the broom and started checking the aisles for loose and damaged products. The dollar store that J. Alexander worked at was fairly small. He wasn't paid a lot, even though he spent more of his day working than at his leisure. It wasn't a lot of money, but it was enough. Jay reminded himself of this as he checked aisle after aisle, ensuring no products had been opened or improperly replaced. He was going through one of the last aisles, closer to the counter, when he spotted something sitting on the shelf. He went over to it and recognised it as one of the new My Little Pony toys. They had been selling surprisingly well recently. This particular toy appeared to be a purple unicorn. It wasn't in any sort of packaging, which puzzled Jay. He wondered how it could have ended up sitting solo on the shelf while every other toy had apparently been sold. Shrugging to himself, he was about to dispose of the toy when a thought struck him. He whipped out his phone and checked his calendar. His friend's little sister had a birthday coming up, and Jay had promised to buy a gift. He had mainly said it to sound like a solid friend, because he wasn't sure he had the money for whatever the hell little kids wanted in 2021. He knew it would be cheesy, but this toy could save him time and money, which was a huge help. If the kid didn't like it, he could play it off. He had only met her once, so he didn't really know her. After a minute or so, Jay made up his mind. "Screw it," he said, pocketing the small pony figure. When he got home, Jay flipped on the TV. It had been a long day, and it felt extremely good to be able to relax. When he got home from work, he liked to flip through the channels and forget about his problems for a bit while he let the screen rot his brain. Today he decided to watch a baseball game. After a while, Jay's thoughts returned to the toy from the store. He took the pony figure out of his pocket and examined it. The unicorn had a blue mane that ended in a purple slightly darker than its coat. Turning it over, he noticed a name in tiny print on the bottom of one of its hooves. It read, Izzy Moonbo. Setting the figure down on the table in front of him, He stared at it for a moment. Izzy Moonbo, he said aloud. Huh. Turning his attention back to the baseball game, Jay stared up at the TV as the tiny pony figure suddenly turned to face him. Then it spoke. "Hi, new friend," came a voice. Jay jumped, expecting to see a person standing before him. After a moment or so, he noticed the pony figure on his coffee table, which was now staring up at him. He jumped again. "Jesus," he said, getting up and moving quickly behind the couch. "You can talk?" "Yup," said the tiny pony happily. "What?" Jay could hardly think of anything to say, as if his brain had momentarily frozen. "I'm Izzy," the figure continued. "What's your name?" It pointed a hoof up at him. Jay's brain worked furiously. There was a pony toy on his coffee table, speaking to him. It was alive, and it was talking to him. This was not supposed to be happening. It took a moment for Jay to accept this. He knew he wasn't hallucinating or dreaming, so it had to be real. Calming down, he took a deep breath. "Jay," he said. "My name's Jay." "Hi, Jay," said Izzy happily. "You're not crazy," Jay thought. "This is real. That thing's alive." He couldn't help but wonder if Izzy coming to life had anything to do with him speaking her name. He was pulled from his thoughts as Izzy began to prance around the coffee table, inspecting the items on it. "Oh," she said, staring into the screen of his iPhone. "I can see my face!" Jay couldn't help but laugh. After all the crap he had been through this past week, it felt good to have something to smile about, let alone laugh about. He watched as Izzy continued to comment on all the things surrounding her, wondering what he was going to do with this little pony. My little pony, he thought. How ironic. Out of curiosity, Jay withdrew a marble from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table. "Oh, what's this?" Izzy chirped, attempting to grab it with her tiny hooves. It made Jay smile to watch Izzy chase the marble as it rolled around the table, continuously escaping her grasp. After a while, a question popped into his head. "Izzy, do you have a home?" he asked. At these words, Izzy stopped, her ears drooping slightly, and looked up at Jay. "No," she said. "No pony's ever taken me home before." Ignoring the improper address, Jay thought back to how he had seen her sitting on the shelf alone. Presumably, no one had bothered with her given she wasn't in a package. She had probably been considered unworthy of spending money on by anyone who visited the aisle. Jay felt a sudden rush of sympathy for the pony. Before he could respond, however, Izzy's face lit back up. "This could be my home," she said, looking around. In that moment, Jay only knew one thing to say. "Sure," he replied. "This could be your home." He paused for a moment to think about how crazy he must look, sitting there talking to a miniature horse that was once again prancing around his coffee table, humming to itself. He sighed. He was going to have to think of a way to keep this from his friends, as it would not bode well for him if it was revealed that he had a pony toy as a companion. Although he had likely just made the day of the pony standing before him, he had a lot of things on his mind that were beginning to make this moment less enjoyable. It must have shown in his expression because Izzy inquired, "What's wrong?" "Nothing," Jay said idly. "It's just some stuff I have to deal with later." The stuff happened to be the bills he was undoubtedly going to receive, which was stressing him out. He had barely made enough money at the dollar store to keep the lights on and food on the table, and the bills were continuously wearing his bank account thin. He wanted to force a smile to bring Izzy to a new subject, but couldn't bring himself to do it. "Oh, it'll be okay," she said, giving him a sincere smile. "Thanks, Izzy, but it can be hard to deal with certain things." Jay trailed off, unwilling to say the word alone. "You won't be alone," said Izzy, much to Jay's surprise. "You've got me now." Jay could never have explained how a tiny pony on his coffee table had understood the one word he had admitted. It made him feel like he had a true friend, one that he could confide in more than the ones he had at work or outside of it. It wasn't a feeling he could explain, he just knew that he trusted Izzy with everything he told her. "Thanks," Jay said again, giving her a sincere smile, something he had not shed in a long time. The unicorn beamed at him. Well, Jay concluded, leaning back onto the couch. His heart felt much lighter. It was nice to talk to you, Izzy. Just wanted you to know that. He glanced back down on the coffee table and his heart gave a small jolt. Izzy was stationary on the coffee table. Nothing but a toy. J. Alexander was not crazy. But as he sat there, blinking at the toy that had just been talking to him, he wondered if he really was losing it. In a somewhat desperate attempt to justify his sanity, he searched his memories for the moment when Izzy had first talked. At that moment, he had, in the back of his mind, suspecting that it had had something to do with him saying her name aloud. But what could he have said that ended their conversation? Jay had felt better, more complete, and then he had looked down to see a toy again. He wondered if it was because of this feeling that Izzy had returned to her inanimate state. He had felt like he had nothing more to talk about, like he could just enjoy the rest of his day free of stress. But now that he was alone again, every problem on his mind returning, he pushed the negatives out of his mind. This pony toy was an anomaly, and he felt resigned to understanding it. He picked up the figure and inspected it again. Then, with his mind made up, he set it back down on the table. "Izzy Moonbo," he said aloud. "Hi," the small figure chirped, having been brought to life by the sound of her name yet again. "Wait, so when I say your name you come to life?" Jay asked. "Yup," she replied happily. "Pretty cool, huh? You can talk to me whenever you want." On the word whenever, Izzy extended a hoof outwards for emphasis. "Wow," Jay said softly. He had never heard of such a phenomenon before, and it seemed completely alien to him. "So what makes you turn back into a toy? Is it just when I'm not talking to you?" Izzy put a hoof to her chin. "Huh? I don't know, actually. Maybe." "Well, in any case," said Jay, looking around, "you want to see your new home?" "Oh, yes!" said Izzy with an excited hop. Jay never tried to think himself unhinged for talking to what was supposed to be a toy. Izzy Moonbo brought company into his life, company that had made everything from his shitty job at the dollar store to the overwhelming bills a little bit more bearable. He would even be able to call Izzy his best friend. With time, of course. A Taste of the Rainbow by Name Undetermined. Anon gave a soft sigh as he sat on the shore of the lake just outside of town, bathing in the sun's gentle warmth. He was dressed in a simple breezy t-shirt and a set of shorts, a pair of flip-flops adorning his feet, the same ones he had been wearing about 6 days ago when he had found himself plucked from his weekly walk down to his favourite hangout spot in the park. Of course, it had been a big shock to him that he was no longer even in the same world he knew, much less now inhabiting one populated solely by adorable little pastel equins. Fortunately, he was adjusting well enough. Sure, he was homesick, but he still had some remnants of his old life to hold on to and cherish. The clothes on his back for one, as well as the small menagerie of electronic devices, a laptop, his phone, and even, fortunately enough, a solar charger, since outlets were not plentiful in the great outdoors, should he require one to call for assistance. But what had really been helping him through his tough time was something maybe a bit more silly to some. He had packed a few snacks in his bag before leaving that day. Some sweet, some salty, some pleasant things to nibble on while he was enjoying nature and maybe doing a bit of work on his laptop in the open outdoors. And as well, corny as it might sound, having some of those comfort foods to enjoy was certainly helping him cope a bit, allowing him to imagine, even if just for a moment or two, that he was back home and simply enjoying a day in the outdoors like he always had. As such, he had been carefully rationing them, eating the ones he enjoyed somewhat less first, and even then just a little at a time to make sure that they lasted as long as they could. He was actually enjoying one such snack right now, slipping his fingers into the somewhat crumpled, waxy plastic bag to pull out another of the treats when he suddenly, in a small cloud of tossed sand, a rather perky blue posterior sporting a rainbow tail was suddenly sticking out from the sandy shore of the lakeside, wiggling and grunting muffledly as its owner did their best to dislodge themselves from the situation. "Hey Dash," he said with a small sigh, getting up and walking over. Such predicaments were not the most uncommon sight since he had arrived, and he had been here at least long enough to simply get with the program and help a mare out. He gripped her by the sides of her barrel and firmly tugged, assisting her in popping her top half out of the sand's grainy clutches. She looked back at you with a small, slightly irritated pout before shaking the sand out of her coat and giving a more thankful smile. "Thanks, Anon, but I would have gotten out fine myself in a minute or two," she said as she ran her hoof through her mane and knocked it against the side of her head a few times. A bit more sand pouring out of her ears, she winced slightly. "Of course you would have. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a snack to get back to," he said with a small huff as he trotted back over to his comfortable folding beach chair and reclined once more, popping another one of the little candy morsels into his mouth with a satisfied hum. But it seemed that he would not be left to his own devices quite yet. Rainbow Dash trotted over, peeking over the side of him to look at the little red baggie he was eating from. "Is that another one of those weird candies from back home you're always on about, Anon?" she asked, as she tilted her head slightly. "Skittles. Wait a minute," she said softly, squinting as she leaned in a bit closer to Anon, who raised his hands in a defensive, harmless gesture, his eyebrows raised. "Hey now, I told you when I called you that it was a compliment, and I meant it. These are pretty good," he said as he looked down at the bag, deciding the best way to smooth things over, holding it out to her with a smile. "Here, why don't you try one for yourself? Hold out your, hoof." She hummed in that soft, knowing way suspicious women or mares tended to do and nodded, slowly shaking the sand off of her hoof and extending it for him to deposit a single red-coloured bead of candy into it. It was marked with a small white S and had a sort of shiny coating. "Huh, looks more like a bead than a candy. Are you sure this is safe to eat?" she asked as she questioningly looked down at the strange little treat. "Trust me, Dash, these things might not look like much, but they bang pretty hard," he said confidently as he popped a green one into his mouth, chewing softly. Rainbow Dash gave the morsel another unsure look before shrugging and popping it into her mouth, chewing slowly. The texture was acceptable, a bit grainy, with a tinge of sweetness to it. The flavouring was definitely artificial. "I mean, it's okay, but I don't see what the big deal..." Her eyes slowly widened as her vision wavered, gradually beginning to fill with soft colours creeping in on the borders of her periphery. Anon, who for some reason was now coloured a dark lime green, stepped in front of her, waving his hand in front of her face, leaving smeared trails of different shades of green in front of her wherever it passed, his voice swimming creepingly into her ears in a slightly melodically distorted tone. "Yo, Dashy, you right, girl?" "Oh, Doing just fine, dude, she heard herself say, practically able to hear the colours in her voice. Wait, did voices have colours? She was pretty sure they didn't before she ate that Skittle thing he gave her. Bro, this stuff is great. Was that music she was hearing? What the hell were they even singing about? Anon, meanwhile, was trying to figure out what the fuck to do with her. Pupils dilated, mild euphoria. Yeah, she looked like she was tripping absolute fucking balls. And it looked like he might be responsible, which meant he now had to trip sit the little shit. Well fuck, there goes my afternoon, he said softly as he sat next to her, her own haunches plopping down to the sand shortly after. Whatever you are seeing right now, I assure you it is not the intended effect of Skittles. Dash, I'm going to sit here with you for a while, until whatever this is subsides. In the meantime, He thought for a moment and smiled as he got an idea. Using his finger, he walked around her, drawing a square in the sand around her. Dash, this is the box. You aren't allowed to leave the box until I say so, okay? She stretched out, seeming to think she was pushing on something at the line drawn around her, her eyes widening. Hey! How did you do that? I thought humans weren't magic. It's a very special kind of magic, Dash. Don't worry about it, alright? He said softly as he relaxed next to her, slowly petting her back. Just try to chill and enjoy the nice weather for a bit, okay? Yeah, alright. I think I'll just watch the pretty colours for a bit, she said slowly as she got down onto her stomach and relaxed with her legs folded under her, wings occasionally twitching softly. Sure, Dash, you do that. Hey, you want like a carrot or something? I have some actual food in here too, he said, reaching over to his bag, pulling out a carrot and taking a bite. He didn't want to indulge further in front of her. Goodness knows he didn't need her asking him for any of his other snacks. Those were his. She nodded, and he pulled one out, passing it to her, where she seemed to fumble it between her hooves for a few moments before getting it into her mouth, gnawing at it contentedly, speaking to him between bites. Hey, Non? Yeah, what's up, Dash? He asked her as she nibbled at his own orange nutrition cone, looking back down over at her. Sorry for bugging you. I know you don't have a lot of those treats of yours, and I shouldn't have asked for one without knowing if I could eat them safely, she said softly as she looked up at him with eyes that were wide in more respects than her dilated pupils. I'd give you like a hug, but I'm in the box. Can I please come out of the box? Non, I want a hug. He gave a small sigh and shrugged, picking her up gently, eliciting a soft squeal from her as he settled them into his lap comfortably, hugging them. There, better? He asked her in a gentle tone as he slowly ran her hand through her mane. Yeah, better, she said, slowly relaxing into his hand as he stroked the yellow-coloured strip of hair atop her head. Dude, your hands are really good at that. You could like open a pony petting parlour. He chuckled softly at this and shrugged. I'll be sure to look into it later, after I can get some test subjects who aren't tripping balls quite so hard, Dash, he said as he looked out over the surface of the lake. And it's fine, by the way, he said, trying to reassure her, as much as he didn't want to share, as scarce as they were. He had gone right ahead and done it anyway, hadn't he? And now he was having a nice, relaxing afternoon with a decently chill pony getting a pet in his lap. He wouldn't be having this chill moment with this chill pony if he had decided to keep his goodies to himself. He probably would have just spent the afternoon alone by himself again. Honestly, he felt like he made the right choice. He looked down at the cyan-coated mare in his lap, who gave a small yawn and relaxed further under his touch. And he felt good. He felt good about being there, making sure her trip was good. about sharing with her even against his better judgment, and as long as she didn't suffer some sort of adverse reaction to food colouring or something, he was fairly confident he would feel just as good about it tomorrow. But he could think about that later. For now, all he needed to do was sit and watch this little pony in his lap. Well, there goes his afternoon. Anon Goes to Australia by I'm New 2023. Stood before the Tribunal of Internal Taxation Services, Anon listened to a long list of taxes Anon has not paid. Income tax, purchase tax, musical number avoidance tax, hug tax, meat-eating tax, a posh-looking white unicorn stallion said. In total, over 1 million bits are owed. Tell me, Mr. Anon, what is your defence? He asked. You're just hating because I climbed out of my social class, Anon said defiantly. Slamming a gavel onto a wooden block, the stallion looked down at me. We sentence you to 30 months in a royal penal colony in Australia, a pink mare said before a pair of guards started dragging Anon out of the room. After a short carriage ride, Anon was taken by airship to the continent of Australia. Being unceremoniously thrown onto the beach, Anon saw where he would be living for nearly 2 years. Just 50 feet away from the sandy beach were dozens of huts built in rows. Wandering over to them, Anon was met by a gaggle of dozens of ponies, zebras and even griffins. Watching them go about their day, Anon spotted a pair of guards sitting on the far end of the town. Walking up to them, Anon stopped once he saw them move their heads towards him. Welcome to the new Canterlot Penal Colony. Don't escape, one said in a monotone voice. You don't sound particularly bothered, Anon said. We don't want to be here any more than you. So long as you don't escape, we don't really care what you do, the other guard said. Further investigating the environment, Anon found himself surrounded by the beach on one end and a forest on the other. He wasn't well read about Equestria outside of Ponyville or Canterlot, but Anon could tell this was an island from the trip here. Escaping back to Equestria was an option. He could see plenty of trees could be used to make a boat. The idea of hiding out with Zakora was appealing, but those guards seemed like they were going through a lot. Getting them in trouble seemed like a dick move. Anon had to admit the beach was nice to look at. Clean sand stretching out for miles in each direction. A sparkling sea. Screw it, I'm building a bar, Anon stated. If only he knew where the fuck to get wood. This wasn't Minecraft, so punching them wasn't an option. While in thought, Anon failed to notice the tree he was standing under collapsed. Hey nerd, get out of the way, a familiar, mean voice called out. Turning around, Anon saw Gilda the Griffin stood there with a hand axe and her signature scowl. Gilda? What the fuck are you doing here? Anon asked. Some fancy pants bitch in Manhattan accused me of assaulting her after she caught me in bed with her husband, she explained. Were you in bed with her husband? Anon asked. Yeah, I was. So? The guy was called stupid rich for Mars' sake, Gilda stated. What about you? Did they finally ban losers in Equestria? She asked mockingly. Tax evasion, Anon corrected. Figures, Gilda said, going back to hacking away at trees. Hey, you wouldn't mind helping me build a bar, would you? Anon asked. Letting out a mocking chuckle, Gilda went back to her work. Why would I waste time helping a moron? Besides, this dump doesn't have any booze, so who'd go there? She asked. Looking around at the trees and shrubbery, Anon could spot various berry plants he recognized along with wild sugarcane. I know how to make booze. I just need a place to dispense it, Anon explained. That got Gilda's attention. Turning around, she raised an eyebrow. Fine, I'll help you build your stupid bar, but I want free alcohol whenever I want, she bargained. Sure, but you do need to help build it, Anon stated. And so the two would construct a large shack. Within it were multiple crude wooden tables and chairs. At the end opposite to the door was a large wooden counter. Behind it was Anon painting a sign he intended to put over the front door. Australian Bar and BBQ. So when's the booze coming? Gilda asked impatiently. Once the rum I put in that bathtub you found is matured, then you can have booze, Anon explained. Back in Canterlot, Celestia wasn't too happy. Over a year ago, her close friend Anon the human went missing. While many presumed him dead, Celestia never gave up hope. Recently, however, she found that Anon had been sent to Australia. Naturally, every pony who was involved was swiftly exiled to Yakistan. "Ready my personal ship, we're going to rescue Anon," Celestia ordered. She had brought Twilight from Ponyville for the journey. Her mind could only think what had happened to a friend in that dreadful speck of land. Pinned down to his bed, Gilda sweating on top of him, Anon smirked up at her. "Nerd," she stated. "Bitch," he responded. "I want another kid," she stated. "I'll leave it to your dirty minds to think up what they did that night." Celestia's ship had reached Australia. Expecting a small outpost often used for penal colonies, Celestia was surprised. A small town had cropped up where it should be. Dozens more buildings than it should be had gathered around a large stretch of farmland fed by artificial rivers. "Princess, are you sure this is the right place?" Twilight asked. "It should be," Celestia said. Something fishy was going on here, and it wasn't just the unicorn sat on a dock by the beach fishing. Close to 18 months after his imprisonment, Anon stood at his bar, pouring another wooden cup of berry cider. Anon placed it down on the counter. "Enjoy," he said, watching the zebra take it away. The door suddenly shot open. Celestia and Twilight stormed in, looking around for a second before their eyes met with Anon's question-mark-shaped face. "Welcome to Australia," Anon welcomed, startling the princesses. His cork hat shook as he did. "Anon, we've come to rescue you. I'm so sorry the tribunal sent you here. I've already seen to it that they've all been removed from their positions." Celestia apologised profusely. "Oh, that's alright, I'm good here," Anon said as he polished another cup. Put off by this, Celestia furrowed her brow. "What?" she asked. "I'm good here. I've got a bar, all the rum I can drink, plus a wife and kid," Anon explained. Wife?" Twilight said in shock. "That's right, nerd," Gilda said, drawing the unicorn's attention. Stood by a grill, cooking a pan full of shrimp, was Gilda. "Gilda?" Twilight asked, not expecting to see the rude griffin. "That's right, Purple Smarts. His ass is all mine," Gilda said confidently. That explains this then," Celestia said, pointing at the green and brown feathered griffin baby hanging comfortably from Anon's chest. "Oh yeah, this is Hugh Jackman, mine and Gilda's kid." Anon introduced Celestia to his kid. "I lost rock, paper, scissors," Gilda explained. "So, you're perfectly fine here?" Celestia asked. Yeah, turns out if you organise a bunch of convicts, you can accomplish a lot, Anon explained. So you're not coming back to Ponyville? Twilight asked, worried her friend wouldn't be coming home. I'll come back to visit Twiggles, Anon stated. As you see, we've got a port up and running, so yeah, we can come and go whenever we want, Anon explained. We've got booze, why would we leave? A zebra asked, getting cheers of agreement from the rest of the bar. I'm surprised you didn't know I was here sooner. Luna's been coming for weeks, Anon said, pointing to the other end of the bar. Chugging a barrel of cider, Luna sat at a table with a plate of prawns and chips in front of her. Luna? Celestia said in shock. Tia, you're here. Anon gave us a great deal on a winter bungalow. Now let us pour more of this liquid into our bodies, Luna said, swinging one of Anon's shirts in the air, clearly drunk. So, you girls want a drink? Anon asked, watching her sister fall over giggling like a school filly. Celestia let out a sigh. Only Anon could turn a penal colony into a semi-pleasant holiday destination. I'll have whatever she had, Celestia groaned, and thus began the first outpost of the Commonwealth of Australia. AN. Anyone want to see Anon go to New Zealand next? Gordon Ramsay savagely critiques a cupcake by Buck Swisher. It was a completely normal day in Ponyville. The sun was shining, some birds were singing, and every pony was going about their daily business. Pinkie Pie was running the counter at Sugar Cube Corner, proud that she hadn't had any unsatisfied customers. Yet. In walks Gordon Ramsay, a most interesting food critic. He has tried and tested every dish there is, and he has complained about them all as well. He walked in with a natural air of disdain around him, as if he could foresee that the food he was preparing to eat was not going to meet his standards. He walked up to the counter, where he was met with Pinkie's greeting. "Welcome to Sugar Cube Corner," she said happily. "What is it you have here?" inquired Ramsay in a questioning tone. "Well, the cupcakes are the best," Pinkie replied, "but we also have cakes, donuts, and other desserts." "I'll have a cupcake then," Gordon said. He then pulled a handful of bits out of his pocket to pay for them, because this is a crack fic and I don't have time for plot advancement. "One cupcake coming up," said Pinkie. Gordon found an empty table and sat down. He looked around at the bakery. To him, it looked subpar. A moment later, a decent-sized cupcake was placed in front of him. "Ah, thank you, my darling," said Gordon. Pinkie stood over him with a large smile, waiting for him to compliment her on it. That wasn't going to happen. Gordon took a bite and almost immediately furrowed his eyebrows. His face scrunched up a bit, and after he swallowed, he looked up at Pinkie. Her smile faltered a bit. "This is dry," he said. "It's dry!" His sudden volume increase caused everyone in Sugar Cube Corner to stare at him. Pinkie kept her smile, planted on her face, though she felt terrible about Gordon's comment. "There's clearly not enough moisture in this," Ramsay continued. "I mean, seriously, where did you cook this? In a fucking easy bake oven?" Pinkie kept smiling, trying to hold back a few tears. Everyone else just stared at Gordon, shock clearly visible on their faces. A few ponies passing by had hoped to see what was going on. "It's like a fucking frozen pancake," said Gordon. "And the frosting, Jesus Christ, what is this fucking frosting?" Not even waiting for a reply, Gordon continued. "It's like adding a layer of dried paste, like a fucking shrink wrap dessert you buy at the dollar store." The silence and stares from every other pony continued as Gordon continued to verbally destroy Pinkie Pie. "And it doesn't even look that great either. It looks like it was thrown together in 20 minutes or less. How can you possibly have a business around these? Who the fuck said these things were the best?" At last, Pinkie couldn't take it anymore. Gordon's roasting had been too much. She ran back to the kitchen, unable to contain her tears any longer. Still, no pony else spoke. Gordon snorted. "Really? You can't take a little criticism? I'm surprised you don't get it more often with how poorly this shit was made. And look at these sprinkles. They're like miniature rocks. You might as well have made this with sawdust." He sighed. "Unbelievable." Finally, he emerged from Gordon's world where nothing is good enough and looked around him. The crowd that was staring at Gordon at this very moment was larger than the crowd Rainbow Dash used to attract back when she was cool. In fact, she was standing among the many speechless ponies. As mouthy as she was, she couldn't think of anything to say to the savage British food critic. As if his extreme roasting hadn't been enough already, Gordon then began to complain about the way Sugar Cube Corner was arranged. "And look at this place," he said. "That table's in an odd spot. There's decorations all over the place. What is this, a fucking 4-year-old's birthday party?" He examined the counter. "It's covered in fucking sugar," he said. "Covered!" At least Gordon thought it was sugar, but how else was Pinkie supposed to be energetic and happy all day? He peered into the kitchen the best he could. "My goodness," he said, squinting. "That kitchen looks terrible. All of you must be fucking idiots to not be able to make a simple fucking cupcake. I'd be terrified to try anything else on this shitty menu." He took one last look around him at the bakery, scoffed once again and headed for the door. However, he would have to surpass a mob of shocked ponies first. "What the fuck are you all staring at? Fucking move!" Gordon yelled. "Why did you say those things?" said one of the ponies in the crowd. She had tears in her eyes. "I've got to be fucking honest," Gordon replied. "The food was shit." He continued trying to break the wall of ponies. As he was about to start shoving, the two owners of the shop, Mr. and Mrs. Cake, emerged. "What in Celestia's name happened here?" said Mr. Cake. "Oh, for fuck's sake," said Gordon Ramsay. "The food here is shit. I'm not impressed by this place, and if these things would move the fuck out of my way, I could get the hell out of here." Fed up with this second-class establishment, Gordon began shoving his way through the pony mob. Mr. and Mrs. Cake couldn't have been more confused about the scene they had walked in on. But unfortunately for them, they wouldn't get any explanations, just a few stutters of, he just... from the witnesses. Gordon began to walk down the street, further away from the bakery. Rainbow Dash, whose voice was finally back from its lunch break, said, "We need to stop him!" But of course, no pony listened to her because she's just a blue cunt. Applejack wasn't there because she's oblivious to everything on her farm. Who knows what the others were doing? After a minute or so of walking, Gordon Ramsay stopped, turned around, and gave the finger to Sugar Cube Corner. Then he disappeared, off to break the soul of somebody else. Author's note. Thanks for reading, y'all. I hope you enjoyed my latest piece of shit crackfic. Hopefully this made you smile and maybe even made your day 1% better. That's why I write these. Pinkie Pie Fights Gordon Ramsay by Buck Swisher. Gordon Ramsay was known for leaving destruction and despair in his savage Scottish wake. He was known for crushing the souls of chefs, young and old, but after he had verbally destroyed Pinkie Pie, what he didn't know was that every day since it had happened last week, she had been building on a certain anger inside her, an anger that could only be quenched by kicking Gordon's ass. Pinkie finally felt she was ready. She went to Twilight and asked her to summon Gordon. Twilight magically did it because nothing has to make sense in a crack fic. Upon Gordon's appearance, many ponies gasped. Some ran. Gordon just stood there, confused and angry to find himself back in a place where ponies can't cook. "Seriously, for fuck's sake, why the fuck am I back here?" he said. Then he saw Pinkie. He scoffed. "You again?" Pinkie didn't speak, but rather stare at Gordon. It was a death stare like no other. The rest of the main six were watching nervously from behind Pinkie. "Can you not speak?" said Gordon. "I don't have time for this. I need to get the fuck out of here." Before he could finish, Pinkie charged at him, ploughing into his gut and thus preventing speech. Gordon then pulled a spatula out of nowhere, because like I said, nothing has to make sense. He whacked Pinkie upside the head with it, like a Puerto Rican mother, until she got off of him. She continued to stare at him, preparing her next attack. "You think I'm not prepared for a fight?" said Gordon. "I'm always ready for a fight." He pulled out another spatula. Pinkie charged again, but was promptly whacked on both sides of her head by Gordon's spatulas of doom. "Maybe we could sort this out without fighting?" proposed Twilight. "No, this is the only way!" Pinkie shot back. Gordon snorted. "Clearly you're not going to emerge victorious." For the second time today, Gordon was interrupted, this time by a forceful kick in the back from none other than Starlight Glimmer, who had seen the whole thing. She was there last time too, just nobody cared. Gordon pitched forward and hit dirt. He flipped over and looked up at Starlight. "Who the fuck are you?" he asked. Wasting no time with introductions, Starlight aimed a kick at his chest, but he was ready. He used his spatula to block the attack and stood up. "Fool!" he said. "Never wait to execute an attack." He threw the spatula with incredible precision at Starlight, causing it to smack her between the eyes. She swayed for a moment, dazed. Gordon's spatula flew back to him like a boomerang. It was at this moment that the main six and Starlight realised that Gordon was a combat expert. He wasn't actually a combat expert, but he was for this fic. He looked around at all the ponies, daring one of them to advance. He looked behind him, where Pinkie was preparing to kick him, and when she attempted to buck him, he dodged the attack. "Ha!" said Ramsay. He whacked Pinkie with a spatula again. "Buck this!" said Rainbow Dash. She flew towards Gordon at light speed, but all he had to do was duck. Rainbow went flying through a window and into a small shop. Gordon turned to look at her. "Fool!" he called out. Starlight's horn began to glow, and so did Gordon's spatulas of doom. He realised what was happening and held onto them tight, causing Starlight to pull harder. Once it looked like she was pulling as hard as she could, Gordon let go, causing the spatulas to smack Starlight in the face so hard she flew back faster than Rainbow did. Once again, Gordon laughed. "You're just hurting yourselves," he said. While it was true that he could beat the main six, there was one thing that Gordon was weak against. And no, it wasn't Princess Celestia's fat ass or her sisters. Good try though. Twilight used her horn to summon a small sandwich, then levitated it up to Gordon's face. "What's this?" he asked. "It's a peace offering," she said. "We surrender." Gordon gave her a skeptical look, but decided to take the sandwich. He took a bite, and at that moment, Twilight smiled. "It's dry!" Gordon screamed so loud that Celestia almost dropped her cake. She looked out the window to see that a few hundred miles away, Gordon's anger had created a large crater in the centre of Ponyville. She quickly inhaled the rest of the cake and hauled her double wide over to Ponyville. At first, Twilight thought that her idea had backfired, but then she saw Gordon in the centre of the crater, convulsing and twitching. "It's too fucking dry," he choked out, coughing as his limbs continued to jerk. At last, Gordon had been defeated. Regardless of this, Starlight went into the crater and bucked Gordon with all her strength. She still had 2 red marks on her face from the spatulas. Just as Pinkie was preparing to do the same, Gordon disappeared in a cloud of dust. "Oh," said Pinkie, realizing that she could no longer kick him in the face. Twilight sighed a sigh of relief. "Well, that takes care of that problem," she said. "Well, it doesn't take care of mine." Just then, the owner of the shop that Rainbow Dash had crashed into emerged. Turns out that the shop was run by none other than the infamous Anon, who really didn't give a shit about the whole Gordon Ramsay thing until now. He picked up Rainbow and dumped her outside the shop's broken window. She was unconscious. "Why?" Anon said angrily. "Can't I just live my fucking life without Rainbow crashing into me?" What the others didn't know was that Rainbow Dash had crashed into Anon, trying to stop Gordon Ramsay from leaving Ponyville last time. Anon was fed up, but unfortunately this story isn't about him. Celestia finally landed, though she was far too late. Her face was covered in cake crumbs. She burped. What did I miss? Home Remedy by Runic Treetops. Hold a tissue to your nose as you prepare for the oncoming storm. Sure enough, you find yourself sneezing several times, getting the poor tissue absolutely drenched. Throwing it into the nearby bin, you rub carefully at your nose, which at this point is bright red and irritated from the sheer volume of tissues that you've been pressing against it in the past few hours. You shuffle around a bit in an attempt to get your head more comfortable on your pillow. You're tucked into your large, comfy bed, but it is not exactly easy to enjoy said comfort when you're sick as a dog. This sucks. It isn't the first time you've gotten sick since ending up in Equestria or anything, but at least last time it didn't come with any burdens. You called off work, got in bed, made sure you had ample access to fluids and a toilet, and you let the sickness run its course. You didn't have to stress out or having someone worry about you or anything. Now though, sunshine, I brought you something. You glance at the hallway to your bedroom. There, grinning at you, is your lovely wife Celestia. The retired princess struts into the room, a bowl of something being held magically in the air. She slides a small tray which had been placed on your nightstand over to you and places the bowl on top of it. The liquid inside is a sickly green colour, and the small purple chunks in it make it look downright toxic. And the smell! Jeez, the smell! Dear! What is this? Your voice is weak and raspy, which does little to hide your hesitancy to accept whatever this foreign substance is. Just a little home remedy that will make you right as rain. What's in it? Oh, you know, flash bee honey, fruit from a dragon sneeze tree, water from the froggy bottom bog, typical stuff. You have another coughing fit, partially out of shock from that strange, potentially dangerous list of ingredients. How is this supposed to help the flu? The flu? I'm sorry, darling, but you're mistaken. I know ponypox when I see it. Ponypox? Those flushed features, that stuffy nose, that horrible cough, not to mention your nausea. Those are all signs of ponypox, love. Those are also signs of the flu, which I've had before, and I am fairly certain I'm experiencing now. Bup, no more stalling. Today I'm taking care of you, and I'm going to make you feel so much better, but I'm also not going to let you get up without taking your medicine. Now then, she levitates a spoon into your hand. Eat up! Ugh, there's really no getting out of this, is there? Welp, bottoms up.
You awaken from a apparent nap. You feel groggy and a little strange apart from the general sickness. You rub your eyes and look at a nearby clock. Looks like it's been a few hours, stretching just a little bit and having a coughing fit while you do so. You notice the bowl still sitting on the tray, back on the nearby nightstand. The bowl is still pretty much entirely full. It's at this point that you notice the indescribably disgusting aftertaste on the back of your tongue, and you begin downing a cup of water to have literally anything else on your taste buds. If you had to guess, you'd wager that Tia's strange concoction was so gross it knocked you unconscious after one sip. Home remedy, your butt. That stuff was straight up poison. Placing the cup back down, you try to adjust into a more comfortable position, only to find that your legs feel weird, kind of numb actually. Lifting the covers, you are once again so shocked that you have a coughing fit as you struggle to make sense of what you see. Covering your legs are about a dozen leeches, happily helping themselves to your blood. You briefly gag. It takes everything in your power to stop anything from coming up. Those things are disgusting. You've heard of leeches being used in some medical practices, but how is this going to help the flu? And who could have even... Never mind, that's a stupid question. As if on cue, your wife enters the room once more, looking just as chipper as ever. She trots over to the side of the bed, glancing down at your exposed legs and then back at you. Well, what do you think? What do I think? Tia, why are there leeches on my legs? To help with blood flow, of course. You can't let ponypox cause any issues in your legs while you're laying down. Especially you, since you're so tall. Tia, I don't have ponypox. I can't even get ponypox. This isn't going to help me at all. If anything, this is probably seriously unhealthy for me. Come now, sunshine. There's no need to be such a baby about it. It's okay if you're not very good at being sick. That's what you have me for. Just let me take care of you, okay? You grab another tissue and sneeze a few times. You then catch your breath before responding. Tia, I appreciate it. I really do, but please, I know my body. This will pass on its own. If you really want to help me, could you just bring me some regular soup? Or maybe a wet towel? Are you sure? I am. Don't worry about me, okay? If your ponypox gets worse, don't blame me. In a huff, she leaves the bedroom, closing the door behind her. You feel kind of bad. She really did just want to help after all, and you more or less shooed her away. Still, there's a bunch of freaking leeches on your legs. You have to draw the line at some point. With a sigh, you begin the horribly disgusting process of removing the blood-filled leeches from your legs. About an hour later, you hear a knock at the door. You try to welcome your visitor in, but your voice gets caught in your throat. Being sick isn't easy. Regardless, the door opens, and to no one's surprise, Tia enters once more. There is a concerned look on her face, and feeling a sense of deja vu, you notice that she is carrying a steaming bowl. Wordlessly, she walks over to you, retrieving the tray, removing the old bowl, and placing the new one in front of you. This one smells pretty good actually, and the steam alone helps to clear your sinuses just a bit. It looks like ordinary soup. You look up at her and her ears droop. My sunshine? I must apologize. What for? I asked our practitioner about your condition, and he agreed with you. He said it sounds like the flu, not ponypox. Then what? He scolded me for my treatment methods. Apparently, my home remedies haven't been commonplace in hundreds of years. They don't even work. Wow, Really? You did figure that, even though you don't understand much about ponypox. Her remedies were a bit strange. After coughing a bit more, you continue. I'm surprised you didn't know that, what with your experience and all. Come now, darling, don't make me bring up my age. I've been around the block more than a few times, but the only pony I've ever had to take care of like this was Luna, and that was over 1,000 years ago. I just wanted to help you. You give her a warm smile. If you weren't feeling like crap right now, you would absolutely go in for a hug. I know, Tia. Thank you. I really do appreciate it. And I'm sorry if I came off as mean earlier. I wasn't trying to assault you or anything like that. I know you weren't, dear. Though to be fair, you put freaking leeches on my legs. She giggles. It's adorable. Please never do that again. I make no promises. Giving you a teasing smile, you watch as she magically adjusts the blanket for you, making sure you're as comfortable as possible. I'm going to get a wet towel for you. You just focus on getting better, okay? Thanks, Tia. Love you, sunshine. Love you too, dear. With a warm smile, she turns to leave the room. You look down at the still steaming bowl of soup and lift the soup to your lips. Sure enough, it's delicious, and it feels heavenly on your throat. Gosh, you love that mare. A few days later, standing in the hallway, you delicately knock on your bedroom door before opening it. There, sitting in the big, comfortable bed, is Tia, her nose red and irritated, and her mane frazzled and all over the place. Hey, Tia, how are you feeling? To be honest, not too great, but hey, I've been worse. Her sentiment is cut short by a sneezing fit, giving her a moment to compose herself. You grab the nearby tray and place it in front of her, along with the bowl of soup you brought in with you. Here you go, Tia. So thank you, my sunshine. She takes a sip and gives you a nod of approval, to which you respond by giving her a grin. Need anything else? Leeches, maybe? No, thank you. I learned my lesson already. No need to tease me about it. Alright. I'll leave you to it then, okay? Oh, sunshine, before you go. Yeah? Can you get me a half gallon of vinegar? Why? I know a quick way to clear this ponypox right up. Are you sure that's... Looking at her pleading, tired eyes, you stop yourself just before finishing that statement. Instead, you let out a resigned sigh. I'll be right back. Her doctor is going to kill you.
Swiftly they pass by. With each new breath, new roads ahead, embracing every moment as my guide.
The Great Ponyville Book Fort by Runic Treetops. The sound of your footsteps echo through the grand halls of the Castle of Friendship. It was only a few short weeks ago that this place came to be, and a lot has happened in that time. Twilight wasn't too keen on living here at first, but with the help of her friends, like you,
she was able to slowly become a bit more comfortable. That being said, you still get the impression that she would rather have her library. This castle is huge and downright gaudy, so you don't really blame her. Still, it's only fitting that the Princess of Friendship has a castle, right? You walk through the twists and turns of the castle's large hallways, doing your best to mentally map out where everything is. You've been here more than a couple of times by now, but that doesn't make the darn place any easier to navigate. It could take months before you remember where everything is. How does Spike do it? Finally, you come to a stop in front of a grand set of double doors that hang open. Peering inside with a smile, you see Twilight using telekinesis to sort through about a dozen books. Taking a couple of steps inside, you look around at the grand library before you. Rows upon rows of books are stacked high, reaching all the way to the ceiling. There are a few tables and chairs for reading and working, as well as several more bookshelves not attached to the walls, cutting off your line of sight in several places. It's hard to tell if there are more books here than there were at the Golden Oak Library, but this room alone is probably bigger than that whole tree. Twilight mumbles something to herself as she checks the covers of a few books before sorting them on the shelf and removing about a dozen more. With her back turned to you, she hasn't noticed you yet. Seeing this as an opportunity, you tiptoe towards her, being as careful as possible to make as little noise as you can. Sure enough, you manage to make it within arm's reach. Just a little more. Twilight goes stiff as you start to scratch behind her ears, moving only to look back at who her assailant is. When she realizes it's just you, she breathes a sigh of relief before having to catch her breath. You and Twilight have been together for some time, and you know that her weak spot is right there. She whimpers as she practically melts into your hand. After a couple of moments, she composes herself just enough to take a step away with a giggle before turning to look at you properly. "Hi, Nonny. What are you doing here?" You shrug.
I had some free time and figured I'd check in on my favourite princess. How's the castle treating you?
It isn't without its problems, but I probably shouldn't complain, considering that it came from the Tree of Harmony. I figure I shouldn't look a gift horse in the mouth.
Well, I guess every princess needs a castle. Probably could have used a better location though.
How so? Ponyville is where I met all of my friends, including you. Doesn't that make it ideal?
Don't get me wrong, I'm glad you didn't have to move away after we lost the library. I'm just saying that the castle sticks out like a sore thumb. Makes the town feel less, I don't know, quaint, I guess.
I see what you mean, but there isn't much to be done about it now. I choose to believe that the Tree of Harmony planted it right here for a reason.
If you say so, Twi. What are you up to?
Oh, just trying to sort the new library. I've been having a lot of books shipped in to replace the ones that were destroyed, so I think I've been having to do a lot of organising and reorganising.
Wouldn't it be easy to just wait until all of the books are in? Then you could sort them all at once?
Then I'd just have a big mess until they're all here. As if on cue, Spike enters the room, pushing a comically large cart, upon which sits what must be over 100 books. He looks up at the two of you, clearly worn out from getting the cart here, and he pants as he speaks. There's a couple more loads of these downstairs. He takes a moment to wipe the sweat from his brow. I'll go get him. He quickly unloads the cart's contents haphazardly onto the floor. With the cart in tow, he turns around and slowly makes his way back towards what is presumably the front door of the castle. You look at the new pile of books on the ground before glancing at Twilight with a cocky grin. She looks unamused.
See what I mean, Twi?
Fine. I can at least wait until all of today's books have arrived.
Atta girl, you've been pushing yourself too hard lately. Relax.
Heh, easy for you to say, The list of things I need to take care of seems to grow with every passing day. I'm not complaining or anything, but right now I just don't have the time to sit still for too long.
Not even to, I don't know, actually read one of these books?
I can multitask. A blush reaches her face as you call her out. You know full well that she spends a great deal of time reading and is probably overstating how much work she has. You figure that her dramatics aren't intentional though. She tends to get stuck in her own head, and this prevents her from seeing the forest for the trees.
You do have a lot of them in here. It's crazy that a castle like this can house such a huge library.
I'm certainly not complaining, that's for sure.
You know, a castle is partially defined by its defensive capabilities, yes?
Well, I suppose castles are more difficult to penetrate than a regular building. Why?
Would that mean you could also refer to this castle as a fort?
Where are you going with this?
Is this room then not a book fort?
She looks at you with half-lidded eyes. She's trying to show that she isn't amused by your antics, but you don't really care. No, Anon, my new library is not a book fort.
Kinda looks like one to me, Twi.
She elbows you in the side of the leg. It doesn't hurt, but you can't help but laugh as she does so. Her cheeks go pink once more. Don't tease me, Nonny. I'm still trying to get used to the castle in the first place. There's no need to make fun of it. You innocently hold your hands in the air.
I'm not making fun of it. I'm just trying to make it seem a bit more homely.
Well, the Golden Oaks Library certainly wasn't a book fort either. It was a place of learning. The same will be true for this place. You look around at the library. It already looks complete, but with a few hundred more books coming in, the shelves are going to be stuffed. Well, either way, I'm sorry to cut our conversation short, but I have a meeting with Mayor in about 15 minutes. I probably won't have time to talk again today, but feel free to stick around in here for as long as you like. She gently grabs you by the shoulders with telekinesis, a motion that you're very used to. Understanding her request, you bend down to give your mare friend a parting hug, and she kisses you on the cheek as you pull away.
Good luck, Twi.
With a wave and a smile, she trots out of the room. You don't fail to notice the smile disappear as soon as she looks away from you. The poor mare has a lot on her mind right now. Maybe there's something you can do to help with that. The next day rolls around and Twilight, with bags under her eyes and a drink levitating in the air by her side, yawns as she walks into the library. What she sees immediately snaps her awake and nearly makes her drop her cup. Anon, what is this? You smirk at her through the makeshift window. Over the night, you had come up with and executed a plan that was downright silly. With the help of Spike, who currently sits on top of your glorious creation, you made a massive book fort out of the books in the library. Thanks to the massive size of the room and the thousands of books ready to be used there, the fort stands at about 2 stories tall, featuring glorious medieval-style towers on each corner. It has 2 main floors, as well as a roof that has 1 more tower on top of it, with a flag bearing Twilight's cutie mark proudly displayed above the whole thing. The inside, meanwhile, is about as comfortable and lavish as you could make it, with pillows and blankets galore. The whole thing is really comfortable, with closable windows and everything. You don't get the chance to make things like this all that often, but Equestria has a way of bringing out your inner creativity. It helps that the books were surprisingly easy to work with, and allowed your vision to become a reality. Hey Twilight, check it out! We call it the Great Ponyville Book Fort! Spike's voice rings throughout the now very echoey room. Why did you make this? What did you do to the library?
Because it was fun, duh. Come on, Twi, join us.
Your offer makes her face palm. Face hoop? Whatever. Anon, this was your idea?
Yup.
Do you realise how much work it's going to be to put all of these back?
Sure I do, and I have every intention of helping you do so when the time comes. But for now, just get in here. It's super comfy. I have more important things to— Twilight! Your sudden increase in volume makes her jump a bit and lock eyes with you once more. You've already learned this lesson, Twi. It's not good to overwork yourself, and I can tell that this castle is only contributing to your stress. Come on, let yourself have fun. Let yourself actually enjoy your new home for a change. With a sigh and a growing blush, she slowly makes her way to the fort, stopping just outside as she looks at your excited face through the window that your head is sticking out of. How do I get inside? Haha, funny story that I probably should have worked from the outside rather than the inside out. Which means I accidentally barricaded myself in the first floor. Spike's fine though. Spike gives her a wave from up above. You should be able to teleport in there no problem. Seriously, Nonny, do you ever think these things through? I think them through right up until the part where I know I'll have made you happy. After that, I kind of stop paying attention. She sighs once more and shrugs in disbelief as she places her cup on a table outside the fort. Suddenly, she disappears, and a quick flash of purple light next to you tells you exactly where she went. She lands softly on the floor inside of the fort, which is covered in about 3 layers of blankets. The room is lit by what little light is pouring through the windows and a magical lantern that you have hanging from the low ceiling. She looks around at the veritable mountain of softness and comfort you have prepared before noticing a few of the new books that came in yesterday piled in the corner. Spike confirmed for me that you haven't read those ones yet. I figured you might want to do so in here, where it's nice and cozy. Twilight's face goes from annoyed to shocked as the stress that was visible in her expression slowly melts away. Her features soften, and she looks at you, who has to crouch to get around in here, with a warm smile. This is all very silly, Nonny, but I'm touched that you did all of this for me. Only the best for my favourite mare. She closes her eyes and leans forward. Thanks to your crouched stature, she easily reaches your face, giving you a quick, loving kiss. After a moment, she backs off, both of your faces a beet red, as she sheepishly takes a few steps back towards the books. Well, would you care to read some of these with me? Absolutely, Try. The two of you find a nice, soft corner of the great Ponyville book fort, snuggling up against each other. The hours seem to fly by as you read together. Perhaps this castle can be a home, after all.
I'm gonna make you mine, I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna make you mine, I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna make you mine, I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna make you mine, I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna make you mine, I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna make you mine, I'm gonna make you mine. I'm gonna make you mine.
First Date with Twilight by Geodesic Dragon. You always told yourself that Ponyville at night is always something special. This feeling is only heightened as you walk slowly through the quiet streets, enjoying the feeling of cooling breeze on your face and the sounds of a town which is about to shut down for the night. The market vendors are packing up their goods. Most of the tourists are heading back to their hotels after seeing the sights, and the locals are heading home to their comfy beds. Your own bed, however, will have to wait for now, as you are currently on your way to the castle to take Twilight out on your first date together. You have a plan, and with Celestia, Luna and Discord as your witnesses, it is going to work, damn it! When you first arrived in Equestria, Twilight was the first pony you met. The friendly Alicorn took you into her home and gave you a room to sleep in while she tried to figure out a way to send you home. Naturally, that didn't work. and you both came to realise that your stay in Equestria was going to be permanent. So, being the good friend that she is, she helped you to adjust to your new life in Ponyville, culminating in you getting a job at the local bakery alongside Pinkie, who thinks very highly of your kneading abilities. Over time you met the rest of her friends and soon became a part of everyday life in Ponyville, but a few months later, when Tourette came along, you found yourself hiding in a basement along with some other town's ponies. Twilight had told you she was actually going to fight him, and you were worried sick. The next few hours were the worst of your life, as you heard nothing but explosions, crashing, banging, and Tourette's incessant gloating. A particularly loud explosion close to your hiding spot had made a little bit of pee come out, but other than that, you couldn't do anything but remain hidden and hope for the best. That came after a while, when Rainbow Dash opened the door to the basement and told every pony it was safe to come out. When you did, the first thing you did was head back to the library, which was now a pile of blackened and splintered wood. You feared the worst, but soon caught sight of Twilight, who smiled as she laid eyes on you. All at once you were overwhelmed by your feelings and sprinted towards her, tackling her in the biggest and most bone-crushing hug you have ever delivered. And then, just for good measure, you planted a big wet one on her lips. It was as much a surprise to you as it was to her, but the main thing was that she eventually reciprocated. The two of you separated and gazed into each other's eyes, a gaze which was only broken when you finally noticed the giant castle which had definitely not been there a few hours ago when the fighting started. And that brings you to now, nearly 2 weeks later. Twilight needed some time to recover from the events of the battle, particularly when it came to the loss of the library. You and the rest of her friends salvaged what you could, but the damage was done. You are hoping that the date you are about to take her on will go some way to taking her mind off things and help her take the first steps along this new road in her life. In other words, doing for her what she did for you all those months ago. You pass Town Hall, casting your eyes briefly over the notice board outside the entrance. Besides the usual adverts about items for sale and services such as the local tour guide, there is also a faded bounty poster depicting a pony whose name begins with S, seemingly wanted for being two-faced. You're not sure why that is worthy of a bounty poster, but they've clearly annoyed someone with the money and time to go to this much trouble. Pressing on, you soon had the castle in your sights, the ornate crystalline structure looking seriously out of place amongst the simple wood of the nearby homes and businesses. You almost feel as though you are part of a child's playset and their youngest sibling has come along, plonking their own toy down in an attempt to join in the fun games. You stroll up to the door and knock on it a few times, then smooth your hair and wait patiently for it to be opened. It takes a while. Twilight is not used to the layout of the place yet, and often finds herself in a cupboard instead of where she wants to be. She eventually throws the door open, her smile broadening and her cheeks turning pink as she lays eyes on you. You smile back and lean in for a kiss. She is all too happy to return the gesture, breaking away from you with a contented sigh. 3 minutes, you say. A lot quicker than last time. Twilight giggles. I'm still in the process of making a map, she replies. At least this time I only ended up in one cupboard. You laugh, and she looks you up and down. Pardon me for saying, but you don't look as though you're dressed for a date. Her horn flares up and a book, titled First Dates for Dum-Dums, is soon floating in front of her face. It says here that the stallion, or man in your case, should be wearing a suit and tie. She closes the book and puts it on a table near the door. So either the one Rarity made for you is in the wash, or that book is out of date. You roll your eyes. Trust me, Twi, I don't need a suit. You point at the dress she's wearing.
Technically, even you don't need to be dolled up, at least not for the place we're going to. Speaking of which, you hold out your hand. Shall we depart, my beloved? Twilight nods, discards her dress, and takes your hand and follows you down the stairs. Ponyville has pretty much shut down by now, though a few businesses remain open to cater to the tourists who aren't quite finished doing tourist stuff yet. A throng of ponies lingers outside the only bar in town, licking their lips in anticipation of the delightful booze that awaits them inside. So, Twilight says, where are we going? All in good time, babe, you reply. All in good time. Follow me and I promise you it will be worthwhile. At least, I hope it will. Can I at least guess? Twilight asks, to which you nod. Alright, let me see if I can deduce where we're going before we get there. You shrug. You can try, but I'm fairly certain you won't. Twilight sticks out her tongue at you. Challenge accepted, Mr. Smarty Britches. She looks around. This is Hoofton Avenue, where the burger place is. Her eyes light up. Are you taking me to try the new triple haze shot deluxe? I heard it's really good. Nice try, but nope. You laugh as she lets out a small whine. To be perfectly honest, Try, this is our first date. I wouldn't take you to a dang burger place on such a special occasion. You think for a moment. I'll save it for our fourth date, which is when I expect to have run out of ideas of where to take you. My book says that the fifth date is a special milestone, because after that is when it's best to... She blushes. To, you know. You get what she's saying, and blush along with her. The two of you walk in silence for a moment, ignoring the stares of tourists wondering why the Princess of Friendship has suddenly become a walking light bulb, and soon approaches the train station. Oh, the station! Twilight says, snapping out of her stupor. Are we going up to Canterlot? There's a sale at the big bookshop up there, and I'm eager to see what they've got. Really, Twilight? You've got so many books already. You could start selling them yourself, you reply. At least find some space for those first. Heck, Spike was telling me he was able to build a makeshift bed using some of the many hardbacks you've got. Twilight turns to face you so fast, you hear her neck cracking. He did what? She shouts. I was wondering why I was missing a few. I honestly thought I was losing my mind. Crap, you mutter. I wasn't meant to tell you that. It was only a temporary measure. One I'm sure he's addressed by now. Twilight pouts. He better have, she says. Speaking from experience, I can say that books make better pillows than beds. Noted, you say. And now, steering the subject back on track, I'm sorry to tell you that we are not going to Canterlot. Twilight thinks for a moment. It's not the burger place, and it's not Canterlot. She taps her chin with her forehoof. What about Sugar Cube Corner? They're still open for another hour or so. You do your best impression of a buzzer. Buzz. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong answer, you say. You've missed out on the grand prize, but would you like to try for a consolation prize instead? Haha, very funny. Twilight rolls her eyes. Alright, keep your secrets as much as you want, but I'll figure it out eventually. You shake your head. I bet you won't, but I'm not going to stop you from trying. You smile at her. You're cute when you try to figure stuff out, you know that. You're cute too, Twilight replies. I love you. I love you too, Twi. You glance at your watch and smirk to yourself. Right then, I think we've dawdled around town for long enough. Let's head back to the castle. Twilight cocks her head at you. The castle? She parrots. Why? You'll see when we get there. You tap your nose. Trust me. Twilight nods, and the two of you begin to walk back to the castle in contented silence. It doesn't take long for you to reach the front door, arriving just as it opens to reveal the rest of the girls leaving. "Hi girls," Twilight says. "What brings you here?" "You'll see, darling," Rarity replies. "You'll see." She turns to you and winks. "Everything is ready, dear, just as you asked." "Thanks, girls." You give them a thumbs up. "I appreciate it." The five of them smile and nod before bidding farewell to the two of you and taking their leave. Once they're gone, you head inside with a curious Twilight in tow. "What's going on here?" she asks. "What was Rarity on about?" "She was referring to..." You head upstairs and open the door to the balcony, motioning for Twilight to go in ahead of you. "This..." Twilight walks onto the balcony. After a moment, you hear her let out a small gasp. You follow her inside and survey the scene to see that the girls have done their job impeccably. In the corner, a telescope points towards the starry sky. In another corner stands a large pile of books next to two large beanbags, and in the middle is a rug with a basket on top of it. A multitude of candles give off both a soothing light and the smell of lavender. A record player stands ready with a selection of songs for both relaxing and dancing. And there, amongst it all, stands the mare you love, her eyes shimmering as she takes in the sight. "I wanted to do something special," you tell her. "So here we have stargazing, combined with reading books and enough food to keep us bloated for a week. I asked the girls if they could help, and they were more than happy to. It was actually their idea to distract you by taking you for a walk around town." You take her forehooves in your hands and look into her eyes. "So, do you like it?" Twilight responds by kissing you. "It's great," she says as she pulls away from you. She then walks over to the rug and opens the basket, her eyes widening as she looks in. "Are those..." "The new triple haste shot deluxe?" You nod. "Sure is." Twilight grins at you, delivering another kiss as she goes over to the telescope. You let out a massive sigh of relief and go to join her, confident that this is the start of something amazing. And funnily enough, it's all thanks to Tirek. A Human's Guide to Surviving Equestria by Arcanum Fantasy. Day 7. Hey, my name is James Falcon. To the next human that finds this journal, let me tell you two things. 1. You are absolutely fucked. 2. You're probably the luckiest son of a bitch out there. Why? Because I am going to tell you what you need to know in order to survive out here. If you've found this, then you've likely already got shelter covered, since the ponies don't like coming down into the sewers all that much. Yeah, I know. It smells like shit and piss down here. But it's a hell of a lot better than whatever flavour of hell the ponies have up their sleeves. As for food, the dumpsters behind the building that looks like a giant cake has some pretty good stuff. But it's also where you've got the highest risk of getting caught. I don't know how, but there's a pink pony that lives there that can fucking pop up out of literally nowhere. Trust me, getting away from her is harder than trying to bust concrete with a toothpick. So, use that place as a last resort when you're looking for food. The safer option is to try taking apples from the town orchard or putting together some kind of weapon to hunt for food in the nearby forest. Just make sure to get the apples at night and watch out for the wood wolves in the forest. Yeah, you read that right. Trust me, you don't want to fuck with those things. You can get water from the local lakes, or when it rains, just make sure to boil it before you decide to store it.
I made that mistake, and let's just say it's a damn good thing I'm already where the shit ends up. If you need blankets or materials for fixing up your clothes, there's a shop that looks like a merry-go-round that occasionally throws out pieces of cloth or old clothes. Should be a lot safer to get them if the pink one isn't on your trail. Those are the basics, but if anything else comes up, I'll be sure to add them to this as needed. Day 10. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Okay, let me tell you this straight out. Do not go near the cottage by the forest. That goes double if you see a yellow Pegasus there. Like a fucking idiot, I let her sucker me into coming into her house. When I was there, I was surrounded by all kinds of animals, and when I say all kinds, I mean all kinds. There was a fucking grizzly bear in there, for Christ's sake. When I tried to nope the flying fuck out of there, this rabbit tried to block the door. When I knocked the little shit out of the way, Yellow came into the room and, well, I'd say she yelled at me, but she really just whispered really loudly at me. Anyway, then she gave me this look and, I don't know, it felt like that look your mum gives you when you're like 6 and you did something bad. I had to bite my tongue pretty damn hard to snap out of whatever gear she had on me. Then I decked her and ran out of there before her pets could turn me into dinner. I think she has some kind of dominate mind power or something. Just make sure you keep your distance from her house, and if you see her, you better fucking haul ass if you don't want to end up as her pet. Day 17. You know how I said Yellow was bad? Well, turns out there's a worse Pegasus flying around out there. One that flies really fucking fast. There isn't a lot of advice I can give you about this one aside from, if you see a rainbow moving around in the sky, start hauling ass. She's light blue, has rainbow hair, and has a mean right hook. Trust me, you do not want to get decked by this bitch. Not if you don't want to lose a few teeth anyway. It took me an hour of agony to get my jaw popped back into place when I shook her off. I guess moving that fast makes it hard for her to keep track of you if you fake her out quick enough. It also helps if you know all of the tricky ways to get in and out of the sewers. I'm probably going to have to start making a map of the place to help out anyone that ends up here. Day 23. Well, my arm's broken. Why? Because I'm a fucking idiot and the orchard has a family of really angry ponies. To put it simply, stick to picking apples on the lower branches and as far away from the farmhouse as humanly possible. That way, you don't get spooked by a dog and end up falling out of the damn tree. I did. Screamed like a fucking bitch when I landed and had to run from a bunch of pissed off hick ponies. They weren't quite as fast as Blue, but they were pretty damn close. I had to risk running through the forest with the wood walls to get away from them. Now, I have no idea how the hell I'm going to fix my arm. I'm not a doctor, so I'm actually pretty freaked out now. Do I try to deal with this or take my chances with the ponies? I don't know. Day 25. My arm still hurts. It's starting to turn ugly colors around my shoulder. What does that mean? I'm scared. Why the hell am I here? I want to go home. What the hell did I do to deserve this shit? I miss my family. Will I die out here? I don't want to die here. I want to go home. Day 27. Alright, so ponies may be dangerous, but zebras are safe. Well, the one that lives in the forest is at least. I ran into her one night while I was scavenging for food near the forest. After what happened with Yellow, I was a bit leery to trust her, but since I was dead either way, I decided to give her a chance. Her name was Zakora, and she's a shaman that lives in the forest. She's pretty nice, if a bit quirky with the whole talking in rhyme thing. She gave me this shit-tasting potion that fixed my arm, along with a few other things I can use if I get hurt again in the future. When I asked her why she lived out in the forest,
She told me it was because the place reminded her of her home country and had a whole bunch of useful herbs that didn't grow anywhere else in Equestria. Yeah, that's what this country is called. Just roll with it. This made her not very popular in town. When I told her that I could relate, she agreed to help me in any way that she could. So if you see a zebra with a bunch of tribal stuff on walking around the forest, know that she's at least trustworthy. Day 35. As bad as Pegasuses and regular ponies are, unicorns are way, way, way worse. When I was getting some cloth out of the merry-go-round's trash, the pony living there caught me. The psycho started floating a bat around and nearly took my fucking head off. Yeah, they can do that apparently. Luckily, there's a way into the sewers near her place, so I managed to avoid getting turned into a piñata. I'm going to have to find another place to get thread or things to patch up my clothes for a while. Fan-fucking-tastic. Day 41. Stay the hell away from the tree in the middle of town. Why? 3 words. Fire-breathing dragon! Yeah, there are fucking dragons in this world. As if my life wasn't already shit to begin with, I went there to see if there was anything I could salvage from the trash cans near it. Turns out there's some kind of house or something. Don't ask me how, because I have no clue. Anyway, I guess I made a little too much noise, and the little guy came out and caught me. Sure, he was like a foot tall, but he still managed to puke out enough fire to be a problem. If I didn't use the bin as a shield at the last second, I wouldn't be writing this right now. After I threw what was left of the can at him, I took off as fast as I could. So yeah, unless you're desperate, do not try to get anything from that place. Day 55. Unicorns can track you. I don't know how, but they can. I was going through the sewers one day to see if I could find more hidden passageways. When I started hearing voices, I looked around the corner and found all of the ponies that wanted my ass on a platter so far, talking to some purple unicorn. Good thing I was already in the sewers, because I nearly shat myself when I saw them. That got even worse when I heard the purple one say something about a tracking spell and started moving towards me. If this happens, just start running. The sewers are practically a maze, so if you know it well enough, you'll be able to trip this unicorn up. Do not head towards the shelter unless you're ready to move to a new location. Thankfully, Zecora is more than willing to give me a place to hide for a few days. I just hope I don't end up leading these psychos towards her. She really doesn't deserve to have that crap dumped on her lap. Day 63. Included in this journal is a set of instructions on how to brew a dreamless sleep tea. Use it! Apparently, there's a super rare type of pony called an alicorn, and one of them can enter your dreams. I do not want to think about what kind of shit these things plan to do to me if they get in my head. Hell, maybe they already have. That was probably what made me give Yellow a chance in the first place. This should keep me from getting fucked with any more than I've already been. But it's probably too late to begin with. I'm going to see if Zecora has anything to fix any damage the dream horse could have done to me. If there is, then I'll include it into the back of the journal. Day 68. They found my shelter. Luckily, I kept the journal on me at the time, so they don't know about all the stuff in here. But now I'm going to have to find a new place to set up shop. Hopefully, the guards running around don't know the sewers as well as I do. Day 73. I almost got caught again. It wasn't the armoured ponies from a few days ago, it was the Purple's gang. This time, Blue and Pink tried to corner me in the forest, but Zecora showed me a few really good hiding places that managed to trip them up. Once I got back into the sewers, I just had to deal with one of the farmer ponies trying to track me down when she cornered me. I lobbed a glob of something in the water at her and hauled ass. When I made it to an opening, Purple and the sewing pony tried to get the drop on me. This is why I suggest setting up a few surprises around the opening of your shelter, because as soon as Purple tried to do something with her horn, I lit a match and dropped it on the ground. Why? because the ground there was soaked with a super flammable tree sap from the forest. Just make sure you don't dump the shit too close to the opening. Made that mistake and now I need to rub some burn cream onto my legs. Great. Day 77. I think this is going to be my last entry. The ponies got real smart and have managed to corner me at Zikora's place. I'm all out of tricks. My legs are still pretty burnt up and I don't want to drag Zikora into any of this shit. I don't know what these techno-coloured fucks have in store for me, but I'm not going to give them the satisfaction of doing me in themselves. I'm going to give myself up to the guards standing around our house, but not before taking a slow-acting poison. In about 10 minutes, I'm not going to have to put up with this hell anymore. It's funny, now that everything is about to come to an end, I'm not really all that scared anymore. It's kind of soothing, knowing that it's almost over. If you're reading this, then it means Zikora has followed my last request. All I have to say is good luck and goodbye. Tears ran down Twilight's face, staining the already withered pages of the journal in her hooves. The hospital room was dead silent, save for the beeping of a heart monitor. Laying in a magically enlarged bed was the human known as James. His tattered clothing had been replaced by an almost comically small medical apron that barely covered his 6-foot frame. Muck stains tainted his tanned skin, his build still toned in spite of seemingly going days living off scraps or foraging. The hair on his head and face was long, blackish brown, and messy from days of neglect. Hooked into his arm was an IV, the object slowly feeding his body a steady cocktail of potions to counter the damage from both his treatment and the poison. She couldn't bring herself to look at his legs, the screams she heard from him that day still ringing in her ears every time she did. They would heal, but the memory would take far longer to fade. Swallowing down the lump in her throat, she set the journal aside and in a shaky voice forced out 2 words. I'm sorry.
Human fan demands Equestria conform to Head Conan by Mockingbird. Author's note: the library has been called by several different names in different Hasbro and Hasbro authorized properties and products. See mlpfandom.com/wiki/Golden Oak Library. You can see the library's 3-in-1 front door if you look closely at the screen cap in the story's cover image. Ponyville's resident human knocked on a door set into a tree. "Yoo-hoo!" he said. "Any pony here?" A minute later, the bottom left and bottom right portions of the door opened. "Sorry," a little dragon said, looking up at the human's face. "I'm short. I can't reach the latch or doorknob for the upper door. And that's another thing." The human said. "What, you don't like that I'm short? Maybe I don't like it either. It just doesn't make sense that Ponyville's public library would have 3 doors in 1 doorway. What's the point?" "I don't know," Spike shrugged. "I didn't do it. The library was this way when Twilight and I moved in. But why would any pony have built the Golden Oak Library this way?" "Golden Oaks?" Spike said. "What?" "Golden Oaks, plural. But it's just 1 tree. How can—" "Oh, forget it." The man got down on hands and knees to crawl through the space under the door's top half. He stood to look at the bookshelves. "I used to fantasize about someday being sucked into Equestria and meeting every pony and getting to live in a wonderful world of magic. But so many things are just wrong. Even the Golden Oaks Library. Books and Branches Library." Spike said. But just a minute ago it was... Never mind. The man leafed idly through a book called Forbidden Magics. Do not read. He said, so many things about this place just don't fit my headcanon. What? Your headcanon? No, you silly lizard. A Conan would be a barbarian. The man's eyes skimmed over a page. Of course, that's the answer. Spike quirked his eyebrows. The spell on this page, the human said. I can cast a spell across dimensions to summon a fierce barbarian from another world. Some muscular man with a big sword and fur trousers, or armor plate swim trunks. Another world? Spike asked. Do you mean, like, another planet? Sure, I don't care. Earth, Mars, whatever. And my spell will fill his mind with an exact duplicate of my own precious Fanon knowledge about MLP. My barbarian will understand the truth, and every pony and everything should be exactly the way I think they should be. Spike frowned. Are you sure that's a good idea? When Twilight tried a mind control spell, it didn't go well at all. Unlike her, I understand how things should be done in this world. The man reached into a human-style saddlebag on his hip. Definitely not a purse or fanny pack. He pulled out a plastic horn with a long elastic strap. Definitely not a party hat, and put it on his head. Light swirled around the hat horn and struck the library floor, where it disappeared into a momentary dark hole into another dimension. Wow, Spike said. That sure was something. Now what do we do? Run away? No, the man said. Now we wait. Later that morning, the man had returned to Fluttershy's new animal menagerie and sanctuary, where he lazed about receiving free room and board for being some kind of weird new animal never before known to pony science. He was sitting in a lawn chair on the grass outside her cottage, reading a comic book, when Fluttershy came running. She said, "It's terrible! There's another one of you, I think, maybe." She blinked. "Or maybe it isn't one of you. I can't really tell." The man sighed. "Is it in town?" Fluttershy nodded. "I'll go take a look." The man laid his comic book down, got out of his, actually Fluttershy's, chair and walked towards the centre of town. "This is wonderful," he said. "A genuine human barbarian. Look at that precise swordwork and those high quality steel plate short pants." "Is that what he's wearing?" Fluttershy said from somewhere further back. "Of course! Watch him slicing the heads off of those non-canon compliant flowers. Don't you admire his strength and skill?" Fluttershy winced as the barbarian invader used his sword to hack and slash a sales display of daisies. The flower sellers to whom the flowers belonged had, of course, protected themselves from errant swordplay by collapsing to the ground and taking turns shouting, "The horror! The horror!" just so every creature would know they were down there and maybe please not step on them. "I'm sure his helmet is very nice too," Fluttershy said. "It looks almost Felician or Roman. But why is he so angry?" The scantily clad, sword-wielding creature slashed at an awning overhead, exposing any pony who should walk underneath it later to harsh, unforgiving sun. "Why is he so mean?" Fluttershy complained. "Well, he must be my head Conan, a barbarian from another world who destroys anything inauthentic. The awning's colour must not match one of the My Little Pony episodes, or maybe one of the movies." Sweetie Belle, Apple Bloom and Scootaloo ran directly towards the havoc. "Cutie Mark Crusaders, evil creature tamers, go!" they shouted as one. Sweetie Belle's horn spewed a small tendril of magic at the invader. The tendril wrapped around the sword, tugging at it.
Inappropriate!
The invader shouted.
Sweetie Belle is girlish and timid. She would never confront a muscular barbarian larger than herself.
Fluttershy snorted. "Has he ever heard of the Cutie Mark Crusaders? Timid is not the word for them." The creature swung a sword at Sweetie Belle, striking at her neck. Instead of blood, a clang was his reward.
By the lost sea of Mars,
The creature shouted.
you are not a proper unicorn filly at all, but some kind of infernal machine, not canon.
He swung again and again, making the town square sound like a blacksmith's convention, or perhaps a drunken hobo trapped inside an extra large commercial trash container. He shouted remarks like,
Begone, metallic witch!
Beside Fluttershy's pet human, Twilight strolled up. "Hello, Humie. Do you know anything about this?" The human said. "I thought so," Twilight replied. "This is wrong," Humie complained. "You're a nerd without even the smallest trace of social competence. You shouldn't be able to notice that I'm hiding something." Twilight poked his side. "Ponies change, my little Humie, and everything that happens in what you call canon implies that more things happen the rest of the time in what I think you've called off-camera. Otherwise, between the times you call episodes, every pony would starve to death, or freeze, or just die of boredom or something like that." "But how do you excuse Sweetie Belle being swordproof? That is not appropriate at all!" Twilight snorted. "And a human walking around Ponyville is appropriate? Look at yourself, Humie. What possible excuse do you have for being here?" "Megan, G1. Megan provides a precedent which justifies my being here too. Your name is not Megan. Your being here can only mean one thing, Humie. Don't you know that?" The man glared at his little purple interrogator. Twilight answered her own question. "This world is AU, alternate universe, not what you call the original atoll." "No!" the man shouted at the heavens. "Not an AU! No! No, 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 no! Ah! A fate worse than death!" Twilight chuckled. With one hoosh she pointed at the swordsman, whose helmet had now slipped forward under a Pegasus barrage of stones from above, blocking his vision as he swung and chopped at nothing. Twilight shouted at the sword-wielding invader. "Hey, you with the sword, over here! There's a human in Equestria! That can't be right, can it? Straighten your helmet so you can see, and take a look!" The new arrival reached up with one hand to strengthen his helmet.
You!
He shouted at the Humie.
You do not belong here!
"Wait!" Humie pleaded. "You must not harm me. I cast a spell that brought you here and gave you your special abilities." The barely armoured swordsman squinted at Humie.
I should have thought as much. You have the weak, pasty look about you of one of those cowardly scientist sorcerers who, tales say, live in hidden caverns beneath Barsoom's surface.
The fierce fighter spat upon the grass.
If your spell brought me here, then perhaps by defeating you, I can win my freedom and return home.
He charged at Humie, who stood frozen in place. Two muscular arms lifted the sword high and brought the blunt hilt down against the top of Humie's head, as if to knock the earth human unconscious. In a flash of light, both the swordsman and Humie disappeared. Every pony stared at the suddenly empty patch of grass where the two humans had once been. Applejack, approaching from the other end of the marketplace, was the first to speak. "What happened here?" she asked. "I'm not sure," Spike said. "Maybe comedy?" One of the flower sellers sat up. "A strange creature from another world appeared and attacked ponies with a sword, threatening to destroy any pony who didn't meet his idea of how Equestria should be." "Obviously horror!" "You always say horror," a passerby complained. That doesn't mean horror can't always be the right answer, retorted the flower vendor's sister. Equestria is full of monster attacks and threats to enslave all the ponies or turn us into strawberry milch cows or something like that. Equestria is full-time horror, 24/7, whenever the place seems peaceful for a moment. That isn't safety, it's just building suspense. What even was that thing? Rainbow Dash asked from above, where she had been dropping rocks on the Martian helmet earlier to see how loud a bong noise she could make and to distract the invader from attacking Sweetie Belle. Seems pretty random to me. Fluttershy snorted. Hughie always was complaining about how his bed wasn't comfy enough, or me having a love affair with another pony wasn't canon, or Angel Bunny didn't taste good the day I was away, and Hughie caught and roasted the little rabbit. She snorted again. A day with Hughie around was always full of drama. Doesn't a creature from another world make it sci-fi? Scootaloo asked. I'd ask my parents, but, you know. Rarity shrugged. No pony seems to know for sure. I suppose the true answer is a mystery, but I do know one thing for sure.
What?
Sweetie Belle asked in a robotic voice. Hughie is finally gone, and Ponyville should be a lot more peaceful from now on. What do you mean you don't have any My Little Pony props? Hughie complained. I want to go back there and get vengeance against my enemies who let a Martian swordsman hit me on the head. Also, I never found out how the latest Power Ponies issue ends. A gloved salesperson said from under a black hooded cloak, I'm all out. I suppose I could charge you a high price for a hairbrush and tell you to go brush yourself, but you wouldn't like where it would really send you to. Where would it send me to? Ever heard of She-Ra? Have I? Didn't she work with He-Man fighting Skeletor? That sounds great. The man reached into his fanny pack, pulled out a handful of equestrian gold coins. I'll take it. It's like 2 franchises in one. The salesperson laid the hairbrush on the counter. I assume you're fine with talking horses, but how do you feel about LGBTQ issues? What? The human blinked. There wasn't any of that stuff in He-Man. You must be confusing He-Man with something else. Hughie picked up the hairbrush. Under the hood, glinting eyes narrowed at the pushy customer. You know there was a reboot, right? Maybe you shouldn't take... that was Netflix only. It doesn't count. Hughie felt something pulling him backwards, into nowhere in particular. Oh, poodles. Maybe it does count. A moment later, without so much as an "excuse me" from a pimpled security guard, Hughie was gone from the dealer's room. It was almost as if Hughie had never existed at all. The Fluttermop of a Malice by Mockingbird. That's hardly a child at all, one of the visitors said. It's merely an animal, a creature. It hardly counts as a human, I dare say. If we were to lead it outside, at the first touch of sunlight it would scream as if burned, and run back down to its proper home. It and its cellar were made for each other. The visitor looked down imperiously down the narrow wooden stairs, surveying the object of his pronouncements. Just look at it, he said. The door is wide open, but is it trying to escape? No, it knows where it belongs. The malnourished, stunted child cringed away from the visitor in the light, with its hands half covering its eyes.
Nuh-uh.
It said.
Nuh-uh.
You see, the visitor said. Do you call that human speech? Hardly. Behind the visitor, a caretaker said, You're upsetting it. Please do close the door and leave it alone. If you frighten the child too much, and it dies of shock, we'll have to get another one. Humph, the visitor said. I don't think it can die, at least not yet. It's fated to live there in its miserable squalor, just as the fate of our entire city depends upon our having such a prisoner. The visitor lifted a handkerchief over his nose. I can't stand its stench. With a forceful thud, the door closed. Most people, had they been locked up with the child for a brief time, would have said the room was completely dark. The child's eyes saw barely more than anyone else would have, by the least traces of light that filtered down to a few small cracks above. You might think a cellar of 10 feet by 6 feet small enough, but for this child the prison was smaller yet. In the opposite corner of the cellar, several feet away from the child's accustomed resting spot, 2 tall things with strangely shaped heads stood leaning against the wall. When this child and the cellar were new to each other, the child had crawled restlessly, feeling the floor and the wall, seeking a way out. The child had brushed up against a bucket, and something had fallen upon the head's child, a painful surprise attack from above. The child had jerked back, screaming,
I didn't mean to! I didn't mean to!
A minute later, the door opened, and the caretaker rushed down into the cellar. See what you've done? She shouted. You've made a mess and woken me up with your clatter and your howling. She kicked the child, who retreated into a corner. The caretaker righted the bucket and leaned the mops back against the wall, just as they had been before. Now don't you dare do that again, or you'll find out what it means for me to be truly angry. She kicked the child several times to emphasize her point. Finally, she left the miserable creature to its weeping. She went back upstairs, locking the door behind her. That had been years ago. After that misadventure and similar misadventures that came soon afterwards, the child's confused consciousness remembered one thing. The bucket and mops and their corner were a source of pain and terror. Only this corner of the cellar felt truly safe. Sometimes while sleeping the child dreamed. Most often the dreams were of the child's captivity. Sometimes the dream was as dark and quiet and uneventful as the night would have been if the child were awake. Most nights such dreams were the closest thing to peace the child knew. Other times the child dreamed of angry attacks from the caretaker, or from visitors, or even of the horrible things in the corner falling upon it again and again without mercy. The child woke from those dreams gasping and sobbing, but usually not screaming. Screams had too often caused the caretaker to tromp down the stairs and punish the child for disturbing the caretaker's own sleep. So the child had learned to suffer nightmares in silence. Sometimes, but not very often, the child's dreams were infused by broken, fragmentary memories from before the basement. The child might dream of being in a soft, floored place with vertical bars and of light that didn't hurt the eyes. Enormous people might look down at her and smile and speak gentle words. A few dreams even took the child into a vast space that seemed to go on further than she could guess at. Strange sights that she had once called grass and flowers and trees. There was even an energetic, friendly creature called a dog, which chased smaller creatures but never seemed to catch them. The dog made loud noises, but somehow the child knew not to fear those. One night, during such a dream, a larger creature walked towards the child. This creature was yellow with pink hair on its head. "Hello," the creature said. "My name is Fluttershy."
Name?
The child repeated.
Name?
The child would have said its own name, but it couldn't quite remember it. "You seem like a nice little creature," the Fluttershy said. "I want us to be friends if you wouldn't mind." The Fluttershy reminded the child of the friendly dog, except for being even bigger and talking. The child toddled towards the creature, pressing herself against it. The yellow fur felt good where it touched the child's face. The Fluttershy giggled. I guess you do want to be friends. I'm so glad. The yellow creature's face nuzzled the top of the child's head. The child looked up with yearning. It wished it could be with Fluttershy forever, in this place where the light didn't hurt. The child struggled to speak. It hadn't spoken in a very long time.
I love you.
It said. Fluttershy's breath played in the child's hair, which was short and clean. I love you too.
I want be with you.
I want you to be with me too. May I tell you a secret?
Yeah,
The child said.
yeah.
Whenever an animal is in trouble and suffering, I want to go help it and make it feel better. I want to find a way to be with you, no matter how bad a place you're in. The child woke up. The cellar was dark and cold and damp, but it didn't feel quite so lonely anymore. That morning when the door opened and the caretaker stomped down into the cellar carrying a small bowl of corn mush and a larger bowl of water, the child shielded its eyes from the glare. The child made a soft animal snuffling, hungry for the mush. The caretaker set both containers down on the floor. You don't seem to talk much anymore. The child warily reached out for the small bowl, finally snatching it to lap up mush with a practiced tongue. Look at you, eating out of the bowl with your face in it, just like an animal you are. I reckon the people who call you that are right. Maybe you weren't born an animal, but you're becoming one, that's for sure. The child licked hungrily. There was never really enough in the bowl, but if she ate as fast as she could pretend for a few moments that she was allowed to lap up as much as she wanted. Anyway, if she ate too slowly, someone might take it away from her before she was done. That had happened before, when she hadn't learned she should always eat as fast as she could. I reckon you've had enough. Give me the bowl. The child looked up at the caretaker and growled. A foot to her face made her drop the bowl and cringe backwards against the wall.
Nah.
So you can still talk, kind of, but you haven't learned to obey. Another kick emphasized the point. The caretaker fixed the frightened child in place with a harsh glare while picking up the bowl. Upon standing, she kicked the child again. While the caretaker backed slowly out of the room, the child's gaze flicked over into the corner. In the corner was a tall yellow thing with something like pink hair on top of it. It reminded the child of Fluttershy. The child was very confused. Was this the same as the thing that had attacked her when the child was new to the cellar? Or was this a different thing? Maybe this yellow and pink thing didn't mean any harm at all. Maybe the attack had all been the bucket's fault. The door closed, leaving the child once again in darkness. The next time the child dreamed, she was in the big place again. She saw Fluttershy.
Fluttershy!
She shouted.
Fluttershy!
The pink and yellow thing walked towards the child. Yes, it's me. How are you?
A thing!
The child said.
A thing!
Fluttershy nodded. Somehow she knew what the child meant. In the corner? Yellow and pink like me?
Yeah!
Fluttershy said. Come and hug me. The child toddled up against the welcoming creature and pressed her face into the yellow hair. I know, Fluttershy said. Those mean people are very bad. I don't like them at all. But you know about the thing, right? What is it?
The thing!
The child agreed. Yes, those people don't want you to go near the thing because the thing loves you and it keeps you company while you're in the bad place. And even if you can't go over to the thing is still watching over you and keeping you company. The thing loves you. Fluttershy's wings came down and embraced the child. The thing loves you so much.
Out!
The child said.
Out!
Fluttershy nuzzled the child's head. You want to get out of the bad place?
Yeah!
Fluttershy said softly. I can only help animals, you know.
Animal? Animal?
Yes, those people have tried to make you into an animal, haven't they? But what if they succeeded? I wonder if they know what might happen. Who might come rescue you?
Yeah.
Yes, that's right. Someday Fluttershy will come take you away, and you'll never have to go back there again. After that night, the child was a little different somehow. When the caretaker or the visitors talked to this child, it didn't speak even a
Nah.
or a
Yeah.
Instead, it whined or growled. Once, when it was being beaten especially strenuously, it screeched so loudly that the attacker put both hands over her ears and retreated up the stairs, locking the door behind it. After that retreat, the child was left alone for even longer than usual. As the child's hunger and thirst grew, the subtle light filtering through the cracks above waxed and waned 3 times, hinting that 3 days had passed. The third night was a very thirsty time. In desperation, the child stood and followed the wall into the corner of fear and hurt, where the child felt what she was sure was the yellow and pink thing. Uncaring of the consequences, the child hugged the thing's top. It was soft. On the 5th day, when the caretaker came down to check on the disobedient, beast-like child, the caretaker screamed. What do you mean the child is missing? A city official said. Just what I said. The door was locked. The walls and floor and ceiling are intact, but the child is gone. A tour group came to fulfill their civic duty of learning about the child whose suffering ensured the city's prosperity and happiness, arrived at the worst possible time. What do you mean, gone? A serious-faced teenager asked. Did you let her out? She's not a her, the official insisted. Call the child an it. It's better that way. But you just called the child a her yourself, another teenager said. What are you trying to hide? Nothing at all. I'm sure this little misunderstanding will be cleared up shortly. The visitors pushed their way past the official and to the cellar door. 2 teenagers ran down the stairs and quickly ransacked the cellar's entire contents. It didn't take them long to move 1 bucket and 3 mops. As they might have expected from the caretaker's word, they found no child at all, not even a tiny one stunted by malnutrition. The visitors re-exited the cellar, and the other teenagers in the group pushed the official and caretaker back out of the way. You know what this means? The serious-faced one said. Yes, said another, who quoted, O malice cellar, dungeon dreary, must always hold a prisoner child, innocent youth starved and suffering, no love given, turned animal wild. Beat and kick, bruise and batter, convince the child it does not matter, but actions and cruel words are lies, without the child all the malice dies. One of the youths ran out of the house shouting, The cellar child is gone! Our doom is upon us! The day of Malice's destruction has come! Everyone get out of the city! The official grimaced. Someone stop that boy! He's gone crazy! We'll find the cellar child and lock it up again, and everything will be fine. We'll just call a general search. One of the youths asked sadly. And how will you tell everyone to search for the cellar child without admitting that she's missing? There you go, using the word she again. It's an it. The official reached up and tugged at his collar. All we have to do is search the town, and we're sure to find the child. His eyes darted towards the caretaker standing beside him. And maybe the caretaker knows more about the disappearance than she lets on. I'm sure there are ways to make her reveal what she says she doesn't know. And if she won't talk or can't remember, we can put her in the basement As the official reached to grab her, the caretaker bolted. "O'Mallus has fallen! O'Mallus has fallen!" The caretaker screamed as she ran out into the city streets. "The cellar child has been taken from us! Everyone flee the city before the doom takes us all!" Is that the child's caretaker? I believe it is. I'm sure of it. Caretaker, what's the matter? Is what you're saying true? Or have you only gone mad? Panic and fear-fueled rage grew. Before the day was out, Caretaker had become corpse, and all O'Mallus was burning. In another world, in a cottage, a yellow pony with pink mane and tail hugged a small, strange creature. Hair growing on the creature's head had been cut short to remove tangles, and the filth of years' captivity had been washed from it. Sores on its buttocks and the backs of its thighs had been medicated and bandaged. Its eyes were closed tightly against the sunbeam shining through a window. The creature quivered in Fluttershy's lap. With one forehoof, the pony gently stroked the creature's back. There, everything will be okay." The creature grunted. "Don't worry, you're safe now." The creature whined like a dog. Someday, Fluttershy resolved, the creature would know that it was safe. It had known how to talk once. Maybe someday it would learn how to speak again. Precious Pepsi by Audible. "Open the door, Dick. You can't hide away from us. Just give us the bottle and no pony has to be hurt." I clenched the bottle of Pepsi tightly as I hid in the wardrobe, locked inside my hotel's room. Sweat was dripping from my forehead, and I whimpered at every loud bang that came from the door. "This is really bad. Focus, there has to be a way out. I can't jump through the window. It's the 6th floor, but I can't stay here forever. The door will eventually give in. I have no other choice." I lifted the bottle to my face as I closed my eyes, wondering where it all went so wrong. I was browsing through YouTube, getting my daily dose of internet and melting whatever I had left of my brain, when I decided to take a short break and get up to grab something to drink. After grabbing the bottle of Pepsi from the fridge, I turned around only to face slam into a wall. I fell on my backside and mentally prepared myself to hit the fridge with the back of my head, but the impact never came. What the hell? When I came to my senses, I realized I was no longer in my home. It was either the giant building in front of me or the fact that I was now outside. Wherever I ended up, it didn't seem familiar to me in any way. I turned around and noticed the place looked a lot like a village, which doesn't make a lot of sense considering that I lived in the middle of a huge city. I also couldn't see any people around. For a second I thought this place might be abandoned, but then something strange caught my eye. One by one I saw multicolored miniature horses pop out from around corners, probably curious about the racket I caused by forcefully slamming my face into a wall. In the moment of confusion, I felt something familiar under my fingers and realized that the bottle of Pepsi made it through platform 9 3/4 along with me. I grabbed it and stood up, massaging my face with a grimace. It felt like the miniature horses surrounded me at this point, but they all kept a safe distance. It was kind of weird, especially when I noticed just how expressive their faces were. Each stood at the height of my stomach, had really huge eyes, and came in a multitude of bright colours. Most of them seemed either curious or fearful, with the latter clearly being the dominant emotion there. For a moment I thought about just awkwardly making my way through the crowd and finding someone to ask for directions. Before I could make up my mind, one of them sprinted up to me and started speaking. "Hi, I'm Pinkie Pie. This one was bright pink and apparently hadn't discovered her inside voice yet. The massive grin on her face took a few hits when I fell back onto my ass, trying to fight a panic attack. Motherfucker! You can talk? Of course I can talk, silly. I was talking ever since my ma and pa taught me how. I saw that you're new to Ponyville and I wanted to ask you when you want to have your party. Oh, I can't wait. It will be the first time I get to throw a party for a Minotaur. There was a Minotaur here once, but he was much bigger and a big meanie, so Fluttershy told him to go away and it worked. But you look really weird for a Minotaur. You don't have much fur and no horns. Your face is all flat and That's when I opened the Pepsi and let it spray in her snout. All the other horses seemed really taken aback by that. Several of them even decided to take cover, but the Pinkie Pie didn't seem that scared or angry after the spray ended. In fact, she seemed extremely excited and her pupils seemed to grow in size as I stared at her in horror. Or at least I assumed she was female. That was amazing! What is that? Why does it taste so good? Can I? A new voice spoke up from behind my accoster. That's enough, Pinkie. A purple aura surrounded the pink horse and lifted her off the ground, levitating her in place. I was too focused on the impossibility happening before me to pay attention to the new horse approaching me, this one being much more purple. Fucking hell! It's got a horn and wings! It's a unicorn! A pegasus! A pegacorn! Is it doing the magic to the evil pink one? Hello, let me introduce myself. I'm Princess Twilight Sparkle. Welcome to Ponyville, she proclaimed, trying to hide away her nervousness with a smile. Hey, my name's Dick. Her ears instantly went down at the mention of my name, and she seemed to blush. So did most of the ponies around, the ones who didn't sneak it instead. Can you repeat that? I said, my name is Dick. More snickering. Dick Dixon. Audible giggles. Listen, can we go somewhere private? I'm not really comfortable out in the open like this. And the crowd burst into laughter. She was completely red by the time I finished. Instead of saying anything, she nodded and started walking away, levitating the pink menace along with her. I awkwardly followed her, trying not to pay any attention to the crowd behind me. Seriously, what is their problem? It was a short walk from where I appeared to where Twilight took me, which seemed like a giant palace made of some shiny stuff. It looked almost like crystals. Somehow, I doubt the government would spend a fortune on building a palace made of gems and crystals. Surely they had some higher priorities, right? We walked through the doorway and stopped just inside of the entrance. Thankfully, she left Pinkie Pie outside. Once there, she turned around and our eyes met once more, though we both seemed more calm. Listen, I know things didn't went too well back outside, so let's try again. She took a deep breath and smiled at me. Greetings, my name is Twilight Sparkle. What is your name? I'm Dick. Her smile took a bit of a hit, but she stayed vigilant. And I really have no idea where I am or what happened. Where are the other people? Other people? You know, humans. You don't want to tell me talking horses and mythical creatures are all there is in this place? Her smile slowly disappeared and her eyes narrowed. Excuse me, but we are not horses, we are ponies. I have no idea what humans are either. I sighed and sat down on the floor, putting the bottle of Pepsi away and placing my face in my hands. This is getting us nowhere. Twilight sat next to me, looking concerned. Tell me what happened. Maybe we can figure things out. So I did. It didn't take long to tell her how I came here, considering it consisted of me trying to grab a Pepsi and then appearing in this village the second later. But we took more time on explaining our species to one another. She told me a bit about her world. In exchange, I tried to explain to her what memes were, but sadly she didn't really get it. Actually, speaking of your world, what is that thing you brought with yourself? That's... I reached over to try and grab the bottle, but it was not there anymore. A quick, panicked scan across the room showed me something very pink drinking my Pepsi right next to the door. Oh fuck, no you don't. I got up and sprinted to the darn pony, grabbing the bottle from her hooves and quickly looking at how much she drank. About a fourth of the bottle was gone, but thankfully it was 2 litres, so there was still plenty left. I turned my eyes from the bottle to Pinkie Pie, who seemed to be thirstily eyeing the bottle. After a quick look around, I noticed a small stand with what seemed like newspapers and few other magazines. I grabbed the newspaper, rolled it up and smacked her on the snout just as I heard Twilight try to say something from behind me. No! Bad pony! Don't touch the Pepsi! Owie! Wait, what is it called? Pepsi. Beppies? Pepsi. Conky? What even? Okay, gotta go, see you later. And just like that, she dashed through the door and disappeared. I turned around and saw Twilight standing right behind me, looking at me disapprovingly. What? She was drinking my Pepsi. Aha. And again, what exactly is this Pepsi? I eyed the bottle for a second before shrugging and handing her it. She took it with her magic uncertainly. As I explained, it's basically a soft drink with a lot of sugar and other chemical substances in it. Usually causes diabetes, but the taste is worth it. She seemed to be studying what's written on it for a second, her nuzzle scrunching adorably a few times. Eventually she shrugged, untwisted the cap, and took a small swig. I eyed her with a mild interest for a moment, watching as the similar reaction happened as with Pinkie Pie. Her pupils slowly going wide and a small smile coming to her face. And then, just like that, she started chugging the bottle. Oh, you fucker! I grabbed the bottle from her lips and pulled. I tried to tug harder to get it away from her magic. I grabbed the cork from the ground where it fell and shoved it back into the bottle, all while watching how Twilight shivered from delight. Great, that's already half of the bottle gone. Ah, I need more, she whined as she started to magic the bottle back to herself. I held on tight and started backing to the door, Twilight following me with hunger in her eyes. Stay away, spawn of Satan! Her tugging was starting to get stronger, to the point where I could barely hold onto the bottle anymore. Twilight wasn't straining in the slightest, probably just toying with me before forcing the Pepsi out of my hands. So I let go of the bottle and let it slap her in the face, dropping her on the ground. Before she managed to get up, I grabbed the bottle and started running, trying to get somewhere away from those damn insane ponies. I swear to God, if I make it back home, I'll be changing to Coke. On second thought, maybe I didn't have time to finish that thought, since something slammed into me from the side. I dropped to the ground and spat a few curses under my breath, trying to hold onto my damaged side. Well, 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 what do we have here? I heard a cocky female voice ask from right next to me. A monster running around the Ponyville scaring ponies? Maybe I should drag you to Everfree Forest, or bring you to Fluttershy. She would know what to do with you. I looked over and saw a teal Pegasus with rainbow-coloured mane and tail. So apparently gay ponies are a thing too. I coughed violently and tried getting up, when I saw her grab the bottle with one of her wings and eye it curiously. Is it like a potion or something? Did you steal it from Twilight? Don't drink it! I wheezed out, trying to get myself back in action. God, I wouldn't be surprised if she broke a few of my ribs. That was powerful. Her smirk turned into a shit grin as she uncorked the bottle and started drinking it. Once again, her eyes unfocused for a moment, then her pupils went super wide as her drinking sped up quickly. Thankfully at this point, I was up on my legs and slowly made my way to her. She really seemed to be holding onto that bottle with all her strength. In my fucked up state, I couldn't just take it, so I had to think of a way to pry it off of her hooves and quickly. I looked around my immediate area and found nothing of use other than a few broken branches, some ponies staring at me, and Pinkie Pie badly trying to hide herself in one of the bushes. So I went for the first idea I got, smacking the Pepsi chugging pony in the head with a bigger tree branch, knocking her out cold. The bottle loosely fell out of her hooves, and I quickly picked it up so none of it would spill. After I recorked the bottle, I realised I might have made a mistake. Now that the ponies saw me smack the blue pony, who absolutely attacked me first, they started panicking and trying to call for help. I didn't know ponies invented racism. Before I realised what I was doing, I started running again, doing my best to dodge any pony that tried to tackle me on my mad dash. A familiar tune started playing in my head. As more and more ponies tried to block my way, some of the less fearful ones got over their panic and tried to stop me from escaping. I'm not sure for how long I was running, but I saw a train station in the distance, with a train just preparing to depart. I picked up some extra speed and bolted for it, getting aboard just as the doors closed and the train started moving. Looking through the window confirmed that about half of the village was after me. Pinkie Pie, Twilight and the teal Pegasus were in the lead and watched me with disappointment in their eyes. I let out a deep breath as I practically fell into my seat, letting out a small grunt at how tiny it was. A short look around the place confirmed that I'm a lucky son of a bitch, as nobody else boarded the train except for me and one strange-looking mare with a wizard hat and cape. Her hair reminded me a bit of a toothpaste, and she seemed to have been checking herself in a small mirror. I decided to ignore her and instead focus on extinguishing the fire in my lungs. A few moments later, I saw a stallion enter the cart, probably checking tickets. I thought for a moment that I was fucked, but he took one look at me, another look at the strange wizard checking herself in the mirror, then shook his head and turned around, muttering something under his nose that sounded awful lot like, "No more salt before work." The trip seemed really calm, and I got off on the nearest station. The wizard mare stopped looking at herself at one point, and when she realised that I was there with her, she decided to instead stare at me with insane intensity, without saying a single word until I got out. Everything for the next week felt like a haze. The city I got off at was called apparently Philadelphia, because my life is a joke, and by that rule everything around me is a joke too. I got to a hotel, tried getting myself a room, realised it required money, and not being a freak of nature by standards of the locals. Instead, I decided to sneak in at night, grab a key, and lock myself in one of the unoccupied rooms. I had no idea what to do. I was stranded in a completely different land with no knowledge of how to get back, in a place populated by colourful ponies who considered me either a monster or a joke. And if that was not enough, they all want my Pepsi. But I will not give up your Pepsi. They cannot have it. I must protect it at all costs. It's my precious. My insane ramblings were interrupted by a sudden tugging of the door handle. It took me a second to realise what was happening, but what I heard next sent an icy chill down my spine. Dick, I know you're here. The staff has been missing a key to this one single room, and they said they saw you here before. Open the door. We only want to talk. Twilight called out through the door. No, we don't. We want the Beppis. You already forgot, Twilight? Pinkie Pie called out next, making me snort softly, which turned out to be a mistake. We can hear you. Open the door right now. We're getting that bottle, whenever you like it or not. The teal Pegasus called out, slamming the door harder. In a panicked rush, I grabbed the bottle and dashed into the wardrobe. Pepsi Man! Yeah, I could have played it out better from the start. Girls, stand back! Twilight called out. I could suddenly feel my hair standing up. My suspicions were confirmed. A second later, when I heard a literal lightning bolt explode just a few meters away. Okay, No more time to waste. You have to do this, Dick. Let it all end. Hoof steps and annoyed grunts filled my room for a few seconds before it all went quiet, with no sound other than hoof steps nearing the wardrobe. Suddenly the doors swung open, a smug-looking Twilight looking in. Before her, look turned to horrified as she watched me empty the bottle before her. I finished with a loud sigh and a burp, looking at them with a smirk. You don't get my precious. Nobody will. Needless to say, they weren't very happy. I was about ready to bail the second they made any move when I saw Twilight's horn light up. I instantly started running and slammed face first into my fridge at home. I fell on my backside and looked around confused, my face once again full of pain. After a short moment, I shrugged, got up, and went back to my computer to look up more memes after this way too long break. I sat down and opened up YouTube. With a bit of curiosity, I noticed that the time hadn't changed at all from the moment I got up and went for Pepsi to the moment I came back. Maybe I was just knocked out and dreaming, hit my head on something and went down. I placed a bottle of Pepsi on my desk and immediately noticed that it was empty. Oh, motherfucker! You Comfort Fluttershy by Little Owl. 1:21. 1:22. 1:23. As you sit and watch the numbers change on your digital clock, your frustration at your awake and yet paradoxically exhausted brain increase as sleep strays further and further away from you. Damn insomnia. It was something you've had all your life, but recently was becoming a major issue. Initially you think that it won't be a problem as you close your eyes, to take joy from the simple pleasure of having your mind completely shut off from the world, ready to be full of beans and raring to tackle the morning ahead. That's when the minutes start to tick by, about 10 or 15 to be exact, before you realise that you aren't asleep. In fact, you aren't even tired, and you realise that all this time you've been forcing your eyes closed. Some nights you would toss and turn, searching for that sweet spot for your brain to go, enough, sleep now. But you can never find it until you wake up the next morning realizing you only got about 2 hours sleep in said position. But the worst nights are when you just lie there, still, as if in purgatory, eyes wide open as your clock continues to pass the minutes by as you stare at it, deafening you with its monotonous rhythmic ticking that should be enough to put you to sleep if you weren't so wide awake. Not helping matters is the storm outside. The rain could be relaxing if you were in a especially tired mindset, but on sleepless nights like these, it's nothing but a nuisance. You look out towards the window, completely obscured by the dark, though you could see the outlines of little droplets trickling on the windowsill, ending in a small puddle at the bottom. This eventually becomes completely obscured by the vapor misting the window, and you are left once more with nothing to direct your open, wide eyes towards. The brain buzz continues to keep your eyes open. Part of you thinks about turning the lights on and reading a book to help relax you. Options included a bevy of ones Twilight gave you, before realizing that you have already read all of those during previous occasions of restlessness. However, there was that one book Fluttershy gave you on animals you haven't read yet. Maybe that would be an option. Fluttershy. Just the thought of that name already developed a fog of happy, relaxing thoughts in your brain. There was just something about her, as much of a cliche as it sounds, but not even all the wonderful traits that you could name just off the top of your head It was just her. Her aura, her presence. Just her being in the same room as her is enough to increase your heartbeat and make you feel a warm sensation inside. As these delightful thoughts caress your brain, you feel your extremities lower themselves against the covers. No conscious instructions necessary. A blink. Another blink. There is still hope. It's only 1:30 in the morning. You can get a half-decent 7.5 hours sleep before you have to get up for work. Such desperation to not spend your working day a sleep-deprived zombie will surely be enough to get you to sleep. You rustle in your covers, pulling your crumpled sheets back over your end of the mattress. You fluff your pillow, making a neatly woven place for your head and the pillow to do the rest as it consumes you with its blissful fluff. Yes! That was a blink! Now is the moment as you lay your head down, getting one last glimpse of the world. But just when you're about to open your eyes, you hear the turning of the knob and the very slow squeak of your door moving inwards towards your room. You feel like swearing every demeaning profanity at this newcomer that has just ruined your final chance at a good sleep. You're about to give them a piece of your mind until a singular yellow hoof is placed on the front of the door, and you can hear a slight tremble as Fluttershy moves her head around the door, the bottom of her teal eyes barely visible as she peers round to reach your gaze as the red mist swelling inside of you fades into an aura of confusion and concern. You smile warmly towards her as she opens her adorable little mouth to speak. "Oh, sorry," she says quietly, as if to salvage some of the quiet in the room so that you can return to sleep, only to realize just how fully awake you are. "I hope I didn't wake you. I know how difficult and rare it is for you to get a good sleep. I sincerely hope I didn't interrupt one of those." You can't help smiling at her. Though her timid nature hindered her confidence, it made her a very considerate and sensitive pony. For all her flaws, there were traits that gravitate you towards her. Your smile fades, however, when she starts to speak once more with a slight tremble. I just came in because..." She seems to struggle to get the words out. I trust you, and I thought the only way I could feel better was if I came to you. Something about you just being there. I thought it would be enough to make me feel better." Your smile grows broader as her face lights up slightly as she continues. "You probably want to know why I'm here," she continues sheepishly, turning her face away slightly. "You see, I had a nightmare." Your face quickly falls to deep concern as your heart twists in your chest as you stare at your dear friend. No wonder she seems so upset. Every part of your human instinct tells you to reach your arms out towards her and hold her close. You even feel droplets forming in your eyes before suddenly realizing that she was the one who was upset. It's not about you anymore. You don't care about falling asleep. Instead, it's about being there for your friend, and not just any friend, but one that's connection with you is firm and true. A friend whose kind personality and natural beauty only make you care for her as equally as you know she cares for you. Here she is, silent and scared, but also the radiant Fluttershy that was so very much worth protecting. "I tried going back to sleep, but I was just too scared." She then blushes ever so slightly. "Could I possibly, stay with you, at least for a little bit? Then I promise I'll go back to sleep." You nod. She could stay for the entire night as far as you were concerned. Anything to make her feel better. You motion for her to come towards. Fluttershy climbs in with you, her pink and yellow appearance adding a splash of colour to your boring white covers. You hold an arm up as she scooches closer towards you, and then lower it tentatively before softly making contact with her soft yet delicate touch. You feel her silky pink mane slide down against your sides as she leans her head against it and shyly wraps a hoof around your ribs, before a stifled, nervous sigh leads her breath.
Thank you. I really needed this,
she says quietly, glancing her eyes to the door, almost as if she is checking to see if the nightmares aren't following her. The sadness and worry you feel inside towards your friend is simply palpable. Whatever the dream was, it scared her good. You can confidently say you have never seen Fluttershy, such a timid and fragile soul as she is, in such a state. You feel helpless, as all you can do is hold her in your arms. Your mind tells yourself to ask if talking about the dream will help, but decide against it in fear of bringing up harmful memories of the clearly unpleasant dream. She came to you so you could chase the nightmares away, not bring them up again. However, talking about them and getting a sense of perspective for them would help you be able to comfort her more, telling her that there's no such thing as the monstrous, imaginary figment her dream came up with. Plus, it could give her a sense of perspective, a realization that dreams are in no way real to the point where she will consider herself silly for even thinking that dreams are real. She could never be silly. Not to you, except for the fact that she trusts all of you people. You stir at her speaking once more.
You are probably the only one I can talk to about this. I trust you.
You wonder for a split second if she had just read your thoughts. You conclude that it was just coincidental. However, you wouldn't be so surprised if she did read your mind. Over the time you have known her, you have gained an almost telepathic connection with her. She knows how much you need to hear that she trusts you, and just how much you know that what she needs is someone to listen to her, but also give her a push so she will have the strength to be more confident, especially when it came to talking about emotions. It's moments like these that you realize the true extent of you and hers very strong bond, despite the fact you have known each other for a brief amount of time. You hear Fluttershy inhale deeply as she was able to speak out her biggest and darkest secret.
Well, I should probably tell you about the dream. It went like this. I was playing with Angel. You remember my little bunny? At first I thought it was a good dream. Everything was so bright and vibrant and sunny, and we were playing in the springtime flowers.
She smiled dully before her face fell to a sure frown once more.
But then the dark clouds gathered above us, and Angel started running. I couldn't stop her before she reached the everfree forest. I called out for Angel, but I couldn't find him anywhere. That's when I turned and saw two very big bunnies behind me. Only two at first, but then there were multiple, and they began surrounding me.
She starts to shudder as her voice begins to break.
They started calling me a murderer as the thunder got louder and louder. And that's when the dream ended. I woke up in a hot sweat, and
She begins crying, quietly but with uncontainable despair, burying her face into your chest as you quickly held her in one hand and went to stroke her mane in the other. Looking for any way to comfort her, you have to check that she can breathe properly as you squeeze her close to you, never wanting to let go of the sobbing mare. You cannot stand seeing her like this. You will not stand to see her like this. You will be the knight in shining armor she deserves. Chasing away the nightmares so she can sleep and return to her happy, caring self. This mare, it hurts to think about how much you love her. Yes, love her. You care too much about her to not feel this way. She moves her head to over your shoulder and wraps a tight hoof around your neck. Your tears flowing freely as much as Fluttershy's as you start to hear her breathing heavy, stifled breaths, drawn with anxiety and fear. This goes on for a good minute or two. Then her breathing slows, so consumed by the adrenaline of care, you don't fully feel the overwhelming warmth of Fluttershy's fur pressed against you during the embrace. Part of you feels it is necessary to let go and have some space to breathe. You do not want to let go, not until you are sure she is alright, until you feel Fluttershy's mane brush over your shoulder and against your ear as her head recedes and centers itself to meet your gaze. Her eyelashes glistening with the moisture of her tears, but through all of this you can see, faintly but very clearly, a sweet smile spread across her lips. The more she stares into you, threatens for more tears to emit. No, don't you dare say what you're about to say.
I'm sorry.
You once again press her towards you, your chest cushioning the sheer force of your arms, thrusting her head closer towards you. What could she be sorry for?
I just woke you up in the middle of the night, just so I could come to you for pity, like the scared filly that I feel like I am sometimes.
Fluttershy says once more, breathing steadying. You cannot believe what you are hearing. You have seen the progress she has made from being that scared filly she once was, to a capable and caring friend. Admittedly though, this isn't the first time something like this has happened. In fact, the both of you have had countless nights of consoling, trying to get over horrible nightmare after nightmare. But you don't care. There is nothing, and not just nightmares, but in this world, you think that is worth causing Fluttershy harm. No matter how silly the thing she is worrying about might be, you will help her through it. Yes, she has grown more and more capable as time has gone on to the point where she needs your help less and less. Doesn't mean you won't give it to her when the poor mare does need help. Of course, you don't want to cuddle her, but you don't need to, because she always gets through it. And out from the debris of whatever obstacle she faces, she always comes out the wonderful Fluttershy she always is and always will be. As the both of you lay there, you subconsciously find yourself forgetting your own problems about falling asleep. Thoughts instead focused on the now, shuddering less and less. Pink and yellow mare in your arms. You don't realize it, but you feel exhausted, though you would do it any day of the week. Feeling sorry for another is draining. All the adrenaline of pity, your own tears developing at the sight of another's. It's enough to knock a person out. Eventually realizing this, you begin to relax as Fluttershy releases herself from you, sniffling quietly.
You really do care, don't you?
She asks softly, before giggling at the sight of your facial expression.
You're doing that cute thinking face you do. What are you thinking about?
But she doesn't get an answer from you, as you just lay there, eyes wide open, for really you aren't thinking. Instead you are feeling the aura of warmth within the room, having just had a heart-to-heart with Fluttershy.
I love you.
A quiet voice is heard beside you. Immediately you blush hot pink. A rush of warmth comes to her cheeks as well.
It's true, and just you and me alone here reminded me of why. Your heart is pure, and I truly believe you care for me. And you want to know the amazing thing? You don't even do anything. From just you being there, I can tell just how much I mean to you and how badly you want to chase away those horrible nightmares. You are my hero.
You turn away with a modest look on your face. Honestly, to you, caring for another is simply too important to overlook. It's a common courtesy to show one how much they mean to you before your time together runs out. To care for another is something everyone should strive to do each and every day of their existence. What you just did for Fluttershy feels like common sense. Furthermore, you didn't even need to think about said emotions. They just came naturally. Maybe they wouldn't come so easily if you were comforting anyone else. Fluttershy had that effect of evoking empathy from others, but you still needed to feel them. A part of your brain still needed to clock that Fluttershy was upset and she needed someone, anyone to be there for her. You did what you had to do, and in some way it helped you with your problems as well.
Hey,
The cute, soft voice spoke, once again chirps up, tugging you gently by the shoulder.
I'm feeling a lot better now, but
She yawns and giggles afterwards.
I'm a bit too tired to get back to my own bed. So, I was wondering if maybe to fix my predicament, I could... Well,
She shuffles closer to you and wraps her hoof on your midsection.
stay with you tonight. Plus, I really don't want to be alone. And you are pretty comfy to snuggle.
Your only response is a sweet smile. She lifts herself upwards as you shuffle around in the covers, trying to make yourself comfortable. Lowering your body so it is lying flatly on the bed, the pillow propped downwards, tilted ever so slightly by the rest on the end of your bed. Fluttershy meanwhile lies on her side next to you, propping a hoof up on her head as she stares at you lovingly.
You comforted me. I think it's time I return the favour.
She then frowns into a pondering expression.
I know positive affirmations. If it's for you, then it should be easy. Now, just relax.
You exhale a sigh and purposefully close your eyes to relax to Fluttershy's soothing voice as you hear the light get turned off as Fluttershy leans ever so closely to your ear.
Words cannot describe how wonderful I think you are, but I figure you would like me to try. Honestly, if you ever think that you are not a nice person or someone worthy of a pony like me, then remember what you just did for me tonight. Your kindness knows no bounds, and your always optimistic persona is enough to keep even the most depressed pony in a mindset that life is worth living. Because without you around, I cannot imagine what life would be like. You are also brave, funny, and so caring. I don't know anybody else like you. You are one of a kind, and you embrace your individuality as someone who just loves being himself. And do not think this goes unrecognized. I've had many conversations about you with the girls and others. Every single one of them agrees that their lives have become so much better since you entered them. I can happily say that I am one of those ponies with an insight to that amazing brain of yours. I feel like I have such a special connection with you, and I would never give that up for anything in the world. We can read each other like books. I feel like I know exactly what you are thinking and vice versa. I don't think I'll share that kind of bond with anyone else except for you. You are special to me and to others, and even if you have to be told it 1,000,000 times over, because let's be honest, you do doubt yourself a lot, I am still more than willing to tell it, because when you love someone as much as I love you, you will do anything to see them smile.
You faintly hear her wipe away tears before leaning towards you and brushing her lips against your cheek as you are sent into a blissful shiver as your consciousness starts to fade. I love you, and I will always love you, no matter what happens. I will never forget what you did for me tonight. Good night, my love.
Rainbow Dash and the Ultimate Showdown of Ultimate Destiny by Blue Shift. Rainbow Dash cried in pain and tried once more to tug at her injured wing, which was trapped fast under that cold hard boulder. "It's not fair," she gasped, flopping down in defeat, staring up at the cold night sky and preparing to die. The only noise was the wind whistling through the ghastly gorge like a mocking laughter cackling all around. How could this happen to the same pony twice? Rainbow Dash gave another pained pull at her wing, to no avail. She had been practicing her flying through this dangerous terrain when a freak rockfall had knocked her to the ground and trapped her wing again. "Curse you, rock! Curse you!" she swore, punching it as hard as she could with her forehoof. The large brown rock stayed silent, slowly crushing the life out of her wing. "I don't want to die here," she wailed to the heavens. Her voice was already hoarse from shouting. No pony would come and rescue her, not this late at night. She was doomed. "Someone, anyone, save me!" "I'll save you," a strange booming reply rang out, causing Rainbow Dash to crane her neck up painfully to look about. There was no one there though, only rocks. With a sudden rumble like thunder, another rock tumbled down the side of the gorge towards her. "Avalanche!" she screamed helplessly, trying to shield her face for all the good it would do her. The rock spun down the crevice, skipping and bouncing towards Rainbow Dash, who gritted her teeth, steeling herself for the end. It didn't come. The rock collided with the boulder, pinning her wing, sending it flying like a billiard ball. "I'm free?" She slowly sat up with a wince, looking down at her tattered wing. It was squashed badly, but nothing she hadn't handled before. She looked around for a mysterious rescuer, seeing only the walls of the gorge, dappled blue by the moonlight. "Thank you," she called out, "whoever you are." "That's okay, Rainbow Dash, but you must leave. You're in great danger." Rainbow Dash turned, mouth agape at the source of the voice. There was no denying it. That strong, booming tone came from the rock that had tumbled down the cliff, a strangely familiar rock. "Tom?" she gasped in recognition. There was no other explanation. It was Tom, the rock, Rarity's once friend. You can talk?" "Of course, Rainbow Dash." The rock vibrated slightly as it spoke. Rainbow Dash sidling up to it, staring with unbridled curiosity. "But my name is not Tom." Rainbow Dash leapt back with a squeal as the rock started to shudder and shake before suddenly exploding upwards as it seemed to open up, panels sliding back to reveal gleaming metal limbs until before her towered a large humanoid creature, half rock, half metal. "My name is Prince Boulder," the rock announced. "I am a rock lord." "Is that like a transformer?" Rainbow Dash's eyes sparkled with excitement. Prince Boulder frowned. Sort of. We're more like but he trailed off, a large, stubby blaster appearing in his fist as he whirled around. "You must escape, Rainbow Dash. You have found yourself in the middle of a war. beyond good, beyond evil, beyond your wildest imagination. I'm not scared. Rainbow Dash puffed her chest out, but inwardly she was shaking slightly at the sudden revelations. She stretched her battered wing with a yelp. Die, Rainbow Dash! Rainbow Dash and Prince Boulder turned as the brown rock that had pinned Rainbow Dash down suddenly returned with a vengeance, rolling across the flat ground like a freight train before it, too, transformed to reveal a powerful stocky frame and a snarling green face. Also, he had a mohawk. Magma? Prince Boulder hissed, stepping defiantly in front of Rainbow Dash, his gun raised. I should have known. Yes, it is I, Magma, leader of the evil Rock Lords. Magma grinned, revealing razor-sharp teeth. Step aside, Boulder. The evil League of Evil has decided that Rainbow Dash must die. She is the only one who can stop us. From the shadows stepped a cowed figure, followed by a dozen hovering silver robot henchmen. Yes, the figure crackled, raising a staff above his head. Surrender now or face the consequences. A sudden flash of lightning illuminated the figure for a moment, revealing not a face, but a yellow skull. Skeletor? Boulder cried. I should have known. He turned to Rainbow Dash, a pleading look in his eyes. Rainbow Dash, we're outnumbered. You need to escape. You're our only hope. I am? Rainbow Dash skidded backwards in shock before shaking her head and fixing herself in a defiant pose. Rainbow Dash doesn't abandon friends, Boulder. Bring it on. The two nodded between each other and raced forward into battle. Rainbow Dash headed straight for the skeleton creature, which gasped in surprise as it was knocked backwards by the force of her leap. Her victory was short-lived though, as a laser blast scorched through the air, hitting her straight in the back. Good shot, Cobra Commander! Skeletor cackled as helmeted, blue-jacketed humanoid stalked into view. Indeed, Skeletor, the figure known as Cobra Commander leaned down to study Rainbow Dash's face, tickling a hand under her chin. Finally, Rainbow Dash is in our evil clutches. Finally, we can... He was cut off as a roar of jet engines, a large, red-winged chariot swooped down from the sky and snatched up the stunned Rainbow Dash from the arms of Cobra Commander. Amidst a hail of laser fire, it curved back into the air, spewing out jets of flame as it roared away. Where am I? Rainbow Dash clutched her head groggily as she took in her surroundings. She was strapped down securely with a belt in a plush chair, inside some sort of metal box. Beside her was sitting another humanoid creature, this one wearing some sort of grey uniform with a large metal helmet. Hey! She tugged on the belt in frustration. Just what's going on? Whose side are you on? The figure turned and gave a quick salute, before giving a sharp turn on the wheel in front of him. The metal box shifted, and from out of the window Rainbow Dash could see they were high in the air, flying closer and closer to Ponyville. Don't worry, Rainbow Dash, the figure boomed. We're all in this together. My name's Matt Tracker. I work for an organisation called MASK, and this is my car, the Thunderhawk. I'll explain more when we land. The Thunderhawk shifted again suddenly, and Rainbow Dash pressed her nose up against the window, seeing a pair of missiles spiralling away from behind them to explode harmlessly like fireworks in the air. That's not good. No! Matt Tracker twisted the wheel of the craft again, banking steeply to turn and bring his own weapons to bear, sending out bright laser bolts into the night sky. Curses! He exclaimed as a trio of metal wedges blazed into view. Decepticon Seekers! He craned forwards as more figures came flying towards them from all angles. And they've teamed up with skeleton warriors. Hang on, Rainbow Dash! The Thunderhawk swept through the air as it was followed by the Decepticons, who let loose with volley after volley of missiles. Turning the Thunderhawk at a sharp right angle confused the missiles, which span off into space, impacting on a gaggle of skeleton warriors and causing a shower of evil bones to fall from the sky. They were not out of danger, however, as a flock of strange dragon-like creatures, each with a black cloaked rider, hovered into view. "Ring rats!" Matt Tracker's voice was tinged with fear. Rainbow Dash looked around desperately through each window. On one side were the Decepticons, on the other were flying skeletons, and completing the trap were the wraiths. "Be brave, Rainbow Dash!" Matt Tracker pulled off his helmet to wipe away his tears. "It's the end!" It was not to be. A blazing rainbow of light exploded from the darkness, instantly evaporating the evil ring wraiths as it touched them. Matt Tracker punched the air in delight, revving up his engines. "Yes!" he cried. "Reinforcements have arrived! It's Rainbow Bright and the Care Bears!" Sliding down the rainbow beam of light came a small girl in multicoloured garments, waving a magical wand at the enemies, who now started to try to flee in confusion. Their attempts at escape were thwarted by an armada of cloud cars, each carrying a small fuzzy bear that shot rainbow lasers from their chests. "I could do that," Rainbow Dash muttered, sinking into a chair uselessly. "I just don't want to." The Thunderhawk sped away from the pitched aerial battle before touching down with a hiss of rocket exhausts in a quiet clearing just outside of Ponyville. Rainbow Dash leapt out the door, craning her neck high as she watched the exchange of laser fire and rainbow bolts. "Awesome!" She marvelled at the free light show before turning to Matt Tracker with a suspicious scowl. "Okay, just what's going on?" Matt Tracker placed his helmet on the back of his vehicle and snapped his fingers. From the undergrowth, more creatures emerged. Some were humanoids like Matt, others were strange metal creatures and bizarre animals. "Equestria is in the middle of a war, Rainbow Dash, a war that only you can stop." "Sorry we're late." A humanoid in a cowboy hat staggered stiffly up to Matt Tracker. The enemy deployed several pop-up pirates and a unit of hungry hippos. G.I. Joe and Action Force are still pinned down. The Centurions are moving in to support them though. "Thank you, Marshal Bravestar." Matt shook his head grimly at the news before turning back to Rainbow Dash. "Our leader is here. He can tell you more." Another figure stepped from the shadows, a tall black human creature wearing a loose-fitting vest. This was a face Rainbow Dash recognized instantly. "Michael Jordan!" she squeaked, backing away as she patted imaginary pockets. "I'm sorry, look, I don't have any drugs." Michael Jordan shook his head and flashed a smile. "No, Rainbow Dash, I'm here on business this time. It's going down, Rainbow Dash." "You mean..." Rainbow Dash's mouth fell open as she tried to comprehend what was happening. "Yes," Michael Jordan nodded firmly. "Another space jam, and this time the enemy aren't using a basketball as the ball." He pointed up into the night sky. At first Rainbow Dash couldn't understand what he was pointing at. It was just the moon in the sky, and another moon. There were two moons. "It can't be," Rainbow Dash mouthed as she realized that the second moon was the Death Star? "Yes, that is the ball in the second space jam." Michael Jordan knelt down to ruffle Rainbow Dash's hair. "Rainbow Dash, the only thing that can defeat the enemy is an artifact of great power that was hidden amongst the possessions of Twilight Sparkle." Rainbow Dash frowned. "Hang on, I thought I was supposed to be the hero. Why don't you just get Twilight to..." "No! Twilight cannot know!" a booming voice rang out. And with a grinding of gears, Matt Tracker's Thunderhawk twisted and turned, revealing arms and legs, and a large shining robot stood towering above them. "Twilight must never know!" it cried. "Oh, wow! Are you a transformer?" Rainbow Dash forgot the sudden danger and looked up at the robot with a filly-like sparkle in her eyes. Yeah, kinda." The robot rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. "I am a but that doesn't matter now." It pointed a finger at Rainbow Dash sternly. "No pony must know of this secret mission. Only you, Rainbow Dash. Only you." "It's true," Matt Tracker smiled grimly. "Twilight Sparkle is actually the master, but under a strong hypnotic spell. Any knowledge of the events of this night will break the spell and turn her into her true evil self." I see. Rainbow Dash realised the true weight of her task. But what does this object look like? And I'm injured. She flapped her broken wing weakly. I can't possibly do much good with this. The object is a magical helmet, Michael Jordan replied. Disguised as a normal object of clothing, it is in fact a powerful device which the wearer can use to stop all evil. And don't worry about your injuries. He picked up a large satchel, stuffed full of bottles, and hooked it over Rainbow Dash's back, which sagged suddenly under the weight. Our best scientist, Doc Brown, has developed a magic potion with the help of Gandalf. If you drink enough, it will fix your wing. Rainbow Dash pulled one of the bottles out of the satchel, turning it over in her hooves. Hey, it says hard cider, she exclaimed, before taking a hesitant swig. Of course, Michael Jordan continued, the magic potion has been stored in bottles of hard cider, so that any pony who sees you wandering through Ponyville drinking at night will think you're just having a merry evening, not drinking magic potion on a secret mission for the forces of good. Rainbow Dash finished the bottle and wiped her mouth with a satisfied smack of the lips. Already she could feel the feathers on her wing mending themselves. Great stuff, she announced happily. I'm ready. Go! Matt Tracker cried out as from the south there came a massive explosion and a roar of engines. They've found us, Rainbow Dash. Run to Ponyville. We'll hold them off. With that, Rainbow Dash ran as fast as she could. Rainbow Dash swigged a third bottle of magic potion as she raced into Ponyville. Her wing was still aching, though it was starting to feel much better. She gave it a hesitant flap before recoiling as jolts of pain rolled down her spine. You seem to be in trouble here, a voice hissed from the shadows. Ming the Merciless? Rainbow Dash exclaimed as a green-skinned oriental figure stepped into view before the galactic overlord could raise his hand to blast her with his magic ring. Rainbow Dash leapt into action, throwing her empty bottle at Ming's head. It hit him dead on, rebounding off his face and smashing the window of Daisy's house. You fool! Ming fell to the ground as around him soldiers clad in blue uniforms that bore the legend Cobra raced onto the scene. Get her! A volley of shots rang out from a nearby rooftop and 3 of the Cobra soldiers instantly fell down. 4 cowboy-hatted figures stood proudly against the night sky. Run, Rainbow Dash, run! One of the figures called down. Thanks, Galaxy Rangers! Rainbow Dash quickly gulped down another bottle of potion, throwing the empty glass bottle at Ming again. This one missed, hurtling instead into the window of the mayor's house. Without looking back, Rainbow Dash scurried into a nearby alleyway, away from the intensifying laser fight. She panted to catch her breath. Unfortunately, there was no such respite. Die, Rainbow Dash, die! From the darkness, a small pink tentacle creature leapt at her, curling its tentacles around Rainbow Dash's throat and gnashing its evil teeth. Rainbow Dash found herself staring into the face of evil itself. Krang! She hissed, struggling with the tiny tentacle alien warlord. She staggered backwards, knocking on a nearby fence as the two grappled with each other. Rainbow Dash tripped over her hooves, unable to gain traction on the alien as it reached for her throat. From the corner of her eye, she could see that she had ended up in Carrot Top's garden. With a supreme force of will, she stood up and propelled herself forwards into Carrot Top's greenhouse, letting Krang take the brunt of the blow. As the glass dug into Krang's back, the slimy pink tentacles unfurled and Rainbow Dash could finally breathe again. Better luck next time, loser! Rainbow Dash sneered down at the twitching alien before swinging down another bottle of magic potion. Her wing in much better shape now, she gave a hard flap, helping to propel herself over the next fence and back into the street. As the ponies of Ponyville slept soundly in bed, the town became a war zone. Bodies lay everywhere as the forces of good and evil played out the final battle. Rainbow Dash gingerly stepped over a glowworm as it grappled in mortal combat with a living Rubik's Cube. Street sharks were bare fist brawling with biker mice from Mars. In front of the town hall, the real Ghostbusters fought furiously with the Filmation Ghostbusters. And at the far end of town she could see that G.I. Joe had just arrived, but obviously out of ammunition. They had instead turned to toilet paper, throwing wheel after wheel of pink roll at the enemy. "Quick, Rainbow Dash!" Michael Jordan shoved a stack of toilet paper into Rainbow Dash's hooves. Rainbow Dash instantly sprang into action, lobbing the paper into the air like a giant paper streamer. It hit a ring raider, which had come in for a strafing run, causing it to explode, the remaining toilet paper landing atop a lamppost. Rainbow Dash quickly drank another bottle of potion, hefting the bottle and throwing it at a helmeted figure, which was about to launch a roll of toilet paper at the back of the thunder tank. The figure fell over with a crunch. Finally, Rainbow Dash jumped upon the figure, pinning him down with her two front hooves. "Now it's just you and me, Cobra Commander." She yanked off Cobra Commander's faceplate with a victorious cry before recoiling in shock. Under the helmet, her own face stared back at her. "Yes, I was you all the time," the face of Rainbow Dash sneered up. "I am Rainbow Dash too, your dark side. There are many Rainbow Dashes throughout the multiverse, each with their own unique number." "No, no!" Rainbow Dash punched the air in anger. "I am not a number, I am a free mare." She bounded away from the stricken Cobra Commander and began to race towards the library. "Cover me, Michael," she cried. "I'm going for it." "It's time," Michael Jordan shouted, curling one hand into a fist and lifting it into the air, his magic ring glinting. "Earth!" "Fire!" shouted Matt Tracker, hoisting his own ring aloft. "Wind!" cried Jem. "Water!" bellowed Brian Blessed. "Heart!" mumbled Mr. T, slightly shamefaced. "By your powers combined," a mighty voice shook out as 5 beams of light from the rings converged into the sky, and a blue and green figure blazed into existence. "I am Captain Planet." "No!" Cobra Commander was back on her feet now, somehow shaking a hand. "Godzilla! King Kong! Get over here!" From the horizon came a terrible roar, and 2 massive beasts of destruction thundered into view. Michael Jordan threw another ream of toilet paper at Cobra Commander's head before barking out the immortal order. "Gentlemen, combine into Voltron, and I'll form the head." Rainbow Dash gazed up as the mighty Voltron formed in the middle of Ponyville, and then she turned back towards the library. She had a job to do, sneakily smashing the glass in one of the windows. She crept inside with the minimum of fuss. "Now," she muttered, looking about the quiet library, being careful not to make any noise which would wake Twilight. "Where will I find the helmet?" Having problems? Rainbow Dash turned in surprise to see a bulky, sugary-looking figure already in the library, moving towards her on thick legs which resembled licorice. "Bertie Bassett!" she exclaimed at the evil creature made of sweets. "Don't tell me you're in the evil League of Evil too." "Quite so, my dear," Bertie Bassett would have snarled, but his face was fixed in a sugary grin. "Time to die, Rainbow Dash." "Not so!" Rainbow Dash tumbled towards a table on which stood a yellow bottle of lemonade. "Lemonade breaks down the chemical bond in sweets," she exclaimed in victory as she shook the bottle, spraying the amber contents all over Bertie Bassett, as well as half the room in the process. She ran around and around as Bertie Bassett flailed in agony, drenching him, the sofa, and the bookcases. Soon he was nothing more than a pile of mush. Rainbow Dash stepped around the soggy remains. "Sorry, Twilight," she muttered to herself, "but I'm sure you'll forgive me for this." "Very clever, Rainbow Dash," snapped a sharp voice, as from the shadows stalked a vicious creature from Rainbow Dash's worst nightmares, all teeth and claws. "But how will you face me?" "Jeff Goldblum Raptor!" Rainbow Dash tensed up. the hairs on her back prickling with fear. She kept her cool, trying not to show one quiver of fear in her voice. 1-on-1, Jeff Goldblum Raptor. After I've taken down all your friends, do you really think you can beat me? Jeff Goldblum Raptor smiled. Probably, but just to even the odds, I've brought some friends. A claw reached over to a small metal panel and pressed a big red button. From out of the kitchen crashed a gigantic T-Rex, bristling with lasers and cannons, along with several smaller dinosaurs, all similarly armed. Dino Riders, Rainbow Dash gasped. Have you no pity? Let this be our final battle, Jeff Goldblum Raptor pounced at Rainbow Dash, fangs bared. Rainbow Dash took another swig of magic potion, hurling the bottle across the room. It hit the T-Rex squarely in the face, causing its laser to fire and hit Jeff Goldblum Raptor in the back. It's all about maths, Rainbow Dash smirked smugly at the fallen raptor, but her foe was not yet done. With an almost superhuman effort, Jeff Goldblum Raptor struggled to his feet. I have more tricks up my sleeve, he hissed, as his scaly body suddenly erupted with fine hairs, his eyes turning into massive orbs and clear wings unfurling from his body. Behold, my fly form! Now sporting a proboscis instead of a mouth. The creature gave a deep breath before hurling a spray of deadly vomit at Rainbow Dash. Rainbow Dash leapt out of the way in the nick of time. She knew from her many studies that a fly's greatest weapon was its vomit. Panting, she crashed into a bookcase, sending lemonade-soaked books everywhere as the vomit flew past her and hit the wall. You can't escape that easily, Jeff Goldblum Fly burbled, letting loose another spew of vomit. This time Rainbow Dash rolled out of the way, and the vomit impacted harmlessly with Twilight's sofa. I can't keep this up forever, Rainbow Dash grunted, as from the corner of her eye she saw the Dino Riders moving in for the kill. Jeff Goldblum Fly stalked closer too, but Rainbow Dash saw he had made a terrible mistake, because the dinosaurs had moved. The door to the kitchen was now unguarded. Pausing only to drink another bottle of magic potion and throw it at the evil fly, she raced towards the kitchen, not stopping as she threw open all the cupboards to spill their contents everywhere until she had found what she was looking for. Strawberry jam, she grinned, hefting the jam in her hooves as she threw it as hard as she could at the dinosaurs. It exploded, covering the saurians with delicious sticky jam. No! Jam! My only weakness! Jeff Goldblum Fly tried to fight his natural fly urges, but was unable to as he was inextricably drawn toward the dinosaurs, leaping upon them in order to greedily suck up all of the jam. In the confusion, Rainbow Dash darted across the room, not caring that her coat was covered in unsightly lemonade and icky fly vomit. She slowed down as she hit the stairs, creeping as quietly as she could into Twilight's room. Her ragged panting was masked somewhat by Twilight's snoring, as the purple pony slept soundly in her bed. Rainbow Dash risked a quick glance out of a window. In the centre of Ponyville, Voltron and Captain Planet were battling Godzilla and King Kong. In the distance she could see the massive forms of Unicron and Galactus approaching. She knew there was not much time left. Come on, think! Rainbow Dash started to pull open Twilight's drawers and closets, frantically throwing out all her clothes as she searched for the magical helmet. Feeling a twinge in her wing, she gulped down another bottle of potion, unceremoniously hurling the bottle onto the floor. There would be time for niceties when the entire world wasn't in danger. Suddenly Rainbow Dash gasped as she touched an item of clothing. The magical aura it gave off was apparent even to her. It had to be the helmet. Carefully she pulled the item out and examined it. The magical helmet was well disguised. To any other pony it would look like Twilight Sparkle's underwear, but Rainbow Dash knew it had far more secrets. With a solemn look, she pulled the underwear over her head, instantly feeling the power coursing through her body. With a cry of, "Sorry, Twilight, no time to lose," Rainbow Dash crashed through Twilight's window, flapping her wings to escape the shards of glass as she hit the ground, rolling to a stop. Before her, the desperate battle for Equestria raged. In the sky, the Death Star started to glow as its weapons powered up. Rainbow Dash scrunched up her eyes, channeling the power of the helmet. A pure beam of energy lanced from her and into the night sky before night was temporarily turned into day as the Death Star exploded. Godzilla paused, one of his tiny arms in mid-punch as he looked up at the bright sky. Cobra Commander, riding on Godzilla's back, gave a cry of defeat. "Retreat!" he wailed out. "Curse you, Rainbow Dash 1!" Rainbow Dash felt her knees give way as exhaustion finally overtook her and she collapsed in the town square. She looked up to see the smiling face of Michael Jordan above her. "Well done, Rainbow Dash, you saved the day," he beamed. "Now I must go, my planet needs me." A flash of light enveloped him and the other champions of good, and they vanished. Rainbow Dash rolled onto her back, letting her satchel spill open and the remaining bottles roll out. "I did it!" she moaned, punching the air weakly. Her coat was still matted with the fly vomit and lemonade. Around her Ponyville lay in ruins, covered in toilet paper. The streets littered with broken windows and smashed bottles. But she had done it. She had saved Equestria. She was a hero. "And that officer," Rainbow Dash tapped her hooves on the interview room's table, giving a hopeful smile to the unimpressed police sergeant, "was the reason you found me passed out in that state in the middle of Ponyville the next morning."
Derpy's Cardboard Castle by Anon. To say you were amazed would be an understatement. You had just finished moving into your new house, refurbished specifically to accommodate a large biped of your size, after you got sick of smacking your head off on door frames. Naturally, this meant a whole lot of empty boxes, and Derpy, the local friendly mailmare, had suggested the perfect use for them. In all your time here, the greatest artistic prowess you had come to expect from the little ponies was crude macaroni pictures and crayon drawings. And when she said she wanted to make a box fort on your front lawn, you had expected maybe just a few of the boxes stacked together with a couple of holes cut for windows and doors. What you found when you stepped out of your front door was a literal fortress. It was practically as tall as your house, complete with turrets, arrow slits, and even a functioning drawbridge. The damn thing even had a dungeon, which was just a large box in the corner of the small castle's courtyard labelled Time Out Box. What made it even more impressive was that she had somehow cobbled the entire thing together in the time it took you to go and bake some muffins as thanks for her helping you to move all your stuff. For a mare that could be considered scatterbrained and clumsy at the best of times, you never in your life would have thought she had it in her to construct a masterpiece such as this. And when you asked how on earth she did it, she just laughed and said she was good at boxes and stuff. Sure, she was a mailmare and all, but you'd handled boxes in a warehouse for a few years back on Earth and could never hope of making anything even close to that. You played with her in the box fortress all afternoon and into the evening, pretending you were knights and nobles or making small adjustments and improvements to the fort. Each day after that, Derpy would come over to play, either after her shift ended or on her days off. You were constantly expanding the fort each day, even going around collecting empty boxes from around the neighbourhood to expand it. And eventually it took over almost your entire garden. Your front door opened directly into the castle's courtyard, and the walls were as high as the roof, and were now complete with stairs and walkways that could somehow support your weight despite being made almost entirely of cardboard. Some people might have complained about having their entire garden covered in cardboard, but all you felt was immense pride at having what had to be the coolest fucking box fort in all of Equestria in your garden. It was so cool you bet it even made the actual nobles who lived in real castles jealous. Your royal court had also expanded throughout the week, with many of yours and Derpy's friends and co-workers coming over to play pretend and have tea parties and such. Ponies walking by would stop and stare in awe, and you would invite them in to join in on the fun. It was actually rapidly becoming a local tourist attraction in Ponyville, and word was starting to spread further afield. As the word spread, ponies came from farther and farther away to marvel at Derpy's creation and play inside the fort with you. Though what you didn't know was the trouble which it was about to cause. Apparently the box fort was so big and impressive that it had thrown the local authorities into chaos, as it could now be considered to be a legitimate castle, and due to some weird equestrian laws, you and Derpy could technically be considered nobles now. This inevitably made a bunch of the actual nobles of Equestria incredibly jealous, and more than a few of them had come over, trying to insult you or demanding that you tear the whole thing, and made rude gestures from the castle walls. There was no way in hell they would actually come inside to do anything about it. For a start, you had a functioning drawbridge that you could raise, and the little ponies weren't strong enough to barge through the solid cardboard door. There was also the fact that this was still your private property. So on top of getting in trouble with the law if they entered without your consent, they would also have to contend with the big, strong, freaky alien who owned the place. Several of the pesky little ponies had already tried to sneak in, only to practically wet themselves and run away crying as they saw you towering over them with a disapproving glare. Over time you felt like this could become somewhat of an annoyance. You didn't want to have to guard your property full time just to keep some jealous little snobs out. But at the same time, woe betide anyone who thought they could mess with Derpy's kick-ass castle. For the time being at least, it was still fun and games though. You enjoyed the company it brought as yours and Derpy's friends came to play in it every day, and the fact that you actually had a reason to stand and guard it made the games more fun than just battling pretend monsters and stuff. The main thing that actually concerned you about it was the effect the weather would have, as you didn't want a storm to come and reduce the entire thing to cardboard sludge all over your garden. But Derpy and her friends came up with a fairly simple yet ingenious solution. Several of her unicorn friends knew spells to make the cardboard water resistant, and Derpy and her other Pegasus friends said they would do their best to clear any clouds over your home if a storm did come. With their combined efforts, the cardboard should stay dry and intact through anything, meaning that you could keep this sweet castle and piss off the snooty nobility indefinitely. The days went by and the box fort continued to attract an ever-growing amount of tourists and ponies come to marvel at it. The number of incursions also increased, ranging from single ponies trying to sneak in or berate you from afar, to a few small groups who seemed to be more daring. A few of them had attempted to storm the fort by force with foam swords and spears, but they were still too weak to break in or cause any real damage. As a result, you had increased the castle's defences. The regulars who came over to play were all armed with their own foam weaponry, and your castle's new army was equipped with spitball guns, water guns, foam nerf darts, and cans of silly string spray. You also had a few spare boxes that you could drop from the walls onto any ponies that got too close, which usually tended to make them freak out as they were suddenly plunged into darkness and ran around colliding with everything around them as they panicked. Some may have called this overkill. However, Twilight always loved to remind you that there was no such thing as being over-prepared, so you had decided to take her words to heart, and today you were thanking Celestia that you did. It was a day like any other. As Derpy and the 15 or so assorted ponies played in the castle whilst you took your turn standing watch on top of the walls, they were currently having another tea party, and your nose twitched as you smelled fresh muffins being brought out of your kitchen on a tray. You were about to jump down and join them for a bite to eat when something in the distance caught your eye. A large plume of dust was being kicked up on the road leading out of town, and as you stood there and watched it, seemed to be getting closer and growing in size. As you surveyed the dust plume, you could make out the indistinct shapes of colourful ponies, a rather large group from the looks of it, all banded together and kicking up the immense dust cloud that had initially caught your attention. You felt a sinking feeling in your gut. Ponies certainly like to form their angry mobs from time to time, but you usually stayed well clear of them since the matters that riled them up were usually trivial and didn't affect you, and you didn't like the shouting and the hassle. The longer you watched, however, the more it began to dawn on you that this mob in particular seemed to be headed straight towards your house. Guys, we might have a bit of a problem here. You called down into the castle's courtyard. You continued to observe the crowd as Derpy flew up beside you, and a few of the other ponies began to climb up to see for themselves what was going on. Their ears pointed at attention and concern evident on their faces. By now the mob was getting close enough that you could make out more specific features, and what you saw troubled you even further. The first and foremost thing that caught your eye were the banners they were waving. Elaborately decorated flags fluttering in the breeze that bore the sigils of some of the noble houses you were familiar with. Some you didn't recognise, but you gulped as it was immediately evident that they were definitely coming for you. The next thing you saw was their assorted armour and weaponry. Most wore crude cardboard armour, however a few sported some made out of foam or had tied pillows around themselves. Between them they carried an assortment of foam swords and spears, bows and water guns, more or less the same as what you had, except they had to be at least around 60 or 70 of them compared to the less than 20 of you. The ponies around you began to panic as they saw the mob drawing near. What are we gonna do? There's so many of them! They're gonna tear down the castle! Not on your watch. You could understand if your neighbours or other townspeople wanted the box fort taken down if it was deemed to be an eyesore, but jealous nobles were a totally different matter. Besides, your neighbours were right here playing in the fort with you, and they thought it was awesome. These rich snobs could come and taste your cold steel, foam. Every pony get to the armory, grab whatever you can, and take up positions on the wall, you yelled, barking out the orders to get every pony moving. Most did as instructed, however a few stayed staring at you, their ears splayed back in panic and their eyes afraid and uncertain. Anon, we can't fight them, there's so many, Roseluck cried as her sisters stood there trembling behind her, shaking their heads in agreement. We can and will, Roseluck, you replied with confidence. I'm not about to let some stuck-up rich kids tear down this masterpiece. You can hide inside the house if you want to, but the only other option is to try and leave through that mob, and I don't think they're too happy with us right now. The group of mares looked around nervously, weighing up their options. You fully expected them to dart inside and hide under your massive human-sized bed, but eventually they shakily agreed. Okay, we'll help. There's no way I'm going out there, she gestured to the crowd with a hoof. And I don't want to hide in your house and leave you guys by yourselves. You admired her resolve. You knew these three mares in particular could be very skittish. It took them a full month after you arrived in Equestria to actually work up the courage to even talk to you. But since then, they had become quite close friends of yours. Thanks, girls. It means a lot. You smiled at them proudly. Now go and get geared up. Yes, sir, they said in unison, giving you a mock salute and bolting down to the armory. By now, most of your group had armed themselves and were beginning to take up positions along the walls. And just in the nick of time too, the mob of nobles was making their way down your street, almost at your garden. As one of them abruptly halted and their leader emerged from the crowd, stepping forth up to your garden gate to issue his demands. Anonymous! Miss Hooves, I, Earl Snot-Nose IV, have come to demand the immediate surrender of you and your court, he yelled up at the walls. You snickered at his name and continued. You shall lay down your arms and come out peacefully, and you shall then help to tear down this ghastly eyesore you call a castle. Why, what gives you the right? You yelled back down at him. This is my property, I can do what I want on it. Snotnose snorted and stomped his hoop in frustration. The simple fact is that your property does not give you the right to build a crude fortress and try to establish yourself as a noble, he spat. A mere peasant cannot simply gain his status and put himself on our level of prestige and importance through the use of cardboard and basic crafting equipment. It's an outrage and a disgrace, and we shall not stand for it. Sounds like some pony's jealous, you laughed. You couldn't actually care less about being a noble, or an aristocrat, or anything of the sort. You just liked playing with Derpy in the cool castle that she made, and you weren't about to let some random ponies come and spoil her fun. Jealous? Jealous? He cried, stopping his hoofsies in the dirt. You could swear you saw steam coming out of his ears and his face went bright red. You're tarnishing our reputation and our good names. Cease this ridiculous charade and come out here at once. I demand it. You turned to Derpy in mock discussion, who had taken a place next to you to observe the scene. You both nodded your wordless agreement to each other, then turned back to Earl Snotnose as you both blew a massive raspberry at him. The sheer incredulity and outrage on his face almost had you bent double with laughter as his entourage and recoiled in horror at the vicious taunting. That's it then, he screamed in rage. We'll see who's laughing soon enough. If you had to guess, it would still be you. As he stomped his way back to his group, you commanded your own to make ready. Foam arrows were knocked, spitballs were spat into blowpipes, and other ponies were pumping their water guns or readying cans of silly string. Your garden was gonna be absolutely trashed after this, but your heart pounded in excitement. This was shaping up to be a whole lot of fun. The crowd of nobles, aristocrats, and fancy ponies outside your house were also making themselves ready, prepping their weapons and armour and forming into lines to begin their assault. They had an aura of haughtiness and discipline, but you were sure that their orderly formations would break as soon as the foam started flying. Your thoughts were interrupted by a loud, irritating voice. You looked down and spotted Snotnose blowing into a large kazoo. Really? For all their fancy smugness, they didn't even have a horn or a trumpet. They were using a fucking kazoo. You were so caught up in another laughing fit that you almost missed the scream of "Charge!" until your head snapped up and you saw the first line of ponies barreling towards you. Loose! You yelled frantically and looked around for your own projectile weapon that you had been far too distracted to actually go and get. Foam swords, spitballs and string flew back and forth overhead as you looked around frantically, until Derpy patted you on the shoulder. You turned to her, and in her mouth you saw what could only be considered a war crime in Equestria. A water bomb! Looking down, you saw that she had an entire bucket of them prepared, and you grinned at her deviously. You picked up one and stuck your head over the parapet to see what was becoming of the first assault. Several had turned and fled already, foam darts and spitballs bouncing off them as they squealed and flinched from the slight impacts. A couple were flailing around helplessly, trying to claw off silly string that had stuck all over them as they were continuously pelted. It's in my mane! Oh Celestia, it's stuck in my mane! You heard the dismayed cries of a mare, her impeccably styled mane now gunked up and messy as she pulled at it futilely. The archers on the opposing side desperately returned fire. However, the majority of it either struck the walls or sailed harmlessly overhead. You stayed low to avoid the barrage of nerf darts and spitballs, then popped up to hurl a water bomb at a couple of ponies who had made it close to the front gate. You scored a direct hit right on the mare's back, soaking her and splashing the stallion next to her. The mare shrieked and wailed as her cardboard armour soaked through, and the bright pink paint she had used to decorate it with began to seep into her coat. The stallion, seeing the horror of the mare's immaculate coat being stained with paint, gagged in revulsion and began to drag her away as she continued screaming. As the first wave began to thin out, the kazoo of war blasted again and another onslaught of ponies began rushing towards you. There were more this time, several of them sporting cardboard shields which they used to deflect the volleys of spitballs and Nerf darts flying towards them. The water guns were somewhat useful at weakening them and reducing some of them to mush. However, they continued to push closer and closer. As some groups of them reached the castle walls, they were followed up by ponies with ladders, who set them up and prepared to climb. You lobbed water bombs down at them, as several others continuously sprayed them with water and silly string. But these guys were hardcore. Some of them broke and fled. However, it seemed like the majority of this group could stand getting a little wet and having their expensive styled manes ruined. They ascended, but as a stone reached the top, you drew your inflatable sword and bapped him on the head several times. By the third blow, he had dropped his weapon and was using his hooves to shield his face, crying out for you to stop and for his comrades to let him down. Not wanting to actually hurt the poor pony, you ceased your attack and let him go back down, and then repeated the process for the next several ponies who tried to climb up the same ladder. Looking around, you saw the same scene playing out in all the other spots where they had managed to put up ladders. A pony climbed up, got bonked on the head several times, then cried to go back down and run away to be replaced with another pony who did the exact same thing. If any of these guys could handle the slight pain of being whacked on the head with a foam sword, then your defense might actually be in jeopardy. But so far you were smashing them. Your own losses were actually surprisingly few so far. Just a couple who you had seen take a foam dart or spitball to the face and had been dragged back inside your house by their friends to be tended to. Being a considerably larger target, you had felt yourself get struck by more than a few. But you weren't a precious little kinderpone and could brush off such brutal injuries with ease. Another blast of the kazoo snapped your attention away again. You saw the third and final wave coming in, led by Snot-Nose himself. To your complete dismay, they seemed to have made some sort of battering ram that looked like it may actually be able to punch through the sturdy cardboard door. It was crudely made, of course, and they had used some fairly flimsy looking wood, but since the door was just a few thick pieces of corrugated cardboard glued together, it might actually do the trick for them. If they breached the door, then you'd have to deal with these annoying nobles running wild all over your castle, and you swore to Celestia that you wouldn't be held responsible for your actions if any of them actually got inside your house and started trashing the place. You wouldn't put it past these little brats. But with the ponies climbing the walls already causing such a distraction, and the few losses you had taken from the constant rain of arrows and spitballs, you struggled to think of any way you could actually stop them in time before they reached the door. You could also see that several of your defenders had run out of foam darts, and empty cans of silly string were littering the floor. There was no way you could run out of spitballs since it was just chewed up bits of paper. However, their effectiveness was limited due to their short range and weak impact. The main effect they had was the icky grossness of being hit with some pony else's spit. However, as the battle went on, the attackers were becoming more hardened against such things. Despite all this, a plan did begin to take shape in your head. It was time to pull out the big guns and end this once and for all. You gathered up all the ponies who weren't actively engaged in swatting the attackers off their ladders and raining down their remaining foam arrows. There were 8 of you in total, and once you'd gathered them all, you began to give out your instructions. You sent Lyra, Bonbon and Amethyst to go fill up as many buckets of water as they could and bring them back up to the top of the gate. In the meantime, you, Derpy and Time Turner would drag some of the spare larger boxes up there, whilst Roseluck and Daisy went to collect all the spare foam darts and ammunition they could find. The nobles might breach the gate alright, but you were now certain they would not like what they found once they got inside. As the gathered items began to stack up, the battering ram finally made it to the gate, and you felt the catwalk shudder beneath your feet as it slammed against the door. You lobbed your few remaining water bombs down, drenching a couple and causing them to flee in dismay. However, there was still a rather large group of persistent nobles trying to breach. The ladders also still had groups of ponies trying to climb up, though their attempts were slacking off a bit due to the lack of success they were finding. A pony climbing a ladder could hardly wield a foam weapon effectively, so all it was taking to hold them off was a few of your own waiting at the top to bonk them before they could climb over the edge. But due to their lack of creativity, they kept persisting with the same strategy. There was another shudder as the ram was heaved against the door again, and you heard the cardboard begin to creak and give as it was pushed inwards. Another couple of hits and the whole door would likely give way. At that moment you saw Lyra, Bonbon and Amethyst Star come charging through your front door. Several buckets and containers filled with water balanced on their back or held in the telekinesis of the two unicorns. They rushed up to you, panting and heaving as they deposited them all at your feet. The supplies were all now gathered and the trap was set. You then instructed everyone in the group to go and form a horseshoe-shaped perimeter around the door in the courtyard, ready for when they breached. You, Derpy and Time Turner would remain on the wall above the door to spring the trap, and the defenders fending the attackers off the ladders would stay to make sure no pony climbed up behind you. You heard a shout of "Heave!" from Snotnose before you felt the impact of a final, almighty slam beneath your feet. And finally the door gave way, the cardboard tearing and buckling inwards. There were cheers from outside as the attackers celebrated their imminent success, and you saw your assembled kin in the courtyard balk in fear and prepare to defend themselves as you readied a large bucket of water in your hands. The battering ram was pulled out of the way, and all at once several ponies came charging into your courtyard led by none other than Snotnose. As the defenders braced, you upended your bucket of water, and Derpy did the same with another. There was a colossal as the nobles were all immediately soaked to the bone, and they began to cry out and shriek in horror as Time Turner started kicking empty boxes down on top of them. Soaking wet, cold, and now plunged into darkness, the attackers in the courtyard fell into a state of complete hysteria and disarray. Those who had not been boxed either stood dumbstruck at how suddenly and thoroughly they had been drenched, or tried to run back out the door, which was now being clogged by more waves of attackers trying to get in. The ponies trapped under boxes ran around like headless chickens, bumping into everyone, getting in the way and tripping over as they charged about in blind panic. You laughed maniacally, continuing to dump buckets of cold tap water over the congested ponies in the doorway as they screamed and scrambled over one another. The grass under their hooves was rapidly being reduced to a slippery, muddy marsh, sowing absolute chaos as ponies slipped and coated themselves in filth. Their morale was shattered, and the nobles all began to turn tail and flee as your defenders beat at them with foamed swords and spears and fired off the last of their ammunition at the retreating mob. There were victorious cheers and whoops from your friends as the battle began to turn, and more than a few rude taunts and raspberries blown as the sodden, disheartened nobles all ran away. All except a few who were still trapped under boxes, who had mostly given up and running around, bouncing off of everything and resigned themselves to laying on the ground in defeat. You confidently strode back down from the wall into the courtyard, a massive grin plastered over your face as your friends and fellow defenders matched you with their own weary smiles. The day was surely won, and now was the time to deal with the aftermath. You lifted a few of the boxes off the trapped ponies, who immediately scampered for the caved-in door and bolted away, their tails tucked between their legs. From the last box, however, you heard some weak cries and mumbles. "Who's there? Did we win? Let me out this instant!" You recognised that voice. It was Snotnose. You lifted the box free and saw the uppity noble huddled into a ball, his wet mane plastered all over his face as he shivered from the cold and squinted at the sudden light pouring into his eyes. As he met your gaze, he gulped in fear, huddling further into himself. I suppose we lost? He muttered, his teeth beginning to chatter either from the cold or the fear he was feeling at having you tower over him. That you did, you replied, your voice flat and neutral as you gave him a disapproving stare. Some pony fetch this stallion a towel. We're going to have a little chat and negotiate the terms of his surrender. He flinched at the mention of surrender. He had thought he was on the cusp of victory, only to be taken as your prisoner and reduced to a pitiful, shivering wreck. And true to his name, he sniffed, and you could see streaks of snot coming from his snoot, mixing with the water dripping down his face, and making him look quite the sorry sight. As Derpy hurried off to grab a towel from inside your house, you outlined your demands to Snot-Nose. Your castle would not be taken down, and you had further plans to repair and improve upon it. The constant harassment from nobles would cease, and they would all go back home to wherever they came from, and you warned him that any further incursions or attacks from them would meet the same fate, if not worse. And finally, you demanded that he make a public apology in the town square, both to you and your friends for laying siege to your house and causing so much distress, and to the greater town at large for causing such a ruckus by leading a large mob through it. For your part, you informed him that neither you or Derpy even wanted to be nobles in the first place, and were quite content to be left alone to play in the castle. You certainly didn't want any invitations to any of their fancy balls or functions, or any more snobs up in your business. He begrudgingly accepted your demands. However, he seemed considerably more relieved and at ease after you promised him that just because you now had a castle and were technically nobles, you had absolutely no intention of trying to mingle with the aristocracy or meddle with their business. As Derpy returned and draped the towel over him, his shivering eased off, and he stood on shaky hooves. You escorted him to the gate, and before he left, he took a moment to look around and survey the damage he had caused. You did the same, seeing the absolute mess that had become of your garden and the streets surrounding your house. The grass had all been reduced to mud, soaked by the water barrages and trampled by countless hooves, and there were foam darts and trails of silly string all over the place, as well as mushed up piles of cardboard that had once been used as shields or armour. Despite it all, however, the castle still stood. It was marred and dented everywhere, and the front gate obviously needed replacing, and it was definitely going to take a while to patch it all up and make it look nice again. But despite everything that had happened, it stood proudly. It was a marvel of engineering, and you were convinced that Derpy was in the wrong profession working for the mail service. Snot-Nose turned to you at the gate and stretched his hoof out. I suppose this is it then, Anonymous. You have bested us fair and square, and I concede to your demands. I, Earl Snot-Nose the Fourth, shall not be bothering you again. Farewell. You shook his outreached hoof gladly, in the face of all the carnage he had wrought and the colossal mess he had made. You had an absolute blast. You still had to put on a stern face to keep up appearances, but deep down this entire day had been a ton of fun. Who else could claim that they'd had nearly 100 ponies come and lay siege to their towering box fortress in some epic style LARP battle? And despite being outnumbered nearly 4-1, you'd won! Sure, you were probably going to have to spend the next few days cleaning all this up and apologising to every pony on your street for the mess you'd made, but it had been absolutely worth it. You were almost tempted to go back on your demand that he not bother you again and ask if you could rebook the same thing for next year, though you felt like you might get a few angry words from Mare or Twilight Sparkle for it. So you shook his hoof and left him to trudge back to his sullen, dirty, disheartened band of nobles who were gathered in the street waiting for him, tending to their bruises and trying to scrub off some of the dirt that had ingrained into their fur. Farewell, Snot-Nose, you smiled, and don't come back. And with that, you turned to your weary group of friends to go and celebrate your heroic victory. There were muffins to be eaten and tea to be drank, and as the late afternoon began to turn into evening, you were sure the cleaning up could wait until tomorrow.